Là, ça fonctionne, là, il y a juste à parler. D'accord.
Vous parlez normalement, il n'y a même pas besoin de se pencher. C'est des micro-conférences, donc ils prennent.
Ils prennent, donc on peut se mettre.
On est comme ça naturellement.
Bon, bah c'est super.
Yes.
I'm Richard Scobie from
Yes.
Traffic. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you
I wanted
too.
to introduce myself
Yes, of
before
course.
the
I
craziness.
recognized your eyes. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult these days masking, but I'm hoping that we don't have a super spreader event here. So let's hope.
You know,
Yeah.
everybody everybody's jab.
Yeah, it's just that it's so tight.
It's a
We
little
couldn't do
close.
it. Yeah, we couldn't do it for separation. Otherwise we wouldn't.
I think everybody is so pleased and excited
Oh, I
to
know
be here
that.
face to
Oh,
face.
absolutely, I know that. It's been a long time. And you know, there are some things who's going? Opening. Can you hear? Can you? 1, 2, 3.
I'd like to ask everyone to please take their seats. I'd like to see if we have the committee for quorum. As I'm sure you're all aware, we have a very packed agenda, so it's really important to me that we be timely. So please take your seats.
ask people to sit and then we are going to start. Is it convenient for you or should we start? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, members of the committee. I see we have quorum. So I'd like to turn now to our hosts to get us started. So please.
Bien. Bien. Madame la présidente du comité.
Madam Chairman of the Standing Committee, Madam Secretary General of CITES, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Minister, Vice President of Greater Lyon. France is welcome to join Greater Lyon in welcoming this Standing Committee of CITES, which is meeting in person for the first time in several years. More than 60 countries and 100 organizations are going to be gathering here for a particularly intense week of work. We are going to begin this session with a speech from our Minister for Environmental Transition. She would have liked to join you today, but unfortunately had diary clashes and instead is going to be addressing you via a video. Good morning. I'm delighted to welcome you to France on the occasion of the 74th meeting of the Standing Committee of CITES. I would like, first of all, to thank Greater Lyon for hosting this meeting. I would also like to thank all those who have worked in recent months to prepare for this meeting in coordination with the CITES Secretariat in order to ensure that the meeting takes place in the best possible circumstances. There is a great deal at stake. We all know that the overexploitation and illegal trade in wildlife represents the second greatest threat to wildlife. France, metropolitan France, and in our overseas territories is itself affected by such activities and their impact. That is why we have worked with CITES for a long time, and we have done so for a long time. We, 21 years ago, hosted the 45th meeting of the Standing Committee. France is strongly committed to combating illegal trade in wildlife. On the 14th of February last, we signed an agreement against wildlife crime in Austria in order to strengthen our partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. France is also, as President of the European Council, committed to doing more with respect to biodiversity. We are strongly committed to ensuring that Europe's ambitious plan against illegal wildlife trade is strengthened. We are, of course, also committed to ensuring that we work to deal with illegal trade in wildlife. We grant some 100,000 CITES permits and certificates that are very carefully prepared on an annual basis. Given our commitment, France seemed to be the natural host for this meeting of the Standing Committee. We are also committed to a new world framework for biodiversity at the meeting to be held in April. We hope that this framework will lead to a new world dynamic for the protection of nature. I am not going to take up too much of your time because I know that my colleague, the Secretary of State for Biodiversity, also would like to address you. I would like to wish you every success. I would now like to give the floor to Jean-Patrick Leduc, head of the French delegation, who is going to be chairing the presidency of the European Council, to speak for Madame the Minister, who is unfortunately unwell. Madam Secretary General, Madam Chair of the Standing Committee of CITES, Vice President of Greater Lyon, ladies and gentlemen, I would like, first of all, to apologize on behalf of our Secretary of State for Biodiversity, Ms. Abba. She is unwell and therefore unable to join you today. She was very much looking forward to addressing you and welcoming you to this 74th meeting of the Standing Committee. Rest assured that she is truly sorry not to be with us this morning. She particularly wished to take the opportunity to thank the Greater Lyon for all the work done by the city to host this event. And Ms. Abba asked me to deliver her speech on her behalf. Plants and animals are a vital resource for all of us throughout the world. Biodiversity is invested with a significant economic role. 40% of the world economy rests on biodiversity. And for many peoples, biodiversity is irreplaceable, be it with respect to their health, their food, their farming, their housing, or more. It is therefore our responsibility to take all necessary measures to ensure sustainable use of biodiversity in order to work calmly, in order to ensure that we collectively protect biodiversity in a responsible fashion. We are facing major challenges in this respect. There's growth in world trade, more threats against species, particularly because of climate change. The part 2 of the 6th report of the IPCC that was published on February 28th of this year gives us yet more evidence of the need for us to act. This part of the report deals with impact, adjustment, and vulnerability, and shows how climate change is affecting nature, and also shows that nature can help us deal with climate risk and improve people's lives. Organized environmental crime is another cause of the destruction of nature, and we must combat it. The years to come are vital for our working globally to deal with these issues. In January 2021, France organized a One Planet Summit. It worked with IUCN in Marseille in September of last year to hold the World Conference on Nature. And last month, it has hosted the One Ocean Summit in Brest. A week ago in Nairobi, we adopted a negotiating mandate on the major issue of plastics. Given its international commitments, France is happy to host this meeting of the Standing Committee. This meeting, however, is just a stage as we work towards the 15th COP of CBD, which is to lead to a new world framework for biodiversity. Some time ago, France decided to work hard within CITES. It is the 5th largest contributor to CITES, as we think that we need a world framework to deal with the threats CITES tackles. France is particularly concerned that it is one of the 3 states to import wildlife specimens into Europe. And it also does shelter a number of the species covered by what is called the Washington Convention. Since January and until June, France will be president of the European Council. And in that context, too, we hope to ensure that we enhance our international ambitions in order to ensure that the protection of biodiversity is one of the key priorities of our presidency. The European Union has a major program against illegal trade in wildlife. In 2021, the European Commission launched the evaluation of the plan of 2016 in this respect. And under its presidency, France will be working to have a new plan adopted in 2022 that will learn from the evaluation the Commission carries out. This session is a part of the preparatory work for COP19, which is going to be held in November in the Secretary General's wonderful country of birth, Panama, which is indeed an earthly paradise. The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly shown the inextricable close ties between animal and human health, as well as the need to find ways of living in greater harmony with nature. New partnerships have to be built in order to ensure that we can implement One Health. And CITES is in a particularly good position to make its contribution. I know that you have already got to work on this and that it is on your program of work. You're going to be considering the role that CITES can play in order to ensure the to reduce the risk of future zoonoses. France is particularly involved in the fight against illegal trade in wildlife. This is absolutely necessary if we are to protect and indeed reconquer biodiversity. I personally have been invested in my responsibilities and as a member of parliament as doing what we can with respect to protecting wildlife. We have ensured that we have greater sanctions against any crimes against the environment and ensuring there is cooperation with relevant public services. This involves protecting the natural environment and customs services. Our customs services, the French Office for Biodiversity, and the Central Service to deal with wildlife crime, as well as our public health services, are all involved in this combat. These services are particularly active in the field and have been involved in over 1,000 seizures in 2020. Over 1,200 specimens and 26 tons of goods were involved in these seizures. France is also very hard at work in combating ivory trafficking. As early as 2016, France implemented a series of measures to bring an end to the trade in raw ivory on our territory, and we're also trying to work against any trade in carved ivory. We are pleased that similar decisions have been taken within the European Union. We have the decisions taken on ivory by COP17 and 18, and we hope that above and beyond those decisions, there will be an exchange this week in order to ensure that COP19 can do more to ensure that domestic markets for ivory are closed. Madam Chair of the Standing Committee, Madam Secretary General, you can count on France's participation and support at the November COP in Panama. France has already become involved in joint preparatory work with the European Union in order to ensure that propose that new species are listed in appendices 1 and 2. We have also forwarded to the Secretariat a suggestion that the Clipperton angelfish be listed in Annex 3, and I believe that a second proposal is also underway, and this has to do with listing the tarantula of the Martinique cliffs, the Miguel Matutu, listed as well in Appendix 3. In conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to a certain number of people who have French people who've played a strong role with respect to CITES on a world scale in the last 50 years. And you may well have noted that the meeting rooms in this center carry their names. Ambassador Marcel Surbiguet was one of the CITES negotiators in 1973 with Eugène Lapointe. Mr. Surbiguet presided over the 7th COP, which was a historic occasion for some. That was held in Lausanne in 1989. Dr. Cyril de Clem, a lawyer, was one of those who drafted the CITES Convention, and he was the CITES expert with respect to national legislation. He, in fact, taught at the University of Lyon, so we are practically in his home. Dr. Viviane de Buffrenil, who taught at the Museum of Natural History, was a great CITES expert for Komodo dragons and crocodile species. Mr. Jean-Paul Luquet, who was the Chief Customs Inspector, was responsible for CITES investigations for the customs services, and he too was a CITES expert, specializing in ivory in particular. He made a significant contribution to training and the fight against illegal trade in plants and animals carried out by his colleagues in customs services in France and throughout the world. Mr. Roger Lutz, who was an inspector at the National Office on Hunting and Wild Animals, who founded the CITES squad of what is now the French Office for Biodiversity. And finally, Ms. Viviane Razafindranali, we tended to call her Ms. Raza, who was police commissioner and who was one of the first to be involved in Interpol-related activities within CITES. And we also have a room to be used by the chair, which carries the name of Mr. Klaus Stoffmann, who was responsible for the protection of nature at the European Commission and actually launched the European Union's accession to CITES. That was a long-term ambition launched in '82 and has just come to an end. And he also contributed to the drafting of the second rules of procedure. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the work of everyone here present who has a contribution to make to the success of CITES work. I wish you every success in your work in the days to come. Thank you.
La parole est maintenant à Monsieur Pierre Athanase.
I now give the floor to Mr. Pierre Athanase, who is in charge of the environment. Madam Secretary General of CITES, President of the the Standing Committee of CITES, and dear Jean-Patrick, the head of delegation. Delegates, it's with a great deal of pride that I welcome you here for the 74th meeting of the Standing Committee. On behalf of the President of Greater Lyon, Bruno Bernard, and all of my colleagues, vice chairs and metropolitan councillors, I am very happy to be here today. As all protectors of nature, I have worked on it for years, decades, to tell you the truth. And so much importance is given to the work and the measures that our states undertake. Trade and trafficking in animals and plants is the second cause of the disappearance of wildlife. We must do everything to try and prevent the disappearance of biodiversity, in particular as our climate is degrading so fast. On the level of the Lyon metropolis, we have put into place a nature plan, which is the basis of our city politics, urbanism and water. We have planned a major redeployment of greening. Without trees, and we will have no insects to pollinize our nature. And so we realize now how much we depended on these ecosystems. Without these pollinators, we will have great difficulties. And this was also part of the cause of the loss of bird life. And that's why we have undertaken many products to replant trees and forests in cities and to set up greater biodiversity in the agricultural area. In addition to the plantation of trees, we are also working on areas where there is particular heat congregation. And we are trying to grow the rhythm of growth, and we are growing surfaces that are wooded. In addition to favoring pollinators, we are setting up priority ecological corridors, which will be restored or recreated in the next 5 years of our mandate. And our biodiversity plan has a particular focus on umbrella species. And we will be working on nature spaces and urban parks. However ambitious our plans, and despite the surface area of 537 square kilometers of our area, it is still local as a project in terms of the protection of nature and biodiversity. And that's why the government of France has worked towards being a member, awarded the CITES protection so that we can work more on protection of animals and plants. And we count on you all. And we hope that all of your proposals working towards the COP19 in November in Panama will not have too many barriers and will ensure that we have further protection for species that need that. We thank you all, and we count on your support. Thank you.
La parole est maintenant à...
I now give the floor to Ms. Yvonne Higuero, the Secretary General of CITES.
Mr. Jean-Patrick Leduc, Chief of Delegation of France and Chair of the European Council, Mr. Pierre Athanase, Vice President of the Metropole, Ms. Carolina Cáceres, Chair of the CITES Standing Committee, distinguished Standing Committee members, parties, observers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I am grateful to Her Excellency Barbara Pompili, Minister of Ecological Transition of France, for her thoughtful video, and sorry that Her Excellency Beranger Abba, State Secretary for Biodiversity, is ill. We wish her a speedy recovery. I'm so very pleased that we are all able to be here together in person. And this is thanks to the generosity of our hosts, the Metropole of Lyon and the French government. When we asked if there was any party that was willing or able to host us in these trying COVID times, we were thrilled that you came forward to offer us the chance to meet this way for the first time since 2018. A special thank you to Mr. Jean-Patrick Leduc, since 2019. A special thank you to Mr. Jean-Patrick Leduc, who worked tirelessly to ensure this meeting could take place in Lyon. It seems that any conference or meeting that is worth attending recently is taking place or will be happening in France. That is, of course, until we get to our own Conference of the Parties in Panama in November this year. And it is to COP19 that we must look toward. One of the most important objectives of this meeting is to advise and inform the COP and support it to take the decisions it must take at this crucial time. The agenda for this standing committee is jam-packed and covers a wide variety of issues. It will be a genuine challenge to get through the workload, and we are lucky to have such an able, experienced, and knowledgeable chair to guide us through these next 5 days. You may wish to think carefully for the future meetings about this type of jam-packed agenda. It is very difficult to keep up with so many subjects and to be able to cover them in the time that we have. I would also recall that the success or otherwise of this meeting depends on all of us collectively. We make a commitment when we come here, a commitment always to remember the importance of what it is we are doing and that each agenda item contributes to how efficiently, how constructively, and how wisely you advise parties and the COP in the management of our endangered wild fauna and flora. We have all come a long way to put ourselves in this position, and each of us is worthy of attention and respect. We must work with diligence, but without delay. There are 89 items for your consideration, 117 related documents, more than 5,000 pages. I hope it is not too brazen of me to ask you to thank my colleagues at the CITES Secretariat, the chairs of the scientific committees, and the chairs of the intersessional working groups for their very much hard work in preparing these documents. Thank you. This meeting is taking place during a month where there is a strong focus on environmental matters. With UNEA adopting, for example, a resolution to end plastic pollution, where I know there was a lot of involvement from France as well, and forge an international legally binding agreement by 2024, and, as mentioned by Minister Pompili and Mr. Leduc, the parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity and stakeholders meeting the week after this standing committee to discuss the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. The 74th meeting of the Standing Committee is the CITES community's contribution to move the global environmental agenda forward and towards the fulfillment of the CITES strategic vision agreed by the parties. We should also keep in mind that we do not work in isolation. Last week was an excellent example of this. World Wildlife Day brought messages of support flooding in from the public and from the international community and the NGOs who are as invested in our success as we are. They know that our goals are all interlinked: sustainable development, conservation of biodiversity, and the sustainable use of the components of biodiversity will not happen without a concerted, coordinated, multilateral effort. It won't happen without us. The world is looking to us and has confidence in us to play our part in addressing these challenges. I wish you a productive 5 days and an enjoyable 5 days here in Lyon. It is certainly an important 5 days. I know you will make the most of them and work in harmony with each other so that we can live in harmony with nature. Thank you.
Enfin, la parole est maintenant à Madame.
And now I give the floor to Ms. Carolina Cáceres, the chair of the Standing Committee.
Thank you very much. And of course, first of all, thank you to Jean-Patrick Leduc and Pierre Attalin, and indeed all of our hosts here in France and Lyon who have warmly welcomed us to this beautiful city. It has been a long and challenging journey to get here to where we can meet again. I'm pleased that we have quorum and enormously grateful to those of you who have traveled here. And I'm also very sensitive to those who are unable to travel and who may be watching the live stream right now at some unfortunate hour of the morning or night. We will try to be clear and on time so that you may predict when things might come up. As our speakers have all noted, we all came here as a community because we are acutely aware that we share this planet. It is our home. It is the home we love and want to cherish in peace. Protecting our natural heritage is a Herculean feat. We press forward individually, in our communities, and here at this convention, aiming to ensure that international trade does not pose a threat to species, those species that share our home. We, as I'm sure you've all noted, have a charged agenda. And so I also add my thanks to the Animals and Plants Committee, to the members of the Standing Committee, to the parties and observers who have done their best to work on the issues brought for us by the COP through this intercessional period under these rather unusual circumstances. We have many hours ahead of us, and we have all lived our unique experiences to get here. So I trust we are all energized to be together again, face to face. I know I am. But I also know we will get tired as the long days progress. So remember, we are here with common purpose. Let us discuss, debate, and challenge each other respectfully and with aim for common and better understanding. I'm very much looking forward to the next week working with you. While we do have a charged agenda, I am so grateful to be here with all of you so that we can move forward in anticipation of the Conference of Parties in November in Panama. Thank you.
I think that you have to open the session and we make maybe a break of 5 minutes.
Okay. So with that, I now open this 74th meeting of the Standing Committee. And I guess we'll take a brief pause to change things over, and then we'll begin.
Yeah, 5 minutes we can say.
2? Okay. Thank you.
Difficult negotiation.
Most of it, I think, we will
Okay. Thank you, everyone. If you could take your seats, we can start going through our action-packed agenda.
Okay, thank you.
So we had a bit of a getting settled and started this morning. But as you know, as the day progresses, I will be firm on ensuring that we start on time. So I'd like to turn the committee's attention to document 1, document 1.1 and 1.2. This is the adoption of the agenda. So as we've already stated, we have a big agenda and we have limited time to try to work our way through it. So I will be asking people to please keep their interventions concise. I would ask you to keep your focus on the recommendations being made to the Standing Committee or the decision at hand. I also note there is limited time, so it is my hope that we will get through this agenda in our plenary sessions. I am not anticipating forming working groups, as we do not have a lot of time for those working groups to meet. So all the more important, please, for the members and the observers to focus your recommendations and your observations on the decision in front of the committee. And I understand, too, that as we work through the agenda, things happen. We may not always stay on program, so we will try to make sure that we're always clear as to where we are and what is next. So those are my few comments on the agenda, and I would like now to open the floor to the members of the Standing Committee for any comments you might have on the adoption of the agenda. I'll also invite observer parties if they have any comments on the agenda. And I'll open the floor as well to observers. So seeing no request for the floor, the agenda is adopted. So the next item on our agenda is SC 74 Doc 2. So now we are looking at the working program. So a couple of remarks on the working program. As you can see, we have 3 sessions planned for most days. So there will be evening sessions starting tomorrow. And while not on the working program, we have made provisions to have an evening session on Friday, March 11th, if it is necessary. Perhaps it won't be necessary. I note as well, starting tomorrow, that there'll be a slight change in the timing, whereas the afternoon session will end at 1700, so it'll be a 3-hour session, and the evening session will start at 1900. And this allows us to space those sessions more evenly and give our wonderful interpreters an opportunity to catch their breath. So again, that will be announced again tomorrow, and it will also be available on the website. And I think that's all the comments I have on the working program. Other than that, we will work in the order that the working program is presented, mindful, of course, that if something changes or if we get delayed, there might be shifts. And so I do encourage you to listen attentively and to check the website to see where we are in the working program as the meeting progresses. Okay, and if so those are my comments on the working program. So I will open the floor then to the members of the Standing Committee for any comments you may have on Doc 2, the adoption of the working program. And I'll also invite observer parties. Observers are also invited to take the floor if they have any comments on the working program. Excellent. Okay. Seeing no requests for the floor, the working program in SC 74 Doc 2 is agreed. So next on our agenda is the rules of procedure. So SC 74 Doc 3 contains the rules of a procedure as they were amended at the 70th meeting of the Standing Committee. And it's provided for everyone's information. So I will open the floor to members of the Standing Committee on the adoption of the rules of procedure. And I'll also invite any observer parties who may have any comments. And observers. Okay. Seeing no requests for the floor, the Standing Committee has adopted the rules of procedure as found in SC 74 Doc 3, and those will guide our discussions this week. Next item on the agenda is Doc 4 on credentials, and I will turn to the Secretariat.
Good morning. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Secretariat has received the credentials for all the members of the Standing Committee, and we have reviewed them, and they are all acceptable, so all members can represent their regions and exercise their right to vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I don't believe, but if there's any comments on the credentials, I'll open the floor to Standing Committee members, observer parties, and observers. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, we'll take note of the report of the Secretariat on the credentials. So now we'll turn our attention to SC 74 Doc 5 Rev 1, and I will turn to the Secretariat, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this document, the Secretariat will present the list of organizations with the observer status who are invited to participate in the meeting. The committee is invited to take note of this document, which is in the annex of document SC 74 Doc 5 Rev 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the committee is invited to take note of SC 74 Doc 5 Rev 1. I'll open the floor first to the members of the Standing Committee. And I'll invite observer parties as well who may wish to comment. And observers. Seeing no requests for the floor, the committee takes note of the SC 74 Doc 5 Rev 1 on the admission of observers. So the next item on our agenda, on our working program, is Doc 7, SC 74 Doc 7, on financial matters. So I will turn to the Secretariat, please, to present this document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everybody. The document 7 on financial matters provides information on income and expenditure for the period 1st of January 2019 until 30th of September 2021 for respective trust funds of the Convention. The financial data for the years 2019 and 2020 shown an implementation rate of 96% and 78% respectively for the core trust fund. As of 30 September 2021, the overall expenditure rate had reached an implementation rate of 73%. A matter of concern for the Secretariat is the delay by parties in paying their annual contribution. As of 30 of September last year, 2021, the overall collection rate for the first 9 months of the year was 78.2%. And that included full or partial payment of the contribution of nearly 4.3 million received from 59 out of the 183 parties. We are reminding parties of the Resolution 18.1 on the financing and the costed program of work for the Secretariat for the triennium 2020-2022, and its paragraphs 19 and 20 that expects parties to pay their contribution to the trust fund in timely manner, as far as possible during the year prior to the one the contribution apply, or promptly by the beginning of the calendar year. It should be noted that the issue on unpaid contributions will have a negative impact on the Secretariat's ability to fund daily operations, as the cash balance available will be low in comparison to the actual expenditures that is projected during the year. Since the period from 2019, the Secretariat has actively worked on identifying areas for efficiency savings by, for instance, using existing or new global or local system contracts issued by the UN headquarters, UNEP, or the UN office at Geneva, for instance, for communications, licenses, web service, and online platforms. The document 7 is further recommending no amendment to the current terms of reference for the administration of the trust fund for the convention, as the existing one is in line with current regulations and rules. As per the request in the Resolution 18.1, the financing resolution, the Secretariat has conducted a new survey to complement the one presented at the 66th meeting of the Standing Committee in 2016 on how the registration fee levels are applied to other MEAs and to natural resource management bodies. The Secretariat is proposing that the current level of registration fees for observer organizations remains in place, and that further review is done on whether apply registration fees for online meeting. Further review of this document and its recommendations will be dealt with within the Finance and Budget Subcommittee, who had its first meeting this morning prior to the plenary. Madam Chair, this will end my briefing on this agenda item 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. And so right now the committee is invited to note the report from the Secretariat on financial matters. So I will seek any early comments now from the members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties who may wish to comment. Indonesia, okay. Thanks, I wasn't clear. Indonesia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving Indonesia the floor. Since it is the first time the Indonesian delegations is making an intervention, I would like to take this opportunity to extend our highest gratitude to France for hosting this important meeting in this beautiful city of Lyon. I'm sure that this is not an easy task, since this might be one of the first, or maybe actually is the first in-person meeting since we have this pandemic. But we are confident that France will do an excellent job in hosting our event. Indonesia is also hosting an in-person event in 2 weeks from now, which is the COP 4.2 of Minamata Convention. So we look forward to learning and from France's experience at this event. Indonesia would like also to convey its highest appreciation to the chair for initiating and organizing this meeting. Indonesia believes that under your leadership, the 74th Standing Committee will achieve many significant outcomes and progress. And Indonesia also thanks the Executive Secretary and her excellent team for facilitating this meeting and for their continued support to us, the parties to the convention, especially during this difficult pandemic time. We are honestly amazed and actually overwhelmed by the number of documents and their quality, of course, produced by the Secretariat for this event. As you mentioned, it's more than 1,000 pages, right, Madam? I hope we can live after this week. On the topic for this, finally, on the topic for this current agenda, which is financial matters, Indonesia would like to thank the Secretariat for its report, and approve its report, and commend the Secretariat for its hard work. At this juncture, Indonesia would also like to give special thanks to the donor countries and donor institutions for providing their funding support for the Secretariat, which meaningfully helps our program to keep on going. Furthermore, as I believe the Chair and the Secretary has mentioned, Indonesia would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to actively encourage parties which have not fulfilled their contribution obligations as parties to the Convention, as it is very important and necessary for the implementation of our programs. On that note, I will stop here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your remarks. And I'm sure the members of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee have also duly noted your points as they continue their discussion. Are there any other observations from members of the committee, or I'll also invite observer parties? United States, did I see your flag? Yes, United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is the first time we're taking the floor, we want to appreciate you and let everyone here know that we have the highest level of confidence in your ability to lead us to a productive meeting that will well prepare us for COP19. We are grateful to the government of France for bringing us back together in person as hosts for this important meeting in lovely Lyon. We are already enjoying being here as well as being together. As always, we are impressed by the amount of work the Secretariat, with such a small staff, along with the committee chairs, they've prepared us for this extremely large agenda. And lastly, we appreciate our region in Canada's leadership as our North American regional representative for so much alignment on critical issues. We are fortunate to have such a long-standing and productive relationship. And I'd like to turn to my colleague who will share the U.S. views on this particular agenda item.
Good morning. The United States recommends the Standing Committee approve the reports and take note of the information provided therein. We suggest the Standing Committee further consider requesting to propose we suggest the Standing Committee further consider requesting the Secretariat to propose increasing the current registration fees for observer organizations, given the administrative burden of managing the registration fees already in place. We would like to suggest to request, as mentioned in the report, that the Secretariat undertake a further review on whether to apply registration fees for online meetings, including an analysis of possible revenue from online meetings. We greatly value the input of non-party observers, but we are very concerned by the constraints on the core budget and the Secretariat's time. Thank you.
Thank you, United States, for your comments and your suggestions. I'll invite the Finance and Budget Subcommittee to consider those first, and then we will hear that back when the subcommittee reports to the committee. So thank you. Any further comments from parties, members of the Standing Committee or observer parties? And I'll also invite observers who might wish to comment to raise their flags. If you're seeking the floor, please raise your flag super high. Vision issues here. Okay, seeing no further requests for the floor, we'll take note of the report for now, and we will turn back to the decisions once we hear back from the Finance and Budget Subcommittee meetings. So with that, for now, I will turn our attention to SC 74 Doc 8 and also invite the Secretariat to present this document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Document 8 includes the report of the Secretariat on proposed budget scenarios for the period 2023 to 2025. The Secretariat is proposing 3 alternative budget scenarios at the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Party, which includes the following elements. The first scenario is a zero nominal growth scenario, and this scenario will show the operational budget maintained at the current level, current budget in the 2020 to 2022 level in nominal terms, including the current level of staff and operating costs. The second scenario is the zero real growth. This scenario will maintain the current number of staff and will also include an increase in the operating cost based on actual expenditures during the current period. This scenario will also include proposed adjustments on the program support costs related to core or the indirect costs covered by UNEP and common or direct costs to be covered by CITES, as included in the next document 10.1. The third scenario is the incremental growth for the Secretariat scenario. This scenario will build on the zero real growth scenario and will include the 2 new posts that was approved from, funded from the core budget and approved at the COP18. Sorry, funded from the fund balance and approved at the COP18. We'll also include the recommendations from the audit that was conducted, and I will talk about that a little bit later on, and any other new proposals related to the implementation of the program of work and the convention. Further review of this document is also proposed to be dealt with within the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. Madam Chair, this is ending my briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So as we've heard, there's going to be further review of this also in the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. However, nonetheless, I would like to open the floor to the members of the Standing Committee for any feedback you might have to provide on the budget scenarios in SC 74 Doc 8. So I'll invite first members of the Standing Committee who wish to provide any feedback to please raise your flags. I will also invite observer parties. Japan, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is first time the delegation of Japan is taking the floor, I'd like to comment on all the work done by the French government and the Secretariat and the Chair and the Bureau. Turning to the agenda item 8, we know we had that the effort by the Secretariat to identify saving and efficiency in the implementation of budget, and we'd like to ask them to continue to do so in light of the given the difficult economic and fiscal situation faced with by many countries, including my own. So, in that point of view, we'd like to mention that at this point, my delegation prefers to see the zero nominal growth as a basis for the budget preparation for the next fiscal cycle. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan, for expressing the preference of your government on the scenarios for zero nominal growth. I understand, too, that the scenarios are developed as per the direction of the resolution, so I'm pleased that that is being followed. Are there further comments from observer parties, members of the Standing Committee? And I'll also invite any observers who wish to comment on the budget scenarios to raise their flags. Okay, so seeing no further comments, the committee can take note of the feedback heard, and we'll look forward to hearing any additional views from the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. So moving along at this pace, we will be fine. I'd like to turn everyone's attention to SC 74 Doc 9 on access to funding and turn to the Secretariat for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this very short document, SC 74 number 9, the Secretariat will briefly set out the progress of implementation of COP decisions 18.4 to 18.11. The Secretariat also suggests a new set of decisions for SC to recommend to COP19 for adoption. I would like to briefly mention the process of the 8th replenishment of the Global Environmental Fund, because this is expected, it is expected that the new programming directions for GEF8 will be adopted in the middle of this year and run until mid-2026. It is important to note that GEF8, compared to previous cycles, will have an integrated program related to wildlife. This is the first time for GEF, and it means that there will be a financial incentive for beneficiary countries to direct GEF funding towards wildlife conservation, which was not the case in the past. The new Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program will cover both terrestrial, marine, and freshwater species and ecosystems. It is a global program, and all eligible parties are hereby encouraged to engage with their national GEF focal points to consider preparing project concept notes related to wildlife conservation and to ensure that such projects contribute to the effective implementation and enforcement of the Convention. I would also like to note that access to funding under the current GEF 6 and GEF 7 Global Wildlife Program is now closed. Project implementation continues, but no new projects are accepted or approved for funding. The Global Wildlife Program, or the GWP, will be replaced by a new program under GEF 8 as soon as the replenishment has been agreed in the middle of this year, and a new lead agency has been appointed. In view of this, the Secretariat would like to suggest a small change to the draft decision 19AA contained in the annex to the document. I invite you to turn to subparagraph A in decision 19AA and delete the words Global Wildlife Program, GWP, and replace these with Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program, so that subparagraph A would reach: parties are encouraged to engage with their Global Environment Facility GEF national focal points in order to take part in the national GEF processes and enhance access to GEF funding through the Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program. I hope this was clear. With this, the Standing Committee is invited to take note of the present document and consider recommending the draft decisions in the annex to COP19 for adoption. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So, Committee, we are on SC 74 Doc 9. The Secretariat has presented the document and invited us to take note, and invited us to recommend the adoption to the Conference of the Parties the adoption of new decisions found in the annex to the document to replace the existing. And in particular, I hope you all took note of the amendment being made in 19AA subparagraph A, referencing the new integrated program. And I'm happy to read that again if that was not clear, but I'll presume it was. And I will invite members of the Standing Committee for your comments on the Doc 9. And for expediency, I will presume if there are no comments that people are comfortable with the recommendations in the document, just so you know how I will manage things as we move forward. So with that, I see a request from the floor from Indonesia and China. So Indonesia, please.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. Indonesia appreciates the Secretariat for preparing the report. Indonesia can support the draft decision to be considered at the next COP. But if we maybe would like to get back to Agenda 8, and we'd like to just record our comment for Agenda 8 that we have a preference for the zero growth change of the budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your comment on Doc 8 and for your agreement with the draft decisions in Doc 9. China, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La Chine nous...
Thank you, Madam. China welcomes the Secretariat's efforts and would like to thank the French authorities and Greater Lyon for their welcome. We would also like to inform you that we have colleagues who were unable to travel to Lyon but will be following the meeting online. On agenda item 8, we have a comment to make. We acknowledge that for some time now the Secretariat has had to deal with a problem in human resources, and there have not been any secondments to the Secretariat from parties for some time now. We do feel that we should continue to encourage parties to second personnel to the Secretariat. We would therefore suggest that we continue our work on 18.4 and draft a new decision on this matter to put to COP19. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So I understood from your intervention that China agrees with the decisions in the annex, but would additionally like to see decision 18.4 be renewed, or invite the COP to renew 18.4. So I will continue to take comments from members of the Standing Committee, including any reactions you might have to the additional suggestion from China. And again, I'll presume silence to mean general agreement with the annex and with the comment, the addition from China. And as I invite members of the Standing Committee to reflect, I'll also open the floor to observer parties. The United States, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States recommends the Standing Committee consider edits to draft decisions 19.AA and 19.DD. For directed to the parties 19.AA, we would strike enhance access to and replace it with facilitate use of allocated, so that the subsection A reads, engage with their global environment facility national focal points in order to take part in the national GEF processes and facilitate use of allocated GEF funding through the, and we would like to agree with the previous suggestion to finish that statement with Global Wildlife Program replaced with Wildlife for Conservation Development Program. We have further edits as well. For 19.AA, under C, we would strike everything after parentheses GEF 8. Moving down to 19.DD, the Secretariat, directed to the Secretariat, we would propose striking or other GEF mechanisms as appropriate, and adding and the before Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program, such that it reads, the Secretariat shall continue to participate in the Program Steering Committee of the GEF Global Wildlife Program and the Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program. And then B, provide technical advice and in-kind support to parties in the development and implementation of the GEF projects, under the Global Wildlife Program, Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program, and we would suggest striking or other JEF mechanisms as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So I've caught your edits. The first one, to facilitate use, sort of a language change. A change in 19AA subparagraph C to strike and ensure that national projects to the end, if I understood that correctly. And then in 19DD, removing references to other JEF mechanisms. So that's sort of a summary of the intent of your amendments. And I will continue to see if there's other reactions from members of the committee and or observer parties. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a request. Is it possible if there are proposed editorials could be shown in the somewhere? Because otherwise it will be very difficult to follow what each member is proposing. And if it is possible, it will be easier for us to agree on the spot. But if not, it wouldn't be very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. I do recognize the challenge. Unfortunately, the way we're set up, it's difficult for me to project amendments. And it's also, we don't really have that kind of time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read it again as amended, as I've heard, so that we can walk through it very slowly. These amendments are fairly small, so I am going to press ahead. Obviously, if we get to other challenges where we have much more complexity, I'll think of alternative approaches. But normally our practice is to try to work through the agenda, including amendments received from the floor. And I do invite parties who wish to introduce amendments for documents to take the time to interact with members of the committee so that there's some awareness of issues that might arise. Right now, I'm going to let you know again where we're at with this document to see if I can help ensure good understanding. So the first point raised by China is to add an additional decision. So if you look at decision 18.4 in Doc 9, it's under paragraph 2. China would like us to renew this decision. And so the Standing Committee would invite the Conference of the Party to renew 18.4. The second point we're at is in Annex 9. There are a suite of decisions that were proposed by the Secretariat. In this annex, I've heard general agreement, and I've heard some edits from the United States to the first proposed decision, 19AA, and the fourth, 19DD. For the first proposed decision, subparagraph A, and this is on Doc 9, page 4 of the English document. So 19AA subparagraph A would read, with the amendments the Secretariat introduced and from the United States, would read, engage with their Global Environment Facility national focal points in order to take part in the national GEF processes and facilitate use of allocated GEF funding through the Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program. So the intent is more or less the same. The second amendment proposed by the United States was in subparagraph C of decision 19AA. And so subparagraph C would now read, monitor the progress of the GEF Global Wildlife Program and the discussion on the establishment of the Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program under the 8th replenishment of resources for the GEF Trust Fund, open parentheses, GEF-8, close parentheses, full stop. So the United States would propose a full stop at that point. Hopefully we're all following. And then the additional amendments are in paragraph 19DD, subparagraph A. And it would read with the United States amendment, continue to participate in the program steering committee of the GEF Global Wildlife Program and the Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program, strike the remaining, and then to ensure that GEF projects under the program are, as far as possible, aligned with CITES decisions and resolutions and contribute to the enhanced implementation of the convention. 19DD subparagraph B with the United States amendment would read, the Secretariat shall provide technical advice and in-kind support to parties in the development and implementation of their GEF projects under the Global Wildlife Program and the Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program. Full stop. I appreciate the challenges of following. I hope that was clear. I'm always happy to repeat if something is not clear. But with that, I would like to continue to take comments from the Standing Committee members and the observer parties. And again, if I don't hear any comments, I will presume that the amendment, the proposal from China and the amendments from the United States are generally agreeable. Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Good morning to all. Thank you very much for the French government for hosting us. Thank you for the Secretariat for this meeting. We would like to support the view of our colleague from Indonesia that it would make our job much easier if we could have the projected amendments on the screen somehow, maybe not today, but maybe for tomorrow or the next days, if possible. That would make more transparent any suggestions for change, and it would make it easier for everyone to follow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Brazil. I guess I'll again reiterate that that is not our common practice. And with our agenda, we will be challenged. In fact, I would say we will not make it through the agenda if we try to project text. And so I do ask people to focus, to listen carefully. For any parties wishing to introduce amendments, please discuss with your colleagues. And again, try to keep our points as precise and clear and focused on the essential as possible. Peru, please.
Buenos días, sí.
Good morning. As it's the first time we're speaking, we'd like to greet the Secretariat and the Government of France for having organized this meeting, and we're very pleased to be able to meet. And from Peru, we have a little matter. We'd like to support the region for all the proposals. We have a slight discrepancy when it comes to the proposal from the United States in 19AA for C. We don't think there's much difference in removing that part and ensure where applicable and the rest of the sentence, because in our country we often have a great deal of proposals. We think we can keep that part that was proposed to be deleted by the United States.
Thank you, Peru. And so I understand that the amendments from the United States you're okay with, except for the amendment to 19AA little c. And certainly in the initial comments, I didn't hear any concerns with these decisions. And so I'll continue to see if there's any other reactions. But otherwise, I will take note that Peru, on behalf of the region, would retain this language. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to seek clarity on the proposal from distinct delegate of China on the 18.4 to renew the decision of the parties. I don't know how operationally it works. I mean, how the process would go operationally. So if there's any specific language to amend the decision, I think delegates have right to propose it in this session or in between session or during the session of the of COP later this year. So I just don't quite understand, just review it. I mean, who does it, how it is done, we just need clarity on that. Of course, if there's a need to change it, yes, happy to change it, but we have to have the clarity on the procedure and process forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. So my understanding of the Chinese proposal was to renew the decision, so without amendment. And so operationally, how this would work is the Standing Committee in our report to the Conference of the Parties on these issues would propose the decisions in the annex and would additionally propose that the Conference of the Parties adopt 18.4 again. Because there's no dates or time-bound element of this particular decision, there would be no necessary consequential amendments. So it would simply be asking the Conference of the Parties to agree to this decision again. I hope that's clear. I hope that's clear for everyone. Okay, so I think we're getting there. I will continue to seek any other comments from parties and standing committee members. I'll see if there are any observer comments. I believe the Secretariat wished to make a comment, so I will turn back to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to the changes proposed by the US to draft decision 19DD, we would just like to recall that the GEF 8 will contain other integrated programs that might be of relevance for CITES and CITES implementation, as has been the case in the past. So we are not sure why we should delete references to other such programs in 19DD subparagraph A or B. We could discuss whether the wording is a little too broad and should rather refer to other relevant integrated programs rather than other GEF mechanisms as appropriate. But we'd like to go back to the US and understand the reason for that particular change. Similarly, we understand that with regard to 19AA subparagraph C, there was a suggestion from Peru to keep the text in subparagraph C, and we think we should listen to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, and I've already picked up the suggestion from Peru on C. Maybe I'll see if the United States wish to comment, and it might be of interest to the other parties and standing committee members regarding the language in DD and the scope of the charge to the Secretariat.
Thank you. The Secretariat had it right. We felt as though other GEF mechanisms as appropriate was a little bit too broad. However, recognizing that it does say as appropriate there, we would be fine with the original language with as appropriate included. So thank you.
Okay, Thank you, United States. So I think that is helpful. And so now I'm going to sum up where we're at, which is actually very few changes in the end, but good discussion. So first of all, it is my sense that there's agreement with China's proposal to invite the Conference of the Parties to renew or re-adopt Decision 18.4. So that will be part of our recommendations to the COP. Regarding the changes, the decisions in the annex that are proposed, there is an amendment to 19AA subparagraph A. So I'm going to read subparagraph A again. And for those following on the English document, this is on page 4. Subparagraph A would read, engage with their global environment facility national focal points in order to take part in the national GEF processes and facilitate use of allocated GEF funding through the Wildlife Conservation for Development Integrated Program. We heard also proposals from the United States for changes to subparagraph C and in 19DD. However, after hearing from Peru and in further consideration, we will not be making amendments. So the remaining of the decisions are as you find them in Annex of Document 9. So if that's well understood, that is my understanding of what the Standing Committee would recommend to the Conference of the Parties. Okay. So seeing no flags or frantic waving, I think that we have that set and we can agree to recommend those decisions, including the renewal of 18.4 to the Conference of the Parties, and move to the next item on the agenda. So the next item on the agenda is document 10 on administrative matters. And I believe we're starting with the report of the Secretariat. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The document 10.1 contains the report of the Secretariat on the administrative matters, including the host country arrangement for the Secretariat. I will start with the host country arrangement for the Secretariat. Since March 2019, a contribution agreement is in place between the Secretariat and the Government of Switzerland on convention support, and includes an annual contribution of 1 million Swiss franc, or a total of 4 million Swiss franc during the period 2019-2022. During the period since COP18 in August 2019 and until today, the Secretariat has finalized 11 recruitment cases for staff funded from the core and external trust funds, and 8 interns. All of the core-funded positions are now fully encumbered. Currently, the Secretariat is working on one ongoing recruitment case within the MIC team, and which we are expecting to be finalizing at the end of this month. The Secretariat also wants to flag for UNEP's Junior Professional Officer Program, in which governments can sponsor position encumbered by its national staff for up to 2 years. The Secretariat has submitted 6 proposals for Junior Professional Program to UNEP, and they are related to enforcement, compliance, project management, communication, and information system areas. And as of today, none of them are sponsored. The Secretariat expressed its deep gratitude to all the parties for their contributions to the Core Trust Fund and to those donors that have enabled the Secretariat to employ additional staff resources through the Voluntary External Trust Fund. I'm now going to move into the administrative changes. Since August 2019, several administrative changes have been proposed by UNEP, and the following items are some of the major administrative changes that have been introduced or implemented by UNEP. The first one is the program support cost policy on its allocation and usage. A note prepared by UNEP on the allocation and usage of the program support cost is contained in Annex 1 to this document and includes breakdown of core or indirect costs that are covered by UNEP and common or direct costs proposed to be covered by the CITES Secretariat. Another item is related to the new delegation of authority on the policy and framework for the management and administration of multilateral environmental agreements. Based on the UN Secretary-General Bulletin on Delegation of Authority and Administration Areas, which was issued in early 2019, UNEP has proposed to replace the delegation that is in place since 1st of November 2016. MEA secretariats administered by UNEP have been involved in this review of the new delegation policy and framework, and a final version was issued by the UNEP Executive Director with an effective date of 15 September 2021. The most significant changes compared to the 2016 delegation of authority relates to human resource matters, usage of legal instruments, signing of contribution agreements, and preparation of financial reports to donors. In line with the paragraph 38 of the Financial Resolution 18.1, an audit by the Office of the Internal Oversight Service of the Secretariat was done during the period January to June 2021. The audit covered the period from 1st of January 2018 until the 31st of December 2020 and included 3 areas. They relate to strategic management and governance, operations management, and finance and administration. The audit showed that there was some need for further strengthening internal controls in the area of strategic management, operations, finance, and administration. OIOS made 9 recommendations to address these issues identified during the audit. The full report from the OIOS with the management comments on the recommendations is contained in Annex 2 of this document. Further review of this document and its recommendations will be dealt with within the Finance and Budget Subcommittee, who will continue to meet during this week. Madam Chair, this will end my briefing on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, for your report. So the committee is invited to note the report, and I will look for any comments from members, starting with members of the Standing Committee, please. North America, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As this is the first time Canada is intervening, Canada would like to thank the government of France for hosting us for this first in-person meeting of the CITES Standing Committee. We are very pleased to be here in France to resume the work of the convention, and despite the still ongoing pandemic and all of the precautions that go with it, we very much appreciate the importance of in-person negotiations. So we thank the Secretariat as well and its incredible team for helping us to get here, and thank you, Chair. On behalf of the, I apologize, this is on behalf of Canada. Canada notes that the item related to administrative matters, and thanks the Secretariat and the Finance Budget Subcommittee and the United Nations Environmental Program for these reports. Regarding document 10.1, Canada thanks the Secretariat for its report on administrative matters, including host country arrangements for the Secretariat, However, we note with concern the lack of inclusion of the Standing Committee in the development and establishment of a new delegation authority policy and framework for the management and administration of the multilateral environmental agreements, which we note is contrary to the terms of the MOU between UNEP and the Standing Committee. In this regard, we seek clarification from the Secretariat on the reasons why the Standing Committee was not consulted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. And I believe UNEP will also probably be better placed to respond to your query. So I will first continue to take additional comments from the members of the Standing Committee. And I'll also invite observer parties who may wish to comment. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation had the introduction from the Secretariat on the issue of including the engineer professional officers, which is not fully utilized at this point. I just want to emphasize that this is important and useful mechanism so that the young prospective professionals can enter into the CITES and other multilateral environment agreements. So we would like to encourage Secretariat to further utilize this mechanism to invite the young professional to enter into the CITES Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. And I will, while I take the floor, I will see if the Secretariat wishes to respond to any of those comments. But I will continue to first see if there are comments from members of the committee, observer parties, and I'll also invite observers. Secretariat, perhaps I'll invite you to comment on the comment from Japan on the young professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well noted, thank you very much. And as I said before, we have 6 available JPO proposals. And anybody who is interested, please contact me or you contact UNEP headquarters. But please let me know and we can help you push them through in that case. Those are related to, as I said, enforcement, compliance, project management, communication, and information system areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretariat. Regarding the comment from Canada, I think we will hear first the report from UNEP. I will note that in the development of the delegation of authority instrument that I was provided the document, but I was not given an opportunity to comment in terms of speaking to Canada's point about the role of the Standing Committee in the development of that document. With that, perhaps, though, I will end the discussion on document 10.1, taking note of the comments that were heard, and I will turn our attention to the next document, 10.2. Okay, and I'll invite the Secretariat to give a brief comment on this one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Considering the information provided in document 10.1, the Secretariat has not been able to prepare details for indirect and direct services for review and comparison between different service providers. And therefore, no details have been provided to the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. In view of this, no working document has been prepared for this agenda item 10.2 related to the administrative hosting models for the Secretariat. Further review of this agenda item will be dealt with within the Finance and Budget Committee during the coming week. Madam Chair, this will end my briefing on 10.2. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, for that brief introduction, and I will see if there's any comments, noting there's further discussion happening in the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. So I'll first open the floor to members of the Standing Committee on document 10.2. I will also invite observer parties. I will also open the floor to observers. Okay, seeing no comments, thank you for your report, Secretariat. Taking note, and we will turn now to document 10.3. So this is the report of the United Nations Environment Program on administrative matters. So I would like to turn to UNEP, please, if you could present this report. If you could raise your flag or take the floor, that would be appreciated. Sorry, UNEP, are you ready to take the floor to present the report in document 10.3?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the opportunity to present the document on program support costs. First of all, Madam Chair, with your permission, may I take this opportunity to comment on the delegation of authority very briefly, if you agree. And then for this paper on program support costs, I had some logistical issues. If I can present it somewhere a little bit later, but I would request to briefly comment on the delegation of authority on the following aspects. First of all, the delegation of authority was initiated by the Secretary General across all entities falling under the Secretariat of the United Nations, including UNEP and all its constituent parts, of which CITES is regarded as one. Now, the objective of this exercise was to harmonize processes of administration, including on human resources, financial resources, budget, procurement, and so on, in order to avoid customization for each entity, because it was going to bring differences in the way some of the processes are handled. Obviously, this brought a challenge because each entity has some unique circumstances that require specific arrangements. And therefore, the reason I've asked for the floor, to present this on the floor, is to ask the Standing Committee and the Chair if there are any specific areas of concern that require looking into, because any document, including the delegation of authority and all these instruments, are live documents and they are updates which can be dealt with as a result of any feedback that could arise from difficulties in implementing the instruments as they have been issued. And therefore, on behalf of UNEP, we would receive any of those elements that might cause difficulties to management and administration of CITES, and we will present them through the appropriate channels so that the Standing Committee can receive a feedback. Now, coming to the program support cost paper, I would request that details can be presented to the Budget Committee. For now, we have prepared a paper which was shared and as already announced by the Secretariat, which shows the evolution of program support costs. However, 2 points that I want to raise for information of the plenary. First is that one of the issues affecting the program support cost is that the delegation of authority of running or operating this program support income has been transferred from the Executive Director of UNEP to the Controller of the United Nations. And therefore, in view of these changes, the evolution and policy has been delayed because a number of consultations and authorizations have to be obtained from the controller. Secondly, with the introduction of Umoja, it has emerged that some costs previously classified as administrative, purely administrative, and therefore funded from the share of program support income that is allocated to UNEP, have expanded, and many of those components are now programmatic. And therefore, there has been some change in the way the program support costs are funded. With those 2 points, Madam Chair, we would be happy to provide the details and get all the responses through the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, UNEP, for your report, which also is summarized in document 10.3. I will open the floor to members of the Standing Committee for any comments or reaction on the report from UNEP, and understanding that some of the more details on the management of program support costs will be taken up by the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. I also note your comment regarding the delegation of authority. I understood from your comment that this document is considered a living document with opportunities for the committee to fulfill its requirements under the MOU to provide advice and recommendations on the document. Of course, the committee wasn't aware of that. However, it is posted on the website. So I will invite some reviews of that, and we will see if there's any reactions. So I will first open the floor to members of the Standing Committee for any comments you might wish to make on document 10.3. Seeing no comments from members of the Standing Committee, I will also invite observer parties if they have any comments on the report from UNEP. And finally, seeing no comments from observer parties, I will open the floor to all participants, observer parties, members of the committee, or observers who might wish to comment. Okay, seeing no comments at this time, we'll take note of the report from UNEP and look forward to further discussions in the Finance and Budget Subcommittee and that report. So with that, closes our discussion of the items under document 10. So I will now turn to documents under agenda item 11, and this is on preparations for the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. I will start with our next host country, Panama, under 11.1, and invite you to provide your report or updates on preparations for the Conference of the Parties.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Voy a hablar en español. Como es la
Thank you. As this is the first time we've taken the floor, we would like to take this opportunity to thank the Greater Lyon as well as the Government of France for hosting this meeting, and thank the Secretariat for all of the preparatory work for this standing committee. We are delighted to have the opportunity to host the 19th Conference of the Parties. I would like to give you a presentation in order to show you how we're doing with respect to preparing for this conference. Welcome to Panama. We're delighted to be able to host this most significant wildlife conference in November 2022. We're calling this the COP of the Americas. It's been a long time since Latin America has hosted a COP, and we are particularly pleased that Panama is going to be able to welcome CITES. I would like to tell you a little bit about Panama. You can move between the Pacific and the Caribbean in Panama, and this gives you a very good idea of the diversity, the biodiversity that we have. We also have a number of national protected areas, and in the urban area, we have 125 protected areas which cover a great deal of our territory and our marine areas. We are one of the most biodiverse countries in the world given our surface area, and we feel that we are therefore in an excellent position to host a conference of the parties as important as the CITES COP, the COP for wildlife. Here you have a little creature that we have in Panama, and I'm just showing you this image so that you get some sense of our biodiversity. And here you have the latest report on our national biodiversity report, which shows our biodiversity with respect to species as compared to the rest of the world. This dates back to 2018, but we do hope that we're going to have the numbers updated soon. Panama does not just have biodiversity to offer you, but cultural activities as well. We, of course, are part of biodiversity. It's not just a matter of wildlife. When it comes to biodiversity, we humans are involved too. And we now have a video to show you just to give you some sense of what is on offer.
No, well, that's the convention center, that's fine. No era el video correcto.
That was not what we had in mind, but here you have a video on the convention center.
Ahora sí.
This is the one we wanted to show you.
La tierra que emergió para cambiar la biodiversidad del mundo, separando los océanos y uniendo a la humanidad. Aquí, donde las mentes de científicos nuevo normal. Este es nuestro normal natural. Aquí estamos. Desde que cambiamos el mundo, estamos preparados. Y aquí estaremos para cambiar el tuyo. Panamá, descubierta por naturaleza.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. As the video has shown you, we bring two continents together, which shows our significance with respect to biodiversity and the joining of North and South. We are also a logistic hub. It is very easy to travel to Panama, and that will be one of the advantages to the COP taking place there. We are going to have strategic points and ways of helping participants, because the conference center is some ways away from some of the hotels, but we are going to have a contribution made from a standing organization that we have in the country to deal with transport issues, and they will be liaising with the Secretariat. Here, what you see on the map here is the convention center. In dark green, you see our national parks, and this is an image we wanted to show you so that you could see how close the convention center is to areas with high biodiversity. And we also have attractions of international interest that are near the convention center. We have a number of places you might want to visit, wetlands, for instance, with mangrove swamps. There's a mangrove swamp near the around the convention center too. So we'll be surrounded by biodiversity. So now I would suggest that you watch the video about the convention center.
Bueno, no se escucha. Gracias por el video.
Thank you for showing that video. Though I would like to clarify that construction is complete on the convention center. It may look a bit like there was a building site, but that's an old image. We wanted to show you what is available in the convention center. We've been working with the Secretariat so that we're dealing with how the rooms are going to be allocated. The last time we had a meeting with the Secretariat, we were able to go over the whole convention center, looking at the building plan in order to allocate rooms, offices, working groups, and plenary sessions. The convention center can hold more than 15,000 people. So we hope that there'll be some 4,000 people attending the COP. Here you have part of the interinstitutional team that was involved in organizing the conference. 30 different bodies and organizations are involved: immigration, security, customs authorities, and other relevant ministries. This all shows how significant this COP is. It is not just a matter for the Ministry for Environmental Affairs. This is a Panamanian conference. That brings me to the end of our presentation. We would like to ask whether we could take a bit of time to show you the logo that we have. Perhaps later on, we want to show you the logo that has been approved by the Secretariat. That brings us to the end of our presentation on the COP. We are looking forward to welcoming you to Panama in November.
Muchas gracias, Panama. I'm sure we're all very excited to be there. I know I have to look for a Birds of Panama book, or my colleagues will be very ashamed of me. So thank you very much for that presentation. And we will work over lunch to see if we can have a way to display the logo so that everyone can benefit of seeing that. I will first open the floor to see if there's any comments or questions to our next host country. So open the floor to standing committee members. Senegal?
Merci beaucoup. C'était pour montrer. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. As this is the first time we've taken the floor, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Secretariat and the French authorities for all of the work that has been done to prepare for this meeting and hosting it. Now, with respect to the Panamanian presentation, I would like to congratulate them on introducing Panama and the Convention Center. There is indeed a wonderful biodiversity in Panama that we have to endeavor to protect. Now, I do have one question with respect to Panama. Could you tell us what your emblematic animal is? This has to do with conservation services. Could you tell us what is being done to protect your emblem animal?
Colleagues from Panama, can you respond? Thank you.
Con gusto.
Of course. We have a national bird, and it is completely protected nationally and internationally. We have our eagle, which is protected by funds that hope to reintroduce this bird into its natural environment. And in fact, we recently have seen one of these eagles in Panama City, which means we really do hope that we are protecting our emblem. There are nests that we have found around the city, and that is very heartening. Then we also have our jaguars, which are vital to our country and the region. And we currently have a JEF program, which is to work with areas where there are jaguars, and we're going to we protect them. And what we're dealing here mainly is human-wildlife conflict rather than illegal killing of jaguars. So it's a matter of ensuring that farmers find ways of living with jaguars. And we are working with UNEP, and we have a national foundation that specializes in jaguar management. And we have a GEF-7 program in order to protect these animals. Then you will see when you see the logo just how many other species we have. We have a special frog as well that unfortunately is no longer to be seen in the natural world, but we do have a number of NGOs that have undertaken to protect the golden frog in captivity, and the hope is that we will be able to reintroduce it into the natural world. That has not yet happened, but we hope that that will happen. But it is sadly a creature that is almost entirely extinct because there is a problem, an infection that affects frogs throughout the world, a fungal infection.
Through some of the important species in your country, and as you mentioned, we'll also see the logo, or some will be highlighted. I will see if there's further questions. Let's see if there's questions in particular about the preparations for the COP, as I am also mindful of the tightness of our agenda. So any questions on preparations for the COP from members of the Standing Committee? And I also invite observer parties. And I'll also invite any observers who may wish to comment or ask questions regarding our Panama's well-advanced preparations for the Conference of the Parties. Zimbabwe, please.
Thank you, Chair. Since we're taking the floor for the first time, we wish to express our sincere gratitude to the French government for the hosting of this meeting, and to the Secretariat for the successful convening of this meeting. We wish also to appreciate the kind of preparedness that we have seen in terms of the hosting of the COP19 in Panama City, and we kindly maybe reiterate and request that adequate arrangements be put in place for facilitating the issue of language. I know there might be challenges in terms of language, so if there might be adequate preparations where possible to ensure that participants are actually cared for, even at the airports, ports of entry. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. And I'm sure our hosts from Panama have noted the desire to ensure that there's clarity in the transition as we get to the Conference of the Parties. So thank you for that. Okay, I will see if there's any last remarks from members of the Standing Committee, observers, Okay, I will take one comment from Species Survival Network, and then we can move to the next one. Please.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam. First of all, we would like to thank the government of France for hosting us in this lovely city. Secondly, we would like to thank Panama for having taken the challenge and undertaken this huge adventure, which is organizing a conference of the parties. We are sure that the COP is going to be a great success. And we would like to say that we are prepared to do everything possible to ensure the success of that COP. Thank you.
Thank you, SSN. And I'm sure you speak for many of us that we are looking forward to a successful COP in Panama. So, seeing no further requests for the floor, I'd like to thank Panama for their update on arrangements for the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, and we take note of the good progress made so far. So I will now turn our attention to document 11.2, the draft agenda for the Conference of the Parties, and I will turn to the Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair. At present, the draft agenda is based on items for which a discussion is expected by virtue of the text of the Convention or an instruction in a resolution or decision. It will undoubtedly change based on submissions from parties and from the Secretariat. The document submission date of 17 June 2022 was communicated in notification to the parties number 2021/055, published on 15 September 2021. The Secretariat would like to draw the attention of the Standing Committee and observers to Resolution Con 4.6 on the submission of draft resolutions, draft decisions, and other documents for meetings of the Conference of Parties to be considered in preparation of the documents to be submitted for consideration by COP19. The Secretariat recommends that the Standing Committee provide its comments on the draft provisional agenda in the annex to document SC 74 Doc 11.2 and approve the document with any amendments made during the present meeting as the basis for the preparation of the provisional agenda for COP19. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So in document 11.2, you have a draft provisional agenda to form the basis of the agenda for the Conference of the Parties, recognizing, of course, that documents may arise from submissions from parties, the deadline of which is 17 June 2022. So I will invite comments from members of the Standing Committee on this draft provisional agenda. I'll also invite observer parties. And I'll open the floor to observers. Okay. Seeing no requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees to approve the document 11.2 as the basis for the preparation of the provisional agenda of the Conference of the Parties. And I will now turn our attention to document 11.3 on the draft working program. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair. At SC 65, the committee decided that, as a general rule, the provisional working program for future meetings of the Conference of Parties should follow the schedule that it was adopted for COP16. The Secretariat has followed that year as, in our view, it worked well for COP17 and 18. The draft working program in the annex to document SC 74, Doc 11.3, is annotated to indicate whether it is proposed to be discussed in plenary session only or whether it should first be discussed in Committee 1 or Committee 2. However, in order to ensure a balance of work, these placements may need to be adjusted in the light of the full list of documents presented for discussion at COP19 and as a consequence of discussions with the chairs designated for Committees 1 and 2. The Secretariat requests that the Standing Committee approve the draft working program in the annex as the basis for the preparation of the provisional working program for COP19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I'll turn everyone's attention again to document 11.3 and the draft proposed working program for the Conference of the Parties. I'll invite your comments on the draft program in the annex as to form the basis of the preparing. So I see Israel, please. So Israel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time we're taking the floor at this meeting, we, like other parties, would like to thank France for hosting this meeting in the beautiful city of Lyon, and also to the Secretariat and the staff for preparation of this meeting. Specifically looking at the draft working program in this document, we would like to ask the Secretariat why specifically the weekend days off in the middle of the meeting are scheduled to be on Sunday and Monday. If there's some specific reason why that was chosen as the weekend days for a break, to have 2 days off in the middle of the meeting. We would recommend that the weekend should preferably be Saturday and Sunday if possible, if 2 days are chosen off as opposed to Sunday and Monday, unless there's some very specific reason why it was chosen that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. I'll let the Secretariat reflect on that, and I will continue to take comments first from members of the Standing Committee. I see Panama, please.
Gracias por la palabra.
Thank you, Madam. Panama would tend to agree that we should perhaps look again at this weekend. It might be better to have Saturday and Sunday so that we have that as the time off.
Okay, thank you, Panama. I will see if there's any further comments from the Standing Committee members, and I'll also invite observer parties. Congo, please.
Okay, merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congo is speaking for the first time, and so we'd like to thank France for having organized this meeting, and we'd also like to congratulate the Republic of Panama for all their preparations for COP19. We are speaking on this provisional working program, and I see that there is a lack of harmony between the date in the data, the 19th meeting from the 17th to the 22nd of November, but we see it starts on Saturday, the 12th of November, until the 24th of November. So maybe there's an issue with the dates on the document.
Thank you, Congo, and I think we can clarify a response to your question in a moment, but I'm going to first see if there's more questions or comments, and then we'll take them all in a group. So again, I'll open the floor to parties, as well as Standing Committee members, and I'll also now invite observers if there's any comments on the draft provisional working program. Okay, seeing no further comments or questions from the floor, I'll turn to the Secretariat to respond regarding the weekend and the dates. Secretariat?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the comments. In terms of the proposed time for the weekend, the idea was just to push as much work as possible during the first week of the meeting, because usually the agenda is quite packed. But we can take the comments of the Standing Committee into consideration in finalizing the working program. And then in terms of the dates for that's reflected in the working program, the first few days are for registration to ensure everyone participating in the COP can register in advance of the meeting starting on the 14th. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. And I also note that one of those early dates is also a meeting of this committee in advance of the start of the Conference of the Parties, the 75th meeting. So with those comments, I understand that the Standing Committee is ready to agree with the provisional working program, noting the preference to have the Saturday 19th and Sunday the 20th as the break days. And so we would ask the Secretariat, when developing the working program, to take that into consideration as much as possible. Okay, so with that, we can move next to the next item, which is 11.4. So I'd like everyone to turn their attention then to SC 74, Doc 11.4. This document was submitted by Canada, myself as chair of the working group on the review of the rules of procedures to the Conference of the Parties. So the 18th Conference of the Parties directed the Standing Committee to review specifically Rule 7.2 and Rule 25. The working group worked intersessionally and presented its first set of conclusions to the 73rd meeting of the Standing Committee, where we agreed on amendments to Rule 7.2 and Rule 25.5 and a consequential amendment to Rule 25.6. The working group was asked to give some further consideration to possible amendments to Rule 25, paragraph 6 in particular. Gotta keep my paragraphs. One of the comments was about also including some examples of how the different proposals and changes to the rules might practically be realized in the discussions of the Conference of the Parties. So after reflecting on the comments made by the Standing Committee in its 73rd meeting, the working group reaffirmed if the three aspects previously identified as needing attention were still relevant. Those are found in paragraph 9, the order of proposals, the clarity to the chair on ensuring all proposals are presented, and ensuring that there are ways to address all taxon when there are overlapping but incompletely overlapping proposals. And that latter point is the most challenging to try to understand. There were generally mixed views on whether or not amendments to Rule 25.6 were necessary. So working group members who found that changes to Rule 25.6 were necessary were generally supportive of the three elements identified in paragraph 9, and the proposal that was made originally to SC 73 with some minor tweaks from the United States that was presented at that time. Whereas other members of the working group were unconvinced that any amendments, aside from those agreed at SC 73, were necessary for 25.6. So based on that discussion, we agreed to propose the amendments again in Rule 25.6 to address the three elements that were identified as relevant. And in the annex, there is a bit, in the guidance material, Annex 2, there is a bit of a description as to what each of those elements and those changes proposed in Rule 25.6 were intended to accomplish, as well as some scenarios to give a sense of what the application of the amended rules might look like in practice on at the COP. So the committee is invited to agree to propose to the Conference of the Parties amendments to Rule 25.6. They're found in paragraph 15. And the compilation of amendments agreed both at SC 73 and being proposed right now are found in Annex 1. So with that, I'm happy to turn the floor over to members of the Standing Committee to seek your comments on the proposed amendments, in particular to Rule 25.6, as found in paragraph 15 or Annex 1 of the document. I'll open the floor to members of the Standing Committee, and I see Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, we were part of this working group, and we would like to support the way that you have prepared this final report and the decision, the changes to Rule 25.6 as they appear. We would hope that they would be accepted by the committee without any further changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. I see Indonesia, followed by China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. Thank you for the time. First of all, Indonesia thanks the Secretariat for facilitating this meeting and for its continued support, including Indonesia during this difficult time. Indonesia appreciates the work by the working group on rules of procedures. And as we have stated before, we are amenable and supportive for the proposed changes to Rules 7.2 and Rules 25.5. And we thank the Secretariat and the parties for the hard work. However, regarding Rule 25.6, Indonesia again considers that there's no urgent need to amend Rule 25.6 from the current rule. The current rule of procedure provides that when considering various proposed amendments on the same subject, parties should consider the first proposed amendments that have least restrictive effects on the trade in the species. And then, if they don't agree with that, then on proposed amendments with the next least restrictive effect, and so on and so forth, and not the other way around. We believe that Rule 25.6 was drafted and established by the parties of this convention based on the rationale that drastic changes should be avoided, since it might affect the livelihood of people, especially of poor people from developing countries and least developed countries, especially during this difficult pandemic time. And we also think that, let's say, if us, the parties to the conventions, have a consensus and we are going towards a more restrictive effect of trade, then eventually we will agree on the more restricted one. So nothing stops us to have a more restrictive one. But I guess we have agreed before that we should start from the least restrictive one to address the concern of developing and its people. Hence, we believe that this rule and this rationale still serve the convention and its parties. Hence, Indonesia does not support the proposal to amend Rule 25.6, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. And I also understand that your concern is primarily with the element of replacing more and least, like least with more.
Correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So next on my list is China, followed by Belgium, and then the North American region. China, please.
Thank you. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you have indicated, this is a complex matter, and we appreciate the work carried out by the working group, in particular Canada. We consider that the rules of the Conference of the Parties are essential for the good management of the conference. So that is why we should adopt an pragmatic approach to all amendments to our rules of procedure. Indeed, the current rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties, which has been in application for many years, is one that all the parties know. We support the amendment of Rule 25.5 as approved at SC 73 because it aims to improve the rules. But in terms of 25.6, we see that parties had expressed different points of view during the meetings. And so we think we should amend the rules of procedure as little as possible. So we support the recommendation of the Secretariat, and we think that Article 25.6 should not be amended. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So I understand that you do not agree with the amendments in 25.6 as brought forward by the working group. So I will now turn to the next speaker on my list, which is Belgium, followed by the North American region. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we also want to thank France for their generosity in hosting this meeting, and also the Secretariat and you, Chair, for the preparation of this meeting. As it is the first time that Belgium takes the floor, we want to make it clear that all interventions are on behalf of the EU and its member states. On document 11.4, we support the recommended amendments to Rule 25.6, but we also want to stress that it is important that any change in the voting order would need to be exceptional and duly justified by the chair in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. And I understood that that was the intent of this addition in the rules, for it to be exceptional. And of course, if parties don't agree, they have recourse through a point of order. So thank you, Belgium. So I understand you support the changes to Rule 25.6. I will continue with the members of the Standing Committee, and I have the North American region, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. The North American region thanks the working group for its excellent work and supports the recommendations to clarify the decision-making process on amendments to the appendices. A common understanding on process will assist the parties and the chair in subsequent meetings. The modifications in Rule 25.5 will clarify and streamline the process of dealing with different proposals. The North American region also supports the proposed amendments to Rule 25.6. These amendments will ensure that the rules of procedure will enable and not inhibit the making of decisions that is most appropriate for the conservation of the species concerned, in accordance to the CITES listing criteria, based on the best available information and within the scope of the proposals that have been submitted in accordance to Article 15. And they will ensure fairness to different perspectives in reaching that decision. The North American region appreciates that the chair will, however, retain authority on an exceptional basis to alter the order of the discussion and decision. Clarifying the order in which such decisions are taken increases transparency, as all proposals will be presented, and facilitates decision-making. In addition, the requirement that any remaining taxes are presented will ensure that no proposal is not considered. These modifications should increase understanding of and confidence of in what is a complex process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North American Region. I will see if there's more comments from members of the Standing Committee, and I see Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oceania would like to align ourselves with the perspectives and comments from Israel, Belgium, and the North American region. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Oceania. Okay. So I don't see any more requests from members of the Standing Committee, so I'll open the floor then to observer parties who may wish to comment. Tanzania, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Tanzania the floor. Since we are taking the floor for the first time, we wish to take this opportunity to thank the government of France and the Secretariat for organizing this very important meeting. Chair, I want to draw attention to Rule 25.6, of which we don't support. We think issues to do with trade should literally look at issues for communities as well. The issue is not necessarily to do with the trade, but what is actually happening on the ground. So as far as Tanzania is concerned, we do not support this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. That was clear. I will again continue to take any more reactions from members of the Standing Committee, from observer parties. United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. And as it's the first time we've taken the floor, I'd also like to thank the City of Lyon and the French government for hosting us this week, and to the Secretariat for the considerable work they have done in preparing for this meeting. We'd just like to add our voice and comments in support of the views that have been already put across by North American region, European region, and Oceania. And we welcome the clarifications and amendments to both Rule 25.5 and 25.6. We think this brings clarity, that all proposals will be considered, and we appreciate that there is still an opportunity for the Chair to consider other options and processes with the agreement of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I will again see if there's any more comments from parties, and I'll also shortly open the floor to observers as well. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Chair. And since it's the first time South Africa takes the floor, we would also like to thank France for hosting the meeting and welcoming us into Lyon. And thanks, Chair, for the work done on this document when quite a tricky subject when coming to this rules of procedure. South Africa is of the view that it's an important part in terms of Rule 25.6, especially given the effect of the change from least to most seems quite the opposite, from considering the least effect on trade to most effect on trade. So we are of the view that we can accept the amendment to 25, but only if the least is retained and not most restricted on trade. That part of the text is the only text that we feel that can be retained in order to find a way forward. We think when considering the document, the outcomes are going to still be the same, but we just want the least effect on trade as indicated by Indonesia in terms of considering trade first. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa. I'll open the floor, if I keep my voice, to, sorry, it's quite hot in here, to members of the committee, observer parties, and observers. Okay, so I don't see any further requests for the floor. So I'm trying to take my time with this one because, of course, the rules are... Oh, Namibia, please.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the floor. Also allow us to take the opportunity to thank the government of France for hosting us, and also to thank the Secretariat for the job well done. All the preparatory work which went in here is really appreciated. Chairperson, we would not like to waste your time. Maybe just to indicate our position that Namibia also does not support amendments to Rule 25.6, and that is for the same reasons raised by Tanzania, China, Indonesia, and partly by South Africa. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Namibia. Okay, China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can see that there are very divergent positions from the parties on this issue. So China proposes that instead of taking a decision straight away, that we continue, or we put together an in-session working group or an intersessional working group to go further into this debate so that we can achieve a consensus on this point. Thank you.
So thank you. So apologies, I was taking a minute to think because I'm very cognizant of the fact that the rules of procedure are really important for the smooth operating of the Conference of the Parties. And so it's important, I think, that we have a good understanding of the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties and what changes we might be proposing, because should the COP adopt these rules, that will influence the way that COP rolls out, and I want to make sure that everyone is clear on that. I also note that the Intersessional Working Group has talked about this question for quite some time, so there was lots of opportunity in the Intersessional Working Group for parties to express their views. They focused in on those 3 points, and of those 3 points, the concerns I've heard from the Africa region and the Asia region focus a lot on the first point, so the point of order, least or most. Overall, and I'm also mindful of South Africa's comment, it seems that the other amendments to deal with the points about ensuring that all proposals are given the opportunity to be heard and to ensure that all taxon are in some way addressed, I hear a fairly strong agreement with those, with the exception, of course, from the interventions that didn't want to see any of the changes. I cannot form an intersessional working group. We need to come to conclusion on this so that the COP is well prepared and understands what might be in front of them in terms of decisions. I would be willing to have a brief in-session discussion on the point of least and most. Again, while I'm really loath to set up in-session working groups because of our very limited time, I'm also equally cognizant that the rules are the foundation for our Conference of the Parties discussion. So I will see if there is an interest in the committee members and in the observer parties to have a very brief discussion, maybe one session, on least to most to see if there is an opportunity to come to consensus on that. I will also add just my understanding based on the discussion that we've had here is that I've heard support from 3 regions for the changes proposed by the working group to Rule 25.6. I've heard concerns from 2 regions. So it's a fairly even mix, but overall, it seems to me there is support, and I would suggest that the Standing Committee does consider advancing these amendments to the Conference of the Parties. However, I'm hopeful that we might be able to have a bit of a discussion on this change, the first change, which is to start with least or start with most restrictive on trade. So I'm willing to set up a very small discussion amongst those parties that identified this concern to see if we can come to a common understanding. I'm going to see if there's any objections, reactions to that. I really do think, again, that it's important that we all come away with a good understanding of the rules of procedure so that we start our foundation at COP19 with a common understanding. Okay, so I'm getting some reactions to that idea, so I'm going to open the floor a little bit. I'm going to start with Israel, Mexico, USA, and then we'll go from there. So Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would tend to think that this may be a good way forward to resolve it. So if I understand correctly, your idea is that we would accept all the changes that are proposed except for that one sentence in the middle of 25.6, and then there would be a mandate to a small group just to look at that one sentence that includes the least and most references in the middle of 25.6. So if that's the mandate of this little drafting group, or whatever you want to call it, we would be very happy to take part in that, and we would support your idea to do that at this meeting. Thank you.
Yes, Israel, you understood correctly. It was my sense that the objections I heard were, for some, were focused on that order, and so I thought that might be an issue we might discuss, and then move forward with the other amendments. Mexico, you wanted to take the floor?
Thank you. Yes, good day, everyone. I would like to thank the French government, Lyon, for hosting us, and the Secretariat for having organized this meeting. We had the opportunity to discuss this matter at previous meetings, and I would tend to support what Canada has proposed. I think this least most questions are independent in a way I think we're looking at kind of a mathematical principle and seeing how amendments would affect a species. So if you're looking at how a species would be affected, I don't know that that really has any direct effect on the way in which these amendments are considered, because we're looking at the end of the day at restrictions to trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. I noticed Peru, so Peru as a standing committee, and then after that I will go to the USA and Brazil. Peru, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam. We agree that it would be good to look into this a bit more. And we would be happy to participate in the work of any working group that is set up sessionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Indonesia, you wanted to take the floor again? So apologies, United States and Brazil will come to you, but Indonesia, please.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. First of all, we are ready, Indonesia is ready to engage if the small group will discuss this issue furthermore during our event. And second, we just like to record that our position is, in addition to the most changing the order from against the changing of order from least to most, we also have not agreed on the next changes, which is, however, the chair might exceptionally propose a different order. So far, we don't believe that this is necessary. So, just for the record, we are also against this chair discretion, to change the order. Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Indonesia. I'll take a note of that. I think for the purposes of my path forward, we're going to stick to the least to most. I note your comment on the discretion, but I also note the rules have a number of different safeguards for the parties to ensure that the debate occurs the way they have requested. The United States, please, followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our preference would be to not further discuss this here at this meeting. However, of course, we are interested in engaging should you strike this in-session working group. We recognize that there are further nuances that could be explored, including this one, and that we do believe the amendments put forward by this working group provide a practical way forward for COP19, and that any future discussion we'd have on this could be informed by actual experience. And so at this point, we're dealing with scenarios, hypothetical scenarios, and concerning ourselves with what could play out. For us, at the heart of it is that every party's proposal be heard, and our understanding is that after being heard, the decision will be made based on the proposals put forward. So there is no one that gets left out who brings a proposal forward. Everyone's proposal is heard, and then the decision making is not changed. Every party gets to vote in their own right at a COP. And so for us, that is the most transparent, as was expressed by the North American region, but also fair way that for a party who does the work and brings forward a proposal, it's at least presented for consideration of the parties. So again, we would prefer to not have to meet and that we try this out. If we do meet, we would like to engage because this is very important to the U.S. that every party be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. We appreciate your effort to try to reach a solution, and we would happily like to be included in this drafting group or board that meets up. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil, and I will make my suggestions about the working group momentarily, so parties need not worry. You will, if a party is interested in participating, that will be available. But Namibia, please.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving us the floor again. Chairperson, we find your proposal very progressive, and we also think that it will it creates that compromise between those who are not in favor of the entire of the entire amendment and those who are in favor, and therefore we really support your proposal, Chairperson, and we'll be happy to participate also. Thank you.
Thank you, Namibia. So I think I am getting to the point where I will want to have a small group of, and I'm going to leave it with the parties, again, because we're focusing on rules, to have a discussion on least most, just that one aspect. China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. China would be happy to participate in all discussions on this issue, including a group tackling the question of least most. We do feel that we have to make every effort to find consensus. We do not want to have divergence within the parties. And we have to ensure that all countries, including developed countries, are heard. Thank you.
And I think my last request is from Japan. So Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, my delegation would like to indicate that it supports the proposed amendment by the chair because that takes into consideration various factors and taking care of the most of the many of the concerns of the parties. So and also I'd like to say that we should avoid the having the in-session meeting because we have an overwhelming number of the agenda items before us. So that's for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Japan, and thank you for voicing your support of the amendments in 25.6. And were this any other matter, I think I would have moved forward with the recommendations as presented, as I do hear fairly strong support from a majority. However, again, I'm very mindful of the importance that the rules play in the smooth operating of the Conference of the Parties. So I am going to go ahead and invite parties, committee members and observer parties who wish to have a discussion on the point regarding least or most in terms of the order to identify themselves by raising their flag. It's my hope that we can have this discussion over the lunch break, provide clarity, respond, understand concerns a bit better. And I will volunteer to chair that as I chaired this working group. So parties who wish to participate, please go ahead and raise your flag, and I'll ask the Secretariat to help me make sure I catch everyone. Namibia, China, I'm assuming Indonesia, Kenya, Peru, Dominican Republic, Israel, Canada, United States, United Republic of Tanzania, United Kingdom, European Union, Brazil, Gabon, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Congo, Mexico, Senegal. Did you get everyone? Congo, I got your name.
I missed one.
Congo?
Brazil, Gabon, between Gabon and...
So thank you. So those parties whose names I called out, we will, I'll ask the Secretary to arrange a spot for us, and before we break, I'll announce so we can have a discussion on, again, least to most. So it's a very tight mandate so you're all aware. So with that, I'm going to, okay, Guinea, did you wish to be added to the group? Yes, okay, Guinea, please. And I do welcome parties. This is, like I said, fundamental piece. But now I'd like to turn our attention to document 11 which, oh, I've lost my order. 5. Secretariat, I believe you were going to make a comment. So Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to selection of nominees for committee chairs for COP19, SE 54 agreed on a procedure for the selection of nominees for chairmanship of the committees at meetings of the Conference of the Parties. On 8 December 2020, the Standing Committee agreed by correspondence on a procedure for the selection of nominees for officers to serve at the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. The details relating to the selection panel, the deadline for submission of proposals, and the procedures, including the general principles, was shared with parties through notification to the parties number 2021/058, published on 4 October 2021. The selection panel comprises of the chair and vice chair of the Standing Committee, the next host country, regional members from other regions, and the Secretariat. The closing date for nominations is 19 March 2022, and according to the procedure agreed by the Standing Committee, parties should make their proposals to the panel through the CITES Secretary General by 19 March 2022 at the latest. The selection panel will decide on nominees by 14 June 2022, after which the Secretary General will inform members of the Standing Committee of the selected nominees. Selected nominees will be formally confirmed at the 75th meeting of the Standing Committee in Panama City, Panama. Thank you, Chair.
Will be decided by this date.
Okay. Thank you, Secretariat. So just to underscore, the deadline for providing nominees is the 19th of March, and the selection panel will confirm its proposals, suggestions, by the 14th of June. Are there any comments on the work of the selection panel? I'll open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee. And I'll also invite observer parties. And I'll open the floor as well to observers. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very brief comment. In the past, we've made recommendations to the Secretariat for nominees for chairing committees, and unfortunately, we never got any feedback on our nomination. So we would just encourage the Secretariat that if a country does nominate somebody, that they should get an answer back at some point on whether that person was chosen or not. It's a small issue, but it wasn't dealt with in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. I'm duly noted, and the selection panel will also note that, so that the feedback is provided in a timely way. Okay, seeing no more requests for the floor, I'll note the report on the selection of nominees for committee chairs. I do invite parties to think about the representatives from your countries and see if somebody would be willing or able to take up these roles. These are very important roles, as important as the rules. And so I do look forward to having a good set of nominees proposed for the Conference of the Parties. With that, I will take note and move to document 11.6 on sponsored delegates. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this document, the Standing Committee is invited to note that the Sponsored Delegates project for COP19 has been launched in October 2021 with the aim of mobilizing $1 million. This will allow the Secretariat to finance 2 representatives from each eligible party to take part in COP19 in November in Panama. Eligible parties should apply for support to the Secretariat by the end of April this year to allow us to process all the applications and ensure that everyone get their ticket. The way we will proceed is we will finance 1 participant per country first, and then if funding allows, we will move on to financing a 2nd participant from the country, depending on the funding available in the Sponsored Delegates project. I'm happy to note that the Secretariat has mobilized around $300,000 to date, which is very encouraging, but nowhere near enough to meet the target. And I would like to remind governments, intergovernmental organizations, and non-governmental organizations, as well as private bodies, of the call to provide funding to the Sponsored Delegates project. This call is in the resolution 17.3. Also, I'd like to remind governments, NGOs, and IGOs that fund the participation of representatives directly, that they are urged to inform the Secretariat, to provide this information to the Secretariat so it can be published ahead of the COP and to ensure transparency in the financing of sponsored delegates, whether it's from the Secretariat Sponsored Delegates project or directly from other sources. Thank you. Finally, I would like to mention that the Secretariat has been able to support representatives of parties considered under Article 13 of the Convention to take part in the present meeting, thanks to funding provided by Sweden. In this context, please note that in paragraph 4 of the document, the last sentence concerning the withdrawal of funding from Sweden is inaccurate and should be deleted and disregarded. We did receive the funding from Sweden for sponsored delegates for this Standing Committee meeting. With this, Madam Chair, I invite the Standing Committee to take note of the document and consider Decision 18.12 to be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretariat, and thank you also to Sweden for assisting the participation of members here. So the committee is invited to take note of the document and consider Decision 1812 implemented. I will open the floor then to comments from members of the Standing Committee. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Concerning document 11.6, we welcome the Secretariat's update on the full implementation of Decision 18.12. We do appreciate this project, which benefits from the funding from the EU and its member states, and it enables all parties to participate in the COP. We do acknowledge that the expansion of the Sponsored Delegates project to the Standing Committee would put a burden on the Secretariat, and we can also see now with the update that the objectives of the Sponsored Delegates project as it stands has not been attained, and it would be a bit premature and inappropriate to extend it. Also, we would remind and urge parties to ensure they actually attend the COP meetings with valid credentials when having been granted funding. And we would suggest that the Secretariat keeps track and report on this, on these cases where this has not happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium, and we take note of your comments and urging to the Secretariat. I will see if there's other comments from members of the Standing Committee. Senegal, did you wish to?
Merci, la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. I wish to, first of all, thank the Secretariat through the Secretary General for all of the work done between COPs 18 and 19. All this despite the pandemic, which has had tremendous impact on us. Now, I am I must say, despite my status on the standing committee, I haven't had a single. I have been most impressed by the way in which the work is carried on despite all the challenges being faced by the Secretariat, and I would like to congratulate the Secretary General. We would like to say how much we hope that you will be in a position to fund delegations as the Secretariat has always done, and we're certainly most grateful to the Secretariat for all of the work done to enable all parties to participate in the Conference of the Parties of our organization. We do feel that very good work has been done, and we certainly do hope that you are successful and manage to achieve your goals in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. And I see Israel. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we support, of course, the document that there's a great deal of importance to the sponsored delegates program project, and we're very pleased to see the amount of effort that's gone into working on it. But we're a little confused about the comments in the document that this is a great burden on the Secretariat. The Sponsored Delegates Program was established by the Conference of the Parties in Resolution 17.3, and paragraph 4 of that resolution says specifically that the Conference of the Parties of the Convention has decided that this project is to be covered by external funding from donors. And we're not talking just here about the cost of actually buying the plane tickets, but if there is an administrative burden, for example, hiring additional staff, time, this money should come from within the project. There should not be any burden on the Secretariat to running this program, and if there is, then something here is not following Resolution 17.3. So we would encourage the Secretariat to take a closer look at how the funds are used, not just for buying plane tickets and hotel reservations, but also for the full cost of administering and running this specific project, which is a very important project, but it shouldn't be a burden on the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. I will first see if there's any further comments from standing committee members or observer parties, and also observers. Okay, seeing no further comments, I'll invite the Secretariat if you wish to react, and then we'll take note. So, Secretariat, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Israel for the comment. Yes, I'd like to react. I just wanted to note that we have for now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 donors to the Sponsored Delegates project, all but one from the European Union, so European region, not union, European region, and we'll of course appreciate further funding. I also note the comment by Israel that additional hands to implement the Sponsored Delegates project should be financed from the resources in the Sponsored Delegates project, which is what we intend to do. However, there are certain decisions that we cannot recruit additional people to take because it requires senior staff, and we don't have enough funding to recruit senior staff. So even if we do recruit extra hands to implement the Sponsored Delegates project, which we will do, there is still an administrative burden on the Secretariat that is different from just recruiting extra hands. But we will absolutely do this and try to cope with this and all the other tasks that we have, because we think this project is essential and critical for a COP to be run in a fair and transparent manner. So thank you very much for that comment, Israel.
Thank you, Secretariat. So with that, I conclude that the Standing Committee takes note of the document, concurs that Decision 1812 has been fulfilled. Okay, so Standing Committee takes note. And that's it. And so that concludes the agenda for this morning. We have 3 minutes left on the clock, so I don't think we will move to the next item until, until the afternoon. The afternoon we will be starting with item 17 on the strategic vision and moving forward from there. Regarding the small group to look at the rules of procedure in terms of order, I understand there is a room on the second floor for those parties who indicated they wish to participate. Salle de Bouffrenil. So hopefully we'll find that. Let's go for 12:45. If the group who wishes to discuss the rules, if we could meet there at 12:45 today at lunch. Thank you all. Have a great lunch, and we will see you here promptly at 2 o'clock. I believe there are some announcements. Go ahead, please.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Je pense que après.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that after this tough morning, you will need some refreshments. So I would like to say that there is a restaurant open with a special CITES menu, and it's reserved just for the participants of our meeting. And there's a menu that starts at 20 euros, and on the second floor, next to the conviviality space, there's a small stand where you can purchase sandwiches, drinks, or snacks. And if those who really would like to have a more leisurely lunch, you can just cross the road. There's Thai, Chinese, Mexican restaurants. We've got all sorts of restaurants. The only problem, I'd like to draw your attention to that, is that you must have the vaccine pass, the pass sanitaire, to access these restaurants. So if you haven't got your vaccination documents or application, you will either have to use the cafeteria on the second floor or our restaurant. And in addition, this evening, the city of Lyon is holding a reception, and unfortunately, because of the restrictions linked to COVID, we have a limitation in the number of participants. We are most sorry that we cannot invite more. Unfortunately, we couldn't hold an event otherwise, so we would limit the participants as 2 representatives per country, so so the head of delegation plus 1, and the observer organizations will be limited to just 1 participant. We are most sorry that we cannot do that. On your table, when you come back, you will see that you will have the invitations. So please make sure you bring your invitations. The reception, the event will be held in the historic center of Lyon, and to go there, you need to take the metro. The metro station is just nearby, and there, when you arrive at the appropriate stop, you will be shown how to reach the place where we are holding our event. So if anyone has issues on transport or other matters, please don't hesitate to contact us. The conditions for entry for a health pass are the same as here, because we've included this under the host country agreement. So I think that should be fine for everyone, but please come to us with any questions. So, Madam Chair, we know that this morning there were a few internet issues. We are working extremely hard on resolving these problems, and they will no doubt be resolved very fast. And this afternoon you will have perfect internet services. So I wish you all a good lunch break. Thank you.
So with that, I will see everybody back here at 2 o'clock promptly.
So, one question. Is there a praying room, meditation room for participants? Mr. Luke? Mr. Luke? Mr.
everyone please take their seats? Okay, thank you everyone. I have quorum. I have my representatives from 7 members from 4 regions. So I would like to begin the afternoon session. So I'd ask people to kindly take their seats and please I have quorum, and I would like to begin the discussion. So I'd ask people to kindly and quietly take your seats so we can begin. The next item on our agenda is SC 74, Doc 17.1. This is the report of the working group on the CITES strategic vision. So I would like to turn the floor to the chair of the working group. And again, I would ask people in the room to please lower your voices so that we can hear the chair of the working group. So Georgia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The report of the working group is presented in the document 17.1. The working group was asked to make recommendations of the new or revised indicators to be included in the CITES Strategic Vision 2021-2030. The working group has in the first instance reviewed the indicators that were already in use for the purposes of the previous strategic vision. At the same time, the members of the working group suggested new potential indicators. These indicators were reviewed in terms of adequacy, measurability, and sufficiency. During the online meeting, the working group managed to filter a number of indicators which are presented in the blue script in the presented document. At the same time, some general issues were identified. Few streamlined and easily measurable indicators are preferred. The indicator should not create additional reporting burden for the parties. It would be useful and efficient if the indicators developed for the CITES strategic vision are also used for the purposes of reporting to other conventions and processes, particularly upcoming post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and particularly Target 5 of the framework. It is important to have an information source for each indicator. The information required for the assessment of indicators could already be held by the Secretariat or collected through existing processes, including national reporting. However, it should also be noted that the questions in the implementation report may require redesigning. And preferably, indicators should be identified at the same time with the objectives. Also, I consider that the working group, in-sessional working group, would be useful to go through all the indicators presented in the annex of the document and then make further decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Working Group. So in document 17.1, you have the report of the working group and the work they undertook on potential indicators. And I understood that the working group did have an opportunity to go through around a good number of the objectives and proposed indicators and had around 16 that were given a good airing. However, there's approximately 9 where the working group did not have opportunity to fully discuss. I would like to take comments from members of the Standing Committee in view of how to present this work to the Conference of the Parties. And so I will open the floor to members of the Standing Committee on document 17.1. I'll also invite members of the Standing Committee and observer parties to comment on document 17.1. The European Union, please.
Thank you, Chair. As it's the first time I take the floor, I would like to thank the French government and the local authorities to host us here in Lyon, and also to the Secretariat for the organization of the meeting. I'm speaking on behalf of the EU and its member states. On the agenda point 17, we would like to thank Georgia for chairing the working group and the Secretariat for preparing the documents, and also for completing its obligations under Decision 18.24. We recognize that due to the delay in the work of the CBD, the Secretariat was not able to review the strategic vision against the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We agree with the Secretariat to delete Decision 18.24, given it has now been completed. However, we do believe that we need to map the CITES strategic vision to the new post-2020 Global Biodiversity framework, so we need some draft decisions. And we therefore agree with the Secretariat recommendation on the following draft decisions to be submitted to the COP, subject to some additions that I'm going to suggest.
European Union, I appreciate that. You're on the next document. So before we move to 17.2 with the suite of draft decisions, I'm first looking for some views on the work of the indicators, and then I will turn back to you for the next document.
Okay, sorry for that, yes.
No problem. Thank you very much. United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we'd like to thank the Chairman and the working group for the work that they've done under challenging circumstances. We appreciate the proposals that have come forward and certainly would like to see them referred forward for the COP for consideration. We did have a question, though, whether there was the scope for further work to address some of the comments that are in the remain in the document. Having heard the proposal that there might be a working group here, we clearly don't have our representatives from the working group here, but we had a question about whether there was scope for the working group to continue its work before the document deadline for COP.
Thank you, United Kingdom. To answer your question, again, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's my preference to not have an in-session working group here. For a number of reasons, not the least of which is lack of time. And so I'm looking for comments from the committee and participants in terms of their comfort in bringing forward the results to the Conference of the Parties, for the Conference of the Parties to further discuss and refine as needed. Regarding the second part of your question, there isn't really an opportunity to do intersessional work because we have to prepare the documents for the COP, and because the committee, I need to be clear on what the committee is comfortable sending to the COP. And so with that clarification, again, I'm seeking comfort from the committee to take the scope of the work that was undertaken under the able chairmanship of our colleague from Georgia forward to the Conference of the Parties. So I hope that's clear, and I'll continue to take input. I see Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. Canada appreciates the work that has been completed to map the Sustainable Development Goals, the existing CITES resolutions and decisions, as well as reporting requirements and submission of information against the 2021 to 2030 CITES Strategic Vision. Canada also appreciates the work of the Strategic Vision Working Group in having assessed the adequacy, measurability, and sufficiency of existing indicators of the 2008 to 2020 Strategic Vision. Canada acknowledges that this work has contributed substantially to the review, update, and proposal of indicators for the 2021 to 2030 CITES Strategic Vision, as presented in document 17.1 for adoption by CITES COP19, which Canada can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. So I'll open the floor for any additional comments from members of the Standing Committee as well as observer parties. I'll also invite observers present if they wish to add comments on document 17.1. Okay. I see no further requests from the floor. So I think the committee thanks the working group chair and the working group for their work so far. It's my view that the committee is comfortable bringing the potential indicators presented in the annex to the Conference of the Parties for their consideration. And so the Standing Committee will report on its work and advance the information found in the annex with the indicators to the Conference of the Parties for consideration of adoption. Thank you. And with that, we will turn our attention to the next document on the agenda, which is document 17.2. And this is a report from the Secretariat. So Secretariat, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. In this document, Annex 1, we show a mapping of the CITES strategic vision with the 2030 SDGs. Then there's another mapping in Annex 2 with CITES decisions. This mapping exercise was considered by the scientific committees. They generally approved, but did also ask that Resolution 1119 identification manuals and 16.7 NDFs with respect to objectives 2.2 and 2.3 of the strategic vision. They also asked that species-specific visions be included in 3.5. The document you have before you does take on board the changes that were suggested by the two scientific committees. With respect to decisions, you are invited to consider this mapping against SDGs as well as resolutions and decisions, that is to say the two annexes to the report. The Standing Committee is also asked to suggest the deletion of 1824 by the Conference of the Parties, and if it is felt that there's a need for mapping between the strategic vision and the biodiversity framework, we have proposed 2 draft decisions to have that work done after COP19. I won't read them out, but that is a matter proposed to the Standing Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report. So the committee has been invited to review the information in the annexes and to indicate that Decision 1824 has been completed and invited to consider submission of 2 new decisions to the COP, which are found in paragraph 14 of document 17.2. So I will first see if there's any comments from the Standing Committee on these on these recommendations. And I will also invite Standing Committee members and parties, observer parties, to take the floor, and I will start with our colleagues from the European Union.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, and sorry for taking the floor in the wrong document. Indeed, as I was explaining, we have some suggestions for the draft decisions proposed by the Secretariat that we believe will improve the process, this important process. So for Decision 19AA, directed to the Secretariat, it would read, as it is now in the draft decision, the Secretariat shall undertake a comparative analysis in order to illustrate the linkages between the CITES Strategic Vision 2021-2030 and the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and then we will add, comma, as a starting point for an assessment of how CITES can contribute to the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework and its monitoring framework, comma, make any recommendations for additional actions as appropriate, and then it would continue with the draft decision as it was and present its analysis, and then we would add and recommendations to the Standing Committee. So we would add, after post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, we would add as a starting point for an assessment of how CITES can contribute to the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework and its monitoring framework, comma, making any recommendations for additional actions as appropriate, comma, and presents its analysis and recommendations to the Standing Committee. So we would also suggest to add a 3rd decision, 19CC, which it would read, directed to the chairs of the Animals and Plants Committees, and it would read, the chairs of Animals and Plants Committees shall review the information provided in 19AA and make further recommendations to the Standing Committee prior to its review in 19BB. So to get these chairs of the Animals and Plants Committees involved. So the chairs of Animals and Plant Committees shall review the information provided in 19AA and make further recommendations to the Standing Committee prior to its review of 19BB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. I'm going to read it back to you to make sure I caught it, if that's all right. So for 19AA, with your proposed amendment, you're suggesting the decision should read, the Secretariat shall undertake a comparative analysis in order to illustrate the linkages between the CITES Strategic Vision 2021-2030 and the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, comma, and you would insert, as a starting point for an assessment of how CITES can contribute to the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework and its monitoring framework, comma, make recommendations for additional action as appropriate, comma, and present its analysis and recommendations to the Standing Committee. Okay. And then additionally, the European Union would insert a new decision to ask the Animals and Plants Committees to review the information provided in the analysis of the Secretariat under 19AA and make further recommendations to the Standing Committee. That's the intent of your second decision. Okay, so hopefully that's clear. I'm happy to try to clarify further if folks have questions. But I will continue to seek comments on the decisions proposed by the Secretariat and any reaction to the amendments proposed by the European Union. So I open the floor to members of the committee as well as observer parties. Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Canada supports the set of decisions to extend the work to map the Convention on Biological Diversity's Global Biodiversity Framework against the CITES strategic vision, while this work is also intended to inform the development of indicators to be adopted at CITES COP19. Canada considers it important to still carry out this exercise to identify areas of alignment. Canada recommends, though, the involvement of the scientific committees in this review, given the link with indicators, as well as work with the CBD Secretariat, as just mentioned, with the final review document being submitted to the CBD Secretariat. As such, Canada can support the EU's suggestions just made, but we also have some suggested changes to reflect the review going to the Animals and Plants Committee as well. Chair, would you like me to read out the text that we would suggest now, or? Yes, okay. So for 19AA, and we have no deletions, just additions, the text would read, as normal, the Secretariat shall undertake a comparative analysis in order to illustrate the linkages between the CITES Strategic Vision 2021 to 2030 and, here's the new text, highlight areas of alignment with, carrying on with the old text, the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and present its analysis to the, and add Animals and Plants Committees, followed by the, and then original text, Standing Committee. Those are the changes to 19AA. Shall I proceed to 19? We have a suggestion to create a 19BB. So 19BB would read, directed to the Animals and Plants Committees. And the text would be, the Animals and Plants Committees shall review the information provided by the Secretariat in Decision 19AA and make recommendations to the Standing Committee. And just one last suggestion for 19BB, which we would rename to 19CC. And that would be, starting with the original text, the Standing Committee shall review the, and adding the new text, comments and recommendations provided by the Animals and Plants Committees on the, and the original text to ensue from there. I hope that is clear, but I'm happy to repeat if useful.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll probably need to pull this together, but it sounds to me like both Canada and the EU are generally aligned in that the intent here is, first of all, to bring in a review from the scientific committees so that they have the opportunity to provide their own perspectives on the comparative analysis that's being asked of the Secretariat, and that those perspectives are brought to the Standing Committee as well as the perspectives from the Secretariat. And I understood Canada agreed with the EU addition to add a bit more context to the analysis and its use as a starting point for an assessment. So I can try to put this together and read it, but first I think what I'm going to do is continue to take reactions to see any reactions to the proposals with the amendments from Canada and the EU. United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. We wanted to align our views with those expressed by Canada. We appreciate the scientific committees being included in this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, United States. I open the floor to continue to take any other comments from the members of the committee, observer parties, and I'll also invite observers. CBD, thank you. CBD, please.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time we're taking the floor, the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity would like to thank the Government of France for hosting this meeting, as well as colleagues in the CITES Secretariat for their hard work in preparing this meeting. The CBD Secretariat welcomes the Strategic Vision 2021-2030, which highlights the linkages between CITES, the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. At the 14th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the CBD, parties, multilateral environmental agreements, and organizations were invited to engage actively in the post-2020 process. This helps foster strong ownership of the framework and ensure coherence and complementarity between the framework and other international processes, in particular the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and other relevant strategies, including those of other conventions. The CBD Secretariat would like to thank CITES and other biodiversity-related conventions that have been active in this process. Target 4 in the first draft of the post-2020 framework focuses on the recovery and conservation of species and the genetic diversity of wild and domesticated species, as well as the management of human-wildlife interactions to avoid and reduce human-wildlife conflicts. As the resumed sessions of the 24th meeting of the subsidiary body on scientific, technical and technological advice, the third meeting of the subsidiary body on implementation, and the third meeting of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework will take place next week in Geneva. The CBD Secretariat looks forward to advancing the development of the post-2020 framework to be adopted later as part 2 of COP15 this year. In this context, the CBD Secretariat welcomes the mapping between CITES Strategic Vision 2021-2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. The CBD Secretariat believes that a mapping between the CITES Strategic Vision 2021-2030 and the post-2020 framework will enable the identification of synergies and linkages that can help parties and stakeholders to further implement the transformational changes that are required to achieve the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CBD. I will do one last check for comments from members of the Standing Committee, parties, or observers. Okay, so seeing no requests for the floor, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the proposing of decisions to the Conference of the Parties. And I hear agreement with the clarifications and changes and amendments proposed by Europe, the European Union, and Canada. So I am going to read my understanding of the general intent of the decisions that will be taken forward from this committee proposed to the Conference of the Parties. Wish me luck. Okay, decision 19AA will read, the Secretariat shall undertake a comparative analysis in order to illustrate the linkages between the CITES Strategic Vision 2021 to 2030 and, insert, highlight areas of alignment with the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, comma, as a starting point for an assessment of how CITES can contribute to the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework and its monitoring framework, comma, make recommendations for additional action as appropriate, comma, and present its analysis and recommendations to the Animals and Plants Committee, followed by the Standing Committee. Okay. There would be a new decision 19BB, which would be directed to the Animals and Plants Committees. And the committees would be directed to, shall review the information provided by the Secretariat under Decision 19AA and make further recommendations to the Standing Committee. So before coming to the Standing Committee, there will be a review by the Animals and Plants Committee. And then finally, in the final decision, which will be renamed 19CC, would be the Standing Committee, the Standing Committee shall review the comments and recommendations provided by the Animals and Plants Committee, as well as those from the Secretariat, under Decision 19AA and 19BB, and make recommendations to the 20th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. So I hope that's clear. Fundamentally, what we're asking is for the Secretariat to undertake some work, an analysis, to present that to the Animals and Plants Committee, and then to present both their analysis and the work of the committee, of the scientific committees, to the Standing Committee in order to take any further recommendations back to the COP. I hope that's clear. And it's my sense from the interventions that the Standing Committee can agree to those decisions being forwarded to the Conference of the Parties. Secretariat assures me they have that language documented, so I think with that, the Standing Committee agrees to send these decisions to the Conference of the Parties and agrees that the actions under 18.24 were completed. And with that, I will turn us to the next item on our agenda, document 23, on cooperation with other biodiversity-related conventions. So we are now turning to SC 74, Doc 23, and I will invite the Secretariat to present this document, please.
Thank you, Chair. At its 18th meeting, the Conference of Parties adopted decisions on cooperation with other biodiversity-related conventions aimed at strengthening cooperation, collaboration, and synergies with these conventions. Document SC 74, Doc 23 includes a snapshot of CITES resolutions and decisions related to synergies partnerships and cooperation with other biodiversity-related entities, an overview of all existing formal agreements with these and other entities, and an overview of resolutions and decisions adopted by other conventions on cooperation and synergies. The diversity of partnerships established by the Secretariat appears clearly from the overview, both in terms of format and in terms of content. It is also important to identify priorities in terms of collaboration, cooperation and partnerships essential to enhance implementation of the Convention, achieving the results of the Convention and raising its profile. The Standing Committee is invited to consider the information presented by the Secretariat and provide comments to be addressed in any further work and reports. The Standing Committee is furthermore invited to consider the conclusion reached by the Secretariat that a partnership strategy could assist in ensuring a more strategic, streamlined, cohesive and effective approach to cooperation, and agree to propose to the Conference of Parties the deletion of decisions 18.48 and 18.49 and the adoption of the draft decisions contained in the annex to the document. And last but not least, agreed to propose the renewal of decisions 17.55, Ref Cop 18 and 17.56, Ref Cop 18. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So again, we are in SC 74, Doc 23. Thank you to the report of the Secretariat, and in particular, the Standing Committee is invited to agree to renew decisions 17.55 and 17.56, and to revise decisions 18.47 and 18.48 as shown in the annex to the document. So I'll be opening the floor now to comments from members of the Standing Committee on the recommendations in Doc 23. And I would also invite observer parties. Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Switzerland first would like to thank France for the excellent organization of this meeting and for the warm welcome we have already received. We would also like to thank the Secretariat staff and the Standing Committee Chair for the preparation of the documents we have before us. In relation to this agenda item, we are in general agreement with the recommendations. Switzerland has always been of the view that the current negotiations for a new global biodiversity framework should embrace all biodiversity-related conventions and relevant multilateral agreements, as well as international organizations and other relevant programs. In the context of these ongoing negotiations, the CBD and UNEP have organized formal thematic consultations on cooperation and synergies, the Bern workshops. At the Bern workshops, representatives of parties and secretariats from biodiversity-related conventions and other relevant agreements, including CITES, were invited to discuss synergies in the implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. These consultations have resulted in important and concrete recommendations for the ongoing negotiation process for a post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Switzerland is of the view that we should also build on these recommendations when exploring options consistent with the CITES strategic vision to strengthen cooperation, collaboration, and synergies at all relevant levels between CITES and the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We therefore suggest to include a reference to the outcomes of this important consultation, the so-called Bern II consultation, in the decision to be renewed, and also put some wording into the document itself. If you wish, I can read out what we would suggest to have changed. So, in paragraph 15 of the current document, we would include after the CITES Secretariat has also consistently participated in already established coordination mechanisms like the liaison group of biodiversity-related conventions, and here comes the insertion, and the consultation workshops of biodiversity-related conventions on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, in brackets, Bern 1 and 2, brackets closed. And then it goes on in order to contribute. So to have this insertion made. And in paragraph 26C, where we ask for the renewal of decision 17.56, we would like to have inserted after the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, we would like to include also taking into account the outcomes of the second consultation workshop of biodiversity-related conventions on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, in brackets, Bern 2, and then it goes on as before. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. On your first point, I take note of that. This is a report to the committee, and so it's just the language of the Secretariat used. And so what I'll take note of is that Switzerland would welcome the Secretariat also referencing the Bern 2 when they report further.
Right.
But could I ask you on the changes to 17.56, could I ask you to read those amendments again a bit more slowly?
No problems. So we would like to have inserted after the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, we would like to have inserted also taking into account the outcomes of the second consultation workshop of biodiversity-related conventions on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, in brackets, Bern 2, bracket closed. Okay. I have sent the wording to the Secretariat so that they already have it in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. So Switzerland, first of all, from my understanding is you're supportive of the decisions being presented with an amendment to 17.56 to also request when the Standing Committee is exploring options consistent with the CITES strategic vision to take into account the outcomes of Bern 2. I mean, that's the intent of your amendment. So I will continue to seek insights from members of the Standing Committee, including any reactions on the proposal from Switzerland, and also from parties. Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We want to thank the Secretariat and our host, French government, for preparation and holding of this important meeting. Also, as it is the first time we take the floor, I would like to state that all interventions by Poland are made on behalf of the EU and its member states. As for item 23, we want to thank the Secretariat for compiling the report on partnerships and areas of cooperation. We agree with the draft decisions outlined in the annex of the document and support work towards a partnership strategy. We are of the view that setting priorities should be an important goal for such a strategy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. And I now see Senegal, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for the work that's been done for the Standing Committee. We fully agree with the recommendations that have been made because the conventions shouldn't work separately. Biodiversity is something that concerns the whole world, so we need to develop synergies that are relevant and significant in the management of these conventions. I recall that in Africa, maybe some of our colleagues are here, in 2016, we held a pre-COP meeting in Addis Ababa where we had Henriette. We were working together and we spoke about the provisions of CITES and the CDB and the CMS. But we haven't since renewed that experience. And I think it's very important. The conventions have to speak together, and we need to ensure that that communication takes place. As I've said, biodiversity is global. When in Senegal I see birds that have come from Europe, well, that's a strong message that those birds are bringing. In Europe, there's snow, and the birds won't stay in Europe and die of hunger. That's what migration means. It's looking for where there are better living conditions. So it goes to Africa, where it's still warm enough. But when in May, June, it starts to warm up in Africa, they come back to Europe. So the three conventions which manage this, the CBD for biodiversity, CITES, and then CMS as well. These three conventions, and there are others that I may not have mentioned, they need to develop synergies so that we can manage the global biodiversity through sectoral agreements across the conventions. And in our national legislation, we need to be able to translate this into specific provisions from these conventions. We need that in our legislation, just as we do with CITES, as we do with CMS. In Senegal, that's done. It's been included in our legislation. We have CITES, CMS, and the Convention for Biodiversity taken into account, because we have to think about extending beyond CITES, because otherwise we're going to be working in silos, and that won't help wildlife conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal, for your remarks regarding the importance of synergies. And I do know that in many more documents to come, we will see some good collaborative work that's happened amongst some of the conventions with CITES. And I note your agreement with the decisions. So I will continue to take comments from members of the committee and observer parties on the decisions in the annex, and any comments you may have on the amendment from Switzerland. I see the Republic of Korea followed by the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is the first intervention of this meeting, the Korean delegation would like to appreciate the French government and the Secretariat for appearing for this meeting. The Republic of Korea believes the cooperation with other biodiversity-related conventions is crucial in addressing the current biodiversity crisis. So we agree with the draft decisions in this document, including Switzerland's suggestion. In addition, the Republic of Korea would like to bring a standing committee's attention to the Global Species Action Plan, which has been developed by IUCN and partners in consultation with the biodiversity-related conventions. The Global Species Action Plan supports the implementation of the post-2020 GBF by setting out all the actions required to achieve the necessary species outcomes on the GBF goals and targets. The Republic of Korea requests the CITES Secretariat and the standing committees to consider the global space action plan where appropriate to join in the collaboration with the ISN and the biodiversity-related conventions to support the development and implementation of the plan to foster the work of the convention. For references, we are going to submit the details of the plan as an information document as soon as possible. The Republic of Korea requests that the Standing Committee welcome the Global Space Action Plan initiative and reflect this in the decision of the 19th meeting of the Conference of Parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Republic of Korea, for drawing that to our attention and also for your agreement with the decisions with the amendment from Switzerland. United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. The United States recommends that the Standing Committee support the Secretariat's recommendation to develop a partnership strategy that will help to ensure a more strategic, streamlined, cohesive, and effective approach to cooperation going forward. The United States also recommends the Standing Committee to consider Decision 18.47 successfully implemented. The U.S. recommends the Standing Committee agrees with the Secretariat's proposed deletion of Decisions 18.47 and 18.48 and supports the adoption of the draft decisions in the annex with a few suggested edits to Decision 18.47 Rev Cop 19. So those decisions, that edit would be to add, identify priorities for collaboration that specifically enhance the implementation of the convention, as well as its effectiveness and efficiency. So I guess I'll read that whole thing so that it's clear. It would read, subject to external funding, the Secretariat shall prepare for consideration by the Standing Committee a partnership strategy for the parties, the permanent committees, and the Secretariat to identify priorities for collaboration that specifically enhance the implementation of the convention, as well as its effectiveness and efficiency through strategic partnerships. Further, the United States continues to believe that the leveraging of synergies at the national level is where parties can be most effective and efficient. We recommend the Standing Committee support the proposed renewal of decisions 17.55 Rev COP 18 and 17.56 Rev COP 18 as presented in the annex with the minor editorial suggestions proposed by the Secretariat. Last, the United States recommends the Standing Committee support the formation of an intersessional working group to advance the objective of developing a partnership strategy should the Standing Committee agree to the recommendation in paragraph 26B and if the proposals are adopted by the Conference of Parties. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm listening to my own voice. Thank you, United States. I was wondering, could you please read out again the addition you wanted to make to 18.47 Rev Cop 19?
Yes. So it would be the whole thing. Subject to external funding, the Secretariat shall prepare for consideration by the Standing Committee a partnership strategy for the parties, the permanent committees, and the Secretariat to identify priorities for collaboration that specifically enhance the implementation of the convention, and this is another insertion, as well as its effectiveness and efficiency through strategic partnerships.
Okay, thank you, United States. So again, I'm hearing a lot of support for these proposals from the Secretariat, these decisions, with amendments from Switzerland, and now there are some amendments from the United States on the work on the partnership strategy. So I will see if there's any more comments or reactions from standing committee members, observer parties, and I can also invite observers. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. Canada strongly supports efforts to synergize and coordinate the work of CITES with other multilateral environmental agreements, conventions, and processes, and thus can support the proposed draft revised decisions for CITES COP19 in document 23 to continue determining synergies, as well as for the CITES Secretariat to prepare a draft partnership strategy for consideration. Canada does recommend that a more formal outline be prepared for consideration by the Standing Committee before the strategy is developed. It would also be helpful for the Animals and Plants Committees to review the information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada, and on your advice to the Secretariat to prepare an outline, and of course, the permanent committees will be part of the strategy, I see. Okay, so again, any further comments? Okay, CBD, please.
Thank you, Chair. The CBD Secretariat collaborates with other convention secretariats, including the CITES Secretariat, through the Liaison Group on Biodiversity-related conventions, the organization of joint events, bilateral work, including joint programs and partnerships agreements, and activities in support of the implementation of the roadmap to enhance synergies among the biodiversity-related conventions adopted at CBD COP 14. During the COVID-19 pandemic, several meetings of the liaison group were held by video conference in order to provide updates on the respective processes and exchange information, including on the impacts of the pandemic on the work of the conventions. The liaison group met with the co-chairs of the open-ended working group of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework on 3 occasions. The conventions continue to collaborate closely in the development of the post-2020 framework. Following the first workshop of biodiversity-related and Rio conventions on the post-2020 held in Bern in June 2019, a second workshop, Bern 2, was convened online by UNEP in January 2021. The Bern 2 consultation identified concrete elements that could be included in the Global Biodiversity Framework and its monitoring framework. It further identified ways in which the conventions can strengthen cooperation in support of implementation at the international and national levels. Its 12 conclusions were made available to CBD-SBI 3 at its 2021 online meetings and for its resume sessions being held in Geneva next week. The CBD Secretariat, CITES Secretariat, and 12 other organizations also continue to work together through the collaborative partnership on sustainable wildlife management and to support the development of strategies and policies to conserve and sustainably use wildlife. The CBD Secretariat looks forward to its continued cooperation with CITES, particularly this year, during which the two organizations will be hosting their respective meetings of the Conference of the Parties. The CBD Secretariat remains committed to the adoption of a robust post-2020 global biodiversity framework that can catalyze action at all levels and strengthen the role and implementation of the biodiversity-related conventions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CBD. I will see if there's any last requests for the floor before I conclude this item, where I hear a lot of support for these decisions. Okay, it is my conclusion that first of all, we can take note of the interventions made and the advice provided regarding this area of work and the importance of synergies. What I hear is that the committee agrees that we should forward to the Conference of the Party a renewal of decisions 17.55 and 17.56. I also heard general agreement and no disagreement with the addition proposed by Switzerland to 17.56. So I think the committee can take that addition on board, taking into account the outcomes of the Burn 2 workshop. In addition, I heard agreement for the new decisions, 18.47 Rev Cop 19 and 18.48 Rev Cop 19. And I heard an amendment from the United States, and I didn't hear any disagreement. So it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees to advance 18.47 Rev Cop 19 to the Conference of the Parties as amended by the United States. I can read it again if the Secretariat has needs. Okay, and I understand the Secretariat has recorded the points from the U.S. And the Standing Committee also noted the suggestion from the Secretariat that an intersessional working group to review the partnership strategy be formed at SC 76 at the next intersessional period. So that is my sense of the conclusions from the committee. Secretariat, is that, you have all that? Okay. Okay, so with that, I think that concludes our discussion on Doc 23. And I will turn now our attention to SC 74 Doc 24 on cooperation with the World Heritage Convention. And I'll invite the Secretariat to present their report.
Thank you, Chair. At its 18th meeting, the Conference of Parties directed the Secretariat to enter into dialogue with the UNESCO World Heritage Centre with a view to developing a memorandum of understanding and, if considered appropriate and subject to availability of external resources, a joint program of work. The Secretariat and the UNESCO World Heritage Centre prepared a draft memorandum of understanding, which is attached in the annex to document SC 74 Doc 24. The World Heritage Centre is seeking approval to sign the draft MOU through its internal procedures. Although there may be a few minor changes based on final inputs from the respective legal units, the Standing Committee is invited, in accordance with Decision 18.54, to consider the MOU. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So document 24 presents the proposed memorandum of understanding between the Secretariat and the World Heritage Convention Center. Thank you, of UNESCO. Lots of. And so the Standing Committee is invited to provide any recommendations or approval. So with that, I will open the floor to members of the Standing Committee. And I see Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we welcome the MOU between CITES and the World Heritage Convention as a way forward. We have some questions about some of the wording. In paragraph 4 of the draft MOU, speaks on areas of cooperation. And in that paragraph 4, there's a paragraph 2 that speaks on specifically on in little paragraph A, on cooperation on the conservation and sustainable use of species. And then it gives 3 examples in little ii, and little iii. And these to us seem rather confusing. It speaks of, in little I, it says those species included in CITES Appendix 1 and World Heritage Sites. And we're not sure, it doesn't seem to make sense to us why only CITES Appendix 1 species in World Heritage Sites. And then number 2 speaks about all of the species in the appendices, but then it speaks only about in those sites that are in the list of heritage sites in danger. So it seems to rather limit it. And then the third paragraph, 3 little i's, speaks about those species in the appendices that are subject to illegal harvest and illegal trade, which is certainly important, but also legal harvest and legal trade can also affect populations and affect the condition of populations in World Heritage Sites. So we would recommend taking this little a and taking just the first line of little ii, and instead of all 3 of those, just say those species included in one of the CITES appendices and occurring in World Heritage Sites, period. And that one line would cover all 3 cases, all species, and all World Heritage Sites without limiting. That would be our suggestion then. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. I will continue to take comments from members of the committee. Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat and UNESCO World Heritage Center for successful dialogue in that regard, and we support the draft Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Poland. I will continue to take any comments from members of the Standing Committee. And I'll also invite observer parties who wish to comment. United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. The United States largely supports the draft MOU between the Secretariat and the World Heritage Center. However, we continue to believe further dialogue is needed before a joint program of work can be developed. Implementation of a joint program of work will also require external resources. We have proposed some editorial edits for clarity for the Standing Committee to consider in paras 5, 6, 8, and 9. Both for clarity of language as well as to ensure that a program of work is not presupposed in the MOU. So for paragraph 5, the addition would be after joint activities, we would insert subject to available extra budgetary funding on a voluntary basis, such that the paragraph would read, with a view to implementing this MOU, the parties may develop work plans concerning their joint activities, subject to available extra budgetary funding on a voluntary basis. Such work plans are intended to become part of this MOU and will be attached as an annex thereof. Our next proposed edit is to paragraph 6, subparagraph 3, to replace the word shall with the word may, such that it reads, in implementing activities, projects, and programs in the agreed priority areas, the parties may execute work plans concerning their joint activities in accordance with paragraph 5 above. In identifying the areas of cooperation under this MOU, due regard shall be given to geographic coverage, capacity for implementation, and experience in the related field. Our next suggested or proposed edit would be to paragraph 8. We suggest deleting that can be protected shall and inserting protectable before intellectual property, and replacing shall with will. And then later on in the para, replace use in with incorporate into, and insert if any after work plans. So that would read, in the event that the parties foresee that protectable intellectual property will be created in relation to a particular activity, project, or program to be carried out under this MOU, the parties shall negotiate and agree on terms of its ownership and incorporate into the relevant work plans, if any, concerning their joint activities concluded per paragraph 5. Next, and our final proposed edit to paragraph 9, we would replace agree to with will, such that it would read, and excuse me, this is subparagraph 3 within paragraph 9. So this would read, the parties will recognize and acknowledge this partnership as appropriate. To this end, the parties shall consult with each other concerning the manner and form of such recognition and acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you. United States. I see Panama, please.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I agree with Israel about the appendix, only appendix 1, to have all the appendices in paragraph 2, and also in the paragraph 2, part 2, where it says those species included on the CITES appendices and occurring in World Heritage Sites inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. I think we should take in danger out. World Heritage Sites are where most of the species, endangered species are, and we should take care of them even though they are not in the endangered list.
Thank you, Panama. So I'll continue to take comments from Standing Committee members and observer parties. And I see Argentina, and then I will open the floor to observers. Argentina, please.
Thank you, Madam. As this is the first time we have taken the floor, I would like to congratulate the government of France, the Secretariat, and you on all of the work done to prepare and execute this meeting. And like Panama, we would like to support Israel's proposal. The way things are currently worded could be very confusing, so we would support Israel's suggestion for this part of the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Peru, did you wish to take the floor?
Sí, bueno, hace un rato, antes de que hubieran
Thank you, Madam Chair. We simply wish to say that we support this MOU. We do have UNESCO World Heritage sites that are significant to us. So we would like to express our support for this MOU. Thank you.
So thank you, Peru. I will continue to take comments from parties, and I'm also inviting observers, any observers who wish to comment, before I revert. Okay, I will invite the Secretariat to make a comment. I will note there are some recommendations from Israel supported by Panama and Argentina regarding how to scope out some of the themes of the MOU. And I also note there is some language proposed by the United States And so I will gather these recommendations from the Standing Committee and suggest that the committee provide them to the Secretariat for their further consideration, and of course their discussion with the World Heritage Center. So with that, first I will turn to the Secretariat. You wish to make a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one comment about, and thanks for all of the recommendations from the Standing Committee. We will definitely take this into consideration. We will have to come back to the World Heritage Convention to discuss these, but I just wanted to make a remark about paragraph 2 and what was commented on by Israel and several other members. We say in particular because we were trying to have a prioritization of the most urgent places. This is what we had discussed with the World Heritage Convention, and not eliminating anything else, especially if we are going to be looking for fundraising for the most urgent places that we need to look at. It would be better to have a list of priorities. It's fine, we can put it in general, but my concern is putting it in general, then it's more difficult to pinpoint what it is that are the most urgent places that we need to attend to, and also with the species under Appendix 1. So that was just an explanation for why we put it in this way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for those comments. And again, in this case, I think we are in line with the decision. We are providing some recommendations and advice to the Secretariat to go and consider in their discussions with the World Heritage Convention. And in particular, note the advice on how to scope the areas of cooperation under paragraph 4 to ensure that there's opportunity to look at a full suite of areas of cooperation as appropriate. We heard some comments from the United States about ensuring that the MOU doesn't presuppose a work plan, that there is that there should be opportunity for further discussion about what a joint work plan may include, and then some language suggestions that I will provide to the Secretariat, but I also recognize that I imagine the legal teams of both signatories also need to review. So those are the recommendations that I see from the Standing Committee in response to this decision. And so with that, I will conclude then that we've provided those recommendations on this MOU. Okay, so with that conclusion, I will turn us then to the next item on the agenda. This is cooperation with the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. This was a joint piece of work amongst many players, but I believe we will give the chair of the Animals Committee the honor of presenting this work.
Thank you, Chair. As you mentioned, this document has been submitted by the chairs of the Standing Plants and Animals Committee. So I would like to thank my colleagues for their support and the trust in me to present that document. At COP18, Resolution Conf 18.4 on the cooperation with IPES was adopted. It instructs the Standing Committee, working with the chairs of the Plants Committee and the Animals Committee, to make sure that the collaboration with IPES is beneficial to both entities, that the communication between CITES and IPES is effective, to promote the needs of scientific authorities and management authorities in IPES to make sure that they are supported by the scientific work of IPES, and that input from CITES to IPES is delivered. In paragraph 4 of that resolution, the parties instructed the Standing Committee to report to the Conference of the Parties on its activities in relation to the collaboration with IPES. The annex to this document here contains that report, which has been drafted by the chairs of the CITES committees and complemented with activities by the Secretariat. As described in this annex, the adoption of an IPES assessment report on the sustainable use of wild species is expected to be an event of significance for CITES. The adoption of that report is expected to occur at the 9th meeting of the IPES plenary, scheduled for the 3rd to 9th July 2022. The chair of the Animals Committee has been approached to see if CITES would wish to be involved at the launch of the report. The intention would not be to comment on the report itself, but to highlight its relevance to the Convention and offer to engage with IPES further on the follow-up. The report also contains 2 decisions which aim to make sure that the results of the thematic assessment of sustainable use that are of relevance for the implementation of the CITES Convention are considered by the CITES committees and, if appropriate, are transposed into recommendations for the COP to consider. The Standing Committee is consequently invited to agree that the chairs of Standing Committee, Animals Committee and Plants Committee represent CITES in the launch of the thematic assessment on sustainable use of wild species at the 9th meeting of the IPES plenary, and is also invited to submit the report of its work on IPES in the annex of SC 74 Doc 25, including the draft decisions to consider the results of the assessment on sustainable use of wild species. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee, for presenting this report and highlighting, of course, the work of IPES and their work on an assessment of the sustainable use of wild species, which they undertook on the recommendation of CITES and CITES parties. And the committee is therefore invited to submit the report in the annex to the Conference of the Parties, including 2 draft decisions found in that at the end of that annex. So I am interested in the comments firstly from the members of the Standing Committee on the report and the recommendations to the Standing Committee. So I'll open the floor to members of the Standing Committee, please. And I'll also open the floor to observer parties. Excellent. United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to thank the Secretariat for their efforts in keeping the parties informed of the IPBES activities and its work with the chairs of the Standing Committee, Animals Committee, and Plants Committee. We do question the recommendation to mandate that chairs of the Standing Committee, Animals Committee, and Plants Committee represent the convention at the launch of the assessment report at the 9th meeting of the plenary. While we're not opposed to their participation in the event, we would alternatively suggest that the Standing Committee propose that the Secretariat be invited to represent the convention at the launch and to attend as appropriate and subject to the availability of external resources. Regarding CITES activities on IPBES as reported in the annex, the United States generally supports the recommendations, and we would suggest a following clarification for the Standing Committee to consider. In 19BB, directed to the Standing Committee, we would propose or suggest, as appropriate, be included after recommendations, and for its consideration after the 20th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, as well as any prior to recommendations. So this would read, the Standing Committee shall consider the review of the IPBES thematic assessment of the sustainable use of wild species and associated recommendations prepared by the Animals and Plants Committees, make additional recommendations as appropriate, and submit the resulting conclusions and any recommendations as appropriate to the 20th meeting of the Conference of the Parties for its consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, United States, for those edits for clarification. and your preference to ask the Secretariat to represent the convention in the launch of the assessment report. I will continue to take other comments and reactions. Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. To be brief, Poland supports the way forward suggested in the document, including mandating of the chairs of the committees to represent the convention, also submitting to COP the report of standing committee, including the draft decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. So I understand you would agree with having the chairs take on that representation at the launch, and are satisfied with the report and the decisions. And my read of the amendments from the United States are clarification, so I don't think it changes the intent of the decisions. So I'll presume that's satisfactory to you as well. The United Kingdom, followed by Canada, please.
Thank you. We support the close working between the Secretariat and IPBES and look forward to the forthcoming assessment report on sustainable use of wild species. We support the representation of CITES at the launch event, whether the committee chairs and or the Secretariat.
Thank you, United Kingdom. And I will turn to Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Canada also welcomes the work that the Standing Committee has been doing since COP18 to contribute to the development of the IPBES assessment report on the sustainable use of wild species. Canada further supports the draft decisions in document 25 for the Animals, Plants, and Standing Committees to review the IPBES report once it is launched in July and evaluate its potential contributions to the work of the CITES Convention. Canada considers that there is value in the chairs of the Animals, Plants, and Standing Committees attending the launch of the IPBES Sustainable Use Assessment Report in July. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. I will continue to open the floor to parties, and I'll also invite observers. So maybe I will reflect what I've heard and suggest a path forward. For the first point, I believe the intent here was to ensure that there was good representation at this IPBES launch of this report, in particular because its impetus came from our parties. So perhaps what I can suggest is that, and I think I am hearing agreement on this, that the Standing Committee agrees that the convention be represented at the launch, and suggests that that representation be through the chairs of the permanent committees or the Secretariat if funding is available. And then we can see how the planning for that event works out. There may be value in having the scientific committees, for example, represented, and of course the Secretariat. So this would be my suggestion, to really focus on making sure that CITES is present, and then leaving the representational roles in the hands of the chairs and the Secretariat. For the second part, I hear agreement with the report, and I also hear agreement to the two new proposed decisions with the amendments provided from the United States. So I don't see any hard reactions on that, so I was concluding. Okay, I see a request from the floor from the back. So if you would like to take the floor and introduce yourself, I didn't see your nameplate well enough, and give a brief intervention, and then I'll conclude.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was wondering whether you also allow interventions by observer organizations, because I prepared an intervention by Pro-Wildlife, Animal Welfare Institute, Center for Biological Diversity, David Shepard Wildlife Foundation, Eurogroup for Animals, Fondation Franz Weber, Humane Society International, and Species Survival Network. We appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue as a number of our organizations contributed reviews to the second order draft of the chapters and the first order draft of the summary for policymakers of the thematic assessment on sustainable use. We were disturbed, however, to find that the draft and the text referring to CITES in particular contained numerous errors of fact and ignored much relevant recent literature. We of course hope that the final draft to be presented in July will have benefited from the comments received and that these errors and gaps will have been corrected. However, we are also concerned that the Secretariat proposes attendance at the launch of a document that parties have not yet seen. According to the IPBES website, even the summary for policymakers of the assessment is not yet available for government review, and no date for its release has been announced. Document 25 states that although official attendance by CITES does not constitute a comment on the assessment, it would serve to highlight its relevance to the implementation of the Convention. We are concerned that CITES is effectively being asked to declare a document relevant that the parties have neither seen nor read, nor been able to comment on. We would therefore recommend that CITES should not be officially represented at the July meeting and should not endorse any decisions relating to it without adequate opportunity for review by the parties. Instead, we would have recommended that the final report should be provided to the parties at COP19 as an information document, and sufficient time should be allotted for review before considering whether to incorporate any recommendations into CITES decision-making. We also recommend that the Standing Committee urge the IPBES Secretariat to make available all comments received on the second draft once the final text has been issued. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Pro-Wildlife. Are there any more requests for the floor? Okay, so again, reflecting on what I heard, I did see agreement in terms of being present at the release of this IPBES report, that the convention be represented. Of course, the convention is not there to endorse or otherwise the report, as that is the work of the IPBES parties, but simply to point out relevance as applicable. And I continue to hear support for the decisions and the report. So my suggestion, based on what I've heard, is again that the Standing Committee agrees that the convention be represented in the launch through the committee chairs or the Secretariat as appropriate, and that the committee has agreed to and also for the agrees with the report to be submitted to the Conference of the Parties, as well as the draft decisions with the amendments from the United States. Okay, so the representation can be the committee chairs and or the Secretariat, again, as appropriate. So thank you, everyone. I think that concludes our discussion on this document, and I'm going to turn us to the next document, document 16, on the role of CITES in reducing risk of zoonotic disease. So now we are looking at SC 74, Doc 16, on the role of CITES in reducing risk of future zoonotic disease emergence associated with international wildlife trade. This report was submitted by Canada as chair of the working group, and so I will present the report. So as discussed in the report, given the emergence of the COVID situation, Canada proposed to the Standing Committee to establish an intersessional working group to look at the role of CITES, recognizing there was a significant international discussion happening on the intersection between disease transmission and wildlife trade, amongst other issues. Canada felt it was useful to have the CITES parties through the Standing Committee provide some insights into these issues. So the Standing Committee did establish an intersessional working group that undertook its work electronically and through some virtual meetings. The working group had some good, robust discussions, firstly to lay some ideas down and to identify the various issues of concern and opportunities that may exist to enhance the role of CITES. And I think you can see the report of that meeting of the working group in the annex to the document. Subsequent to that discussion, a series of proposed actions were prepared and discussed briefly with the working group. This discussion was rather just at the deadline for document submission. So the chair proposed some actions that could be brought to the Standing Committee for its consideration. And based on the discussion with the working group held just before the document deadline, made some amendments to those proposals. And so the recommendations with the various decisions and the amendment to the one resolution that are found in paragraph 16 of Doc 16 are presented by the chair, taking into consideration the views and discussion had in the working group. Maybe I would highlight that some of the key points I heard as chair in the working group was the importance of collaboration, and so I heard many working group members emphasize to avoid duplication of effort, to work with appropriate partners, and to find those places where there may or may not be CITES value added to this broader discussion. There was quite a number of comments about the need by CITES parties to have some practical guidance, in particular for the handling and care of live animals in international trade, to mitigate the risk of pathogen spillover. It was recognized that the expertise of this guidance is not necessarily housed within the CITES parties, but there might be opportunity for good collaboration with organizations such as the OIA for developing guidance that could be of use to the CITES parties. It was recognized that there are some activities that are already under the mandate of existing resolutions that could be looked at to enhance or see what work there might be done in this area as well. And so those were some of the more immediate approaches that were being considered in the working group and that you can find in the decisions. I should also note transport was one, and although there is scope in the resolution on transport of live specimens to consider a number of aspects in terms of the transport of live specimens, one of the working group recommendations was to underscore that updates to the guidelines on transport could include measures to mitigate the risk to animal and human health posed by international trade. So these are some of the sort of more immediate recommendations that the committee the working group is proposing the committee offer to the Conference of the Parties. However, there's also a longer-term recommendation that the Standing Committee may consider in the next intersessional period the development of a resolution on One Health, which could provide some more policy guidance and general thoughts on the role of CITES in mitigating the risk of pathogen spillover in international wildlife trade. And so that there might be a longer-term discussion or vision that the Standing Committee could undertake in relation to this topic. And so the results of that very productive and really interesting discussion are found in document 16, and in particular in paragraph 16, where a number of decisions are proposed directed to the Standing Committee, the Animals Committee, and the Standing Committee. As well as in paragraph 17, there is a proposal to amend Resolution Conf 10.21 on transport of live specimens. And this would be the proposal to take to the Conference of Parties for further investigation or continued work in this area. I hope that was clear. There's a lot of decisions in here. And I'll be interested in the views of the Standing Committee members on these proposed decisions and amendments to advance to the Conference of the Parties. So I will ask the Standing Committee members first who wish to take the floor to please raise their flags. I see Israel, followed by Senegal. Okay, so Senegal first, and then Israel, please.
Voilà, merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Donc, par rapport au document 16,
in terms of document 16, first of all, we'd like to thank the working group who have done excellent work on the subject. Now, in terms of the issues of zoonotic diseases, the ECOWAS members from the West African Economic Community, where we are looking at the One Health and public health issues, it's important that we look at a proposal and adopting documents on zoonosis as a priority object. The CITES guidance will be extremely helpful for those who are on the front line in terms of handling animals that are linked to wildlife crime, and this would increase exponentially, in particular in our areas in Africa. So we would also request that technical support be provided to countries that really need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal, and I believe that guidance and support is one of the objectives of some of these suites of decisions. Israel, please, followed by Israel, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to commend you personally as chair of this working group for leading us on a very important discussion and debate. One of the issues that came up and is mentioned in the document is about whether this is even under the mandate of CITES to deal with this issue. And I would like to first take the floor as a representative of Europe, that we discussed this in the European region pre-CITES meeting, and there was a general agreement that this certainly is a CITES-related issue. Now going back to putting on my hat as representative of Israel, we would like to say that we concur very strongly with what Senegal has just said in terms of the need of guidance, and this also came up in the discussions in the working group and also in the document in the conclusions. And the Secretariat has done a great job of taking the discussions and putting together these decisions, these draft decisions, and certainly directed to the parties and the working groups. There's a lot of work here and good things, but the one thing that we feel is missing is a decision directed to the parties. And for that reason, we are speaking about immediate action directed to the parties. And to incorporate what actually Senegal had just said, there is a guidance document that was produced by the World Health Organization together with OIE and UNEP, the parent organization of our convention. And that document was produced in April 2021. And so we would propose an additional decision, would be 19 point, I guess it would be ZJ, if we go according to the order in the document, directed to parties. Parties are encouraged to make use of the guidance document produced by WHO, OIE, and UNEP in April 2021, titled, open quotation mark, Reducing Public Health Risks Associated with the Sale of Live Wild Animals of Mammalian Species in Traditional Food Markets. And that was the title of this document, guidance document, produced by these three important organizations. So we would actually, because of the urgency of this issue, not just look only at long-term issues to be done intercessionally over the next 3 to 6 years, but to start working on actual practical guidance to the parties at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Israel. And continuing with members of the Standing Committee, I saw North America. So North America, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. The North American region notes the report of the working group and would like to thank the working group for the excellent participation in addressing the issue of reducing the risk of future zoonotic disease emergence associated with international wildlife trade. The North American region supports the continuation of this working group and notes existing mechanisms for addressing this issue. We'd like to emphasize the importance of working collaboratively with other international organizations, and for example, the OEI was mentioned. Avoiding duplication of work is key to success. The North American region also supports the One Health approach and the inclusion of international wildlife trade considerations. And we look forward to hearing perspectives from other parties regarding the proposed resolution, given the growing number of initiatives and actions that parties are already taking in this regard. The North American region supports the decisions for consideration by the COP with minor modifications. Regarding draft decision 19ZA, while the region supports the general intent of this recommendation, we consider that asking for information on all or new existing domestic measures on live wildlife trade or markets, and for what purpose they have been adopted, is too broad. It could be a large undertaking for parties and not produce the targeted outcomes. The North American region suggests that instead the request should be focused on specific measures taken to mitigate the risk of pathogen spillover from international wildlife trade, as it is already articulated in paragraph 11 of document 16. Chair, I can read the text that we recommend for decision 19ZA, if okay. So it starts by the Secretariat shall issue a notification to parties, requesting parties to identify and describe any new or existing domestic measures or stricter domestic measures on in-transit shipments, imports, and re-exports of wildlife trade or markets. And there we would add that contribute to mitigate the risk of pathogen spillover from international wildlife trade. Then we recommend a deletion of the comma and for what purposes they have adopted such measures, and then continues on with semicolon and make results available and so on. Regarding decisions 19ZD, E, and G, the North American region would like to propose amendments to add precisions as to whom the Animals Committee is making recommendations, that is, as this text is usually included in decisions. So for decision 19ZD, it starts with the text, the Animals Committee shall review the report of the Secretariat on its implementation of decision 19ZB and make recommendations, and we would request the addition of the text to the Standing Committee and continue on as it was, including on priorities, etc. Similarly, for paragraph 19ZE, it starts by the Animals Committee shall review the report from the Secretariat under decision 19ZZ and make recommendations and add to the Standing Committee, and then continue on opportunities for practical collaboration, etc. And finally, decision 19ZG, the Standing Committee shall review the report of the Secretariat under decisions 19ZC, and then we would add comma, taking into account the recommendations of the Animals Committee, and then it continues on as it was, comma, and make recommendations on and so on. We would appreciate these clarifications to the decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North America. And the latter clarifications, I think, were just more process and kind of tidying up. But can you please read your amendment to 19.ZA again?
Yes, Madam Chair. So it starts with a text that is already there. The Secretariat shall issue a notification to the parties, comma, requesting parties to identify and describe any new or existing domestic measures or stricter domestic measures on in-transit shipments, comma, imports and re-exports, comma, on wildlife trade or markets. And then we would add that contribute to mitigate the risk of pathogen spillover from international wildlife trade. Then we would suggest deletion of what follows, which is comma, and for what purposes they have adopted such measures. We would recommend deletion of that part, and then continue on as it was after the semicolon and make the results available, etc. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, North American Region. And so it's for 17ZA, you're trying to provide a bit more precision on the types of measures that the notification should seek input from the parties about. Okay, so we've heard those amendments. We've also heard from Israel a proposal to add a decision encouraging parties to make use of the guidance document prepared by WHO, OIE, and UNEP. So I will seek further insights from members of the committee on the recommendations from the working group with the proposals from North America and Israel. And I will take, I still see members of the Standing Committee, so I will take Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us again the floor. Indonesia appreciates the working group for preparing this document. Indonesia can support the draft decision in paragraph 16 of the report and the draft amendments to resolution 10.21 on transport of live specimens for considerations by the COP. We believe that this concept is in line with the One Health approach, which we believe to be the right approach in integrating the human and animal and environment health. In this regard, we suggest that the Secretariat could work in coordination with WHO and the OIE to develop standards and procedures to implement this proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. And I see Senegal now.
Je voudrais tout d'abord, Madame, formuler une demande.
Thank you, Madam. First of all, I wanted to ask to place this in the right way so you don't think that Senegal is being polemic. I would like that I am clearly indicated as a member of the committee and not as Senegal, so it doesn't look as though we're trying to take the floor all the time. So, as the main member is not here, as the representative is not here, I want to think about this in practice. I've been part of CITES for 12 years. I've issued permits for that time. And in practice, when you know that something's going from that country to another country, whether it's an import or an export, we have to look and see if in the country of origin there is a pandemic, then it's better to stop all imports from that country. I've had to do that. I'm not going to name any countries, but I've had clients who have said to me that they wanted to import animals, birds, from an area where there was still severe pandemic going on. I don't want to offend health technicians, but what proves to me that the person that has handled the load and the loading of the cargo has not had COVID at that point? We don't know. It's an illness that can go from human to animal and vice versa. So I think in practice that if there is a load arriving from a country where there is a high level of virus, then we need to be able to anticipate that and avoid accepting all trade from a country when we're in situations of pandemic. That's very important. Another matter is that we saw projections for the CBD20 when we haven't got as far as 19 yet. When we look at the number of variants, well, we've had Delta, so on and so forth, I think we have to be very pragmatic in our approach, and CITES has an important role to play in that.
Thank you, Senegal, and certainly I am calling upon you in the frame when I first turned to members of the committee, so I think it is clear for everyone that you are speaking in your role as a member of the committee. I have Oceania and Peru, and then I will turn to parties. So Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oceania thanks Canada for their extremely able and steady handling of this large working group with a complex mandate, and thanks the working group for all of their work. We appreciate the immediate focus on collaboration and providing guidance for parties working within the existing mandate of the Convention. We also support the recommended amendments to draft decision 19ZA, 19ZD, 19ZE and 19ZG by the North American region. Taken as a suite, the draft decisions present a large body of work for the Secretariat and the Convention if adopted. But overall, the recommended actions are practical and feasible, as was the intention of the working group. Oceania supports the adoption of the recommendations in paragraph 16 of the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Oceania. And I will turn to Peru, please.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam.
Perú acepta la propuesta de
We agree with the draft decision, and we endorse the One Health approach. We think that all of this will be very good as a way of preventing future zoonotic diseases. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. So I'm hearing good agreement on the recommendations coming out of the Standing Committee Working Group so far. I've heard the one potential addition from Israel, and I've not heard any reactions on that. So I'll continue to take requests from the floor. I will also open the floor now to observer parties as well as Standing Committee members who wish to intervene. I saw Nigeria, and then followed by the European Union, the United States, and Gabon. So Nigeria, I believe you take the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is the first time Nigeria is going to talking, I want to thank the government of France and the Secretariat for, well-organized standing committee meeting. Firstly, I would like to give my appreciation to the chair of this working group and all the working group members for their hard work and dedication in examining this extremely important issue. As you may be aware, West African environment ministers recently validated the West African strategy on combating wildlife crime. The vision of the strategy recognizes the importance of addressing zoonotic diseases transmission in our efforts to combat wildlife crime. The vision is as follows: wildlife crime and other related threats, including also the spread of zoonotic diseases, are significantly reduced in ECOWAS member states to improve the conservation of biodiversity for the welfare and the social economy development of populations. Madam Chair, Nigeria believes that CITES has a central role to play in adopting measures to address zoonotic disease transmission. We also believe that these measures should be implemented as a matter of extreme urgency. Although Nigeria welcomes the recommendations of the document SC 75.6, we would like to see CITES demonstrating greater urgency on this matter. In particular, Nigeria would like to urge the Standing Committee to adopt a One Health resolution as COP19. Delaying this to COP20 surely will show the international community that despite the global pandemic, the CITES community is not taking the risks of zoonotic disease transmission seriously. In particular, we believe it is essential that CITES authorities and enforcement officers are provided with some practical guidance from CITES in terms of measures that can be adopted to mitigate against disease transmission. Overarching statements about One Health are of course important. However, this statement must be backed up by practical measures to support those tasks with CITES compliance and enforcement. These are issues which we believe can be addressed within the CITES resolution. Madam Chair, the eyes of the world will be on CITES during COP19 to see what measures parties will take to prevent the spread of zoonotic disease. I believe it is incumbent on us to recognize this and to take decisive action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. And that point was also discussed in the working group, which was brought us to this point. So I will continue to take reactions from parties. I had the European Union followed by the United States. So European Union, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. I am taking the floor on behalf of the EU and its member states. Like previous speakers and our colleagues, the EU would like to thank the chair of the working group for all of the work done in order to produce a report on such a significant emerging question. The EU and its member states support the recommendations in document 16. Getting a sense of existing measures is very useful, and it would provide us with assistance, particularly in the long term. We consider that we need to strengthen cooperation with competent international organizations that deal with animal health and public health, the FAO, the OIE. We need to work with such organizations so that we can benefit from their knowledge and their expertise. We need to ensure that measures taken are in keeping with the objectives of our convention. Secondly, we would have 3 drafting amendments to propose, minor yet significant, with respect to resolutions to 1021 that was revised at COP6. With respect to the proposed changes, I would like to refer to paragraph 17 of the document, and I'm on page 7 of the French version of this document. Now, there are 3 proposals. First of all, on point 2, after including, we would say in consultation with the OIE, the WHO, and the FAO. In this same paragraph, we would suggest a second drafting amendment. After including measures, we say evidence-based. So, paragraph 2E would then, as respect to the second part of the paragraph, would say, including by recommending in consultation with the OIE, the WHO, and the FAO, all appropriate measures, including evidence-based measures aimed at attenuating risk to animal and human health posed by international trade in CITES-listed species. Our third proposal concerns para 3C. We would suggest that after including measures, that we add evidence-based. So that would mean that we would have the following language: to consider IATA regulations on animal transport and to propose appropriate evidence-based measures aimed at reducing risks to animal and human health posed by the international trade in CITES-listed species. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. I understood the evidence-based, so this is in paragraph 17 of the document where there are proposed amendments to the resolution on transport of live specimens. And where there's reference to measures, the European Union is suggesting we put evidence-based in front of those that phrase. And I also understood that the European Union is suggesting that recommending that the Standing Committee and the Secretariat, when undertaking their review, revision, and approval of amendments to the guidelines for non-air transport in consultation with the scientific committees, include recommending appropriate updates in consultation with OIE and WHO. And so adding a bit of a step in there. I would note that I think the resolution already has a bit of that, and FAO, has some of that in it. And so it's just noting that for this kind of potential update measures that you want there to be a consultation with OIE, WHO, and FAO. And I think that's also covered to some degree by the intent to have that cooperative work. So hopefully these things will come together in a fashion that will allow things to advance in a timely way. So I think I understood that from the European Union. So then I will turn to the next speaker, which was the United States, followed by Gabon. So the United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. We value the opportunity to be part of the working group and to hear members' ideas, and the United States strongly supports the recommendations based on these discussions. These align with our belief that CITES should take steps within its mandate to reduce zoonotic disease risk in CITES trade. And we also support the suggestions from the North America region and the EU as presented. And in addition to these recommendations, we had a chance after the working group concluded to identify additional considerations. And these may further enhance the recommendations, that's our hope. We offer 3 points for reflection, including some draft decisions that we would add. And so we appreciate your patience in advance. And first, we echo Benin and others in the working group discussions and emphasizing the urgency with which CITES needs to act on this issue. So we in particular highlight paragraph 12 in the report, noting the intention for the Secretariat to work as soon as possible with OIE, for example. Second, we underscore the need to support parties in their domestic measures related to disease and trade. And we support draft decision 19.ZA, which directs the Secretariat to issue a notification to the parties to identify domestic measures on live wildlife trade and to share those responses with the Animals Committee and the Standing Committee. However, because those committees may not have the opportunity to see those responses until 2023 or 2024, depending on those meetings, we hope to make the responses available more quickly. And so we suggest that the Secretariat also post the responses to the notification on the CITES website. And this could relatively quickly provide examples and potentially motivate action for CITES parties as we all learn about ways that countries around the world are aiming to reduce disease risk in wildlife trade. And so we suggest modifying draft decision 19.ZA to add text further in the decision where it says make the results available. We would add make the results available on the CITES website as a compilation of responses that could be useful to other parties, as well as to the Animals Committee and Standing Committee. Third, we remain concerned about the zoonotic potential of live animals during transport, and we have 4 specific suggestions around live animals and transport. First, we strongly support the recommended amendments to Resolution 10.21 on transport of live specimens and paragraph 17 as mentioned by the EU, as well as the recommendations of the EU. And this amendment would recommend that CITES collaborate with IATA as stated to review and recommend important updates and with the other entities as we've added for the IATA live animal regulations and the CITES guidelines to the non-air transport of live animals and plants to mitigate risk to animal and human health. And in addition, we suggest that this be reflected actually in an additional draft decision as well. And so we have provided some text that we can offer if that's of interest to essentially state that the Animals Committee and the Standing Committee shall, as encouraged in Resolution Conference 10.21, collaborate with IATA and the Secretariat to review, revise, and recommend updates to the transport guidance on live animals to include measures to mitigate risk to animal and human health posed by the international trade and CITES list. Parties struggle to implement the existing regulations on transport, even though Article 8 requires that parties ensure all living specimens during transit, holding, and shipment are properly cared for so as to minimize the risk of injury, damage to health, or cruel treatment. And this was discussed extensively in our working group, and technical assistance, we think, from peer parties or other entities could be voluntarily provided to this end. To suggest a draft decision to allow the chance for a workshop, we think could be useful. And so we are providing text for an additional draft decision directed to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee, I'm reading this new text, shall consider the merit of holding a workshop to share best practices related to live animal transport. If it agrees that parties would benefit from such a workshop, the Animals Committee shall invite parties with expertise in this area to present on their management of live animals and trade and steps to ensure that they meet CITES requirements for live animal transport as stipulated under Article 8. We note that the IATA live animal regulations also cost $300 in US dollars annually and may not be accessible to all parties. So we suggest a third additional draft decision to direct the Secretariat to evaluate options for those parties to obtain copies of the regulations. So we are providing text for a third draft decision to be added, directed to the Secretariat. In consultation with the Standing Committee and IATA, the Secretariat shall, within existing resources, evaluate options for making copies of the IATA live animal regulations available to parties in a form that could be readily accessed without financial barriers by relevant national authorities. Finally, we recognize that disease risk in CITES trade also occurs in the steps before and after international transport at the domestic level and the importing and exporting parties. So as a last suggestion, we would like the Standing Committee to consider adding an amendment to Resolution 10.21, and this would occur after paragraph 5 of that resolution. And I can read that final text that we suggest after paragraph 5. Encourages parties to consider applying the same standards under CITES for the international transport of live specimens for domestic transport, such that the IATA live animal regulations, IATA perishable cargo regulations, and the CITES regulations for the non-air transport of live animals and plants could serve as guidance or policy for domestic transport of CITES-listed species that precedes international transport. Thank you so much for listening to these additions and for the excellent efforts of the working group.
Thank you, United States. So while I'm normally really good at copying, you spoke too quickly for me to catch all of those. I'm also a little bit concerned that we are straying quite a bit from the intent of the original discussion. I think there's lots of really good points that people raised in the working group and that parties will probably continue to raise as we go to the Conference of the Parties. And I'm trying to balance that with what we can reasonably achieve in this meeting with the time constraints and the issues we have. What I am hearing so far, and of course I have the floor still open to parties, is general agreement with the approach that the working group is bringing forward. I heard some tweaking of the existing ideas that the working group brought forward. But I'm also hearing between our colleague from Israel and the United States some additional suggestions, including the suggestion from our colleague from Senegal or from Nigeria to develop a resolution. I fear that we may not have the bandwidth to be able to adequately assess all of these opportunities, and so I'm starting to wonder if perhaps it might be best if parties reflected on those, and of course parties have the authorities to bring these types of additional thoughts and ideas to the Conference of the Parties. How it does give us a good opportunity here to get an airing and a sense of the issues that parties are taking as significant, which will help us prepare. But given the time constraints, I'm starting to think that perhaps we should just, given that I've heard good support, focus our attention on the decisions that came out of the working group discussion. So I'll leave parties to mull that over and to see your reactions to that. And I have continued to open the floor to parties. So I believe Gabon was on my list. So Gabon, please, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, C'est la première fois que le
Thank you,
Gabon prend la
Madam
parole.
Chair. This is
Aussi, je vais
Gabon's
commencer mes
first
propos en vous
opportunity
félicitant
to
pour
take
votre
the floor.
légendaire
I would
dextérité
like
à
to
présider le
begin by
comité
congratulating you on your
C'est
brilliant
toujours un plaisir de
chairing
travailler
of the
sous
standing
votre
committee.
présidence.
It is always
Je
a pleasure
remercie
to work
également
under your
les autorités
guidance, Madam.
françaises
I would
pour
also
l'accueil
like
dans
to
cette
thank
magnifique
the French
agglomération
authorities for the
lyonnaise,
welcome
chère à mon
extended
cœur.
to us
Moi qui suis
in
lyonnaise
Lyon,
d'adoption
which is
depuis mon
dear
adolescence,
to me.
ce qui
Since
remonte
my
à fort
teenage
longtemps, je vous
years,
l'accorde.
I have been an honorary
Le
Lyon
Gabon a pris
citizen,
part
and
au
that's
groupe
some
de
time now,
travail et
let me tell
remercie les
you.
autres membres.
Gabon
Le
would like
document
to thank the
SC74
working
Doc
group for
16
their work.
reflète clairement
Document
les discussions étendues
SC74
et
Doc
approfondies sur cette
16
question d'importance vitale.
is a very
Le
good
Gabon est
consideration of these
convaincu que la
vital
CITES a un
issues.
rôle central dans
We
le
feel
traitement de la
very
question
strongly
de la
that CITES has a
transmission des
role to
maladies
play with
zoonotiques.
respect to the
La CITES
transmission
doit
of
pouvoir soutenir les
zoonotic
pays
disease
à prévenir la
and
transmission des
must
maladies
help
aux agents chargés de
countries
l'application de la loi,
prevent
aux
the
communautés
transmission of
rurales
disease
et à
by
la
law
population
enforcement
en
officials,
général.
rural communities, and
Le
the
caractère
general
zoonotique
population.
de la pandémie du
The
COVID-19
zoonotic
a
nature
été relevé par
of
plusieurs
the
études
COVID
scientifiques.
pandemic has been
À
raised by a
cet
number of
effet, par
scientific
principe de
studies.
précaution, le
As a
31 mars
precautionary
2020,
principle,
le Gabon
at
a
the
pris des
end of March
dispositions légales
2020,
pour
Gabon
interdire
took
sur
legal
toute l'étendue de
means
son
in
territoire
order to
la chasse,
ban
la capture,
hunting,
la
the
détention, la
capture,
commercialisation,
the holding
le
or
transport
the
et la
trading,
consommation de
transport
certaines
or
espèces
consumption
animales
of
sauvages
some wild
soupçonnées d'être à
animals
l'origine de la
throughout its
transmission à
territory.
l'homme du
If these
coronavirus
animals were
responsable de la
considered to be in
COVID-19.
any way possibly involved in the
Le
transmission
Gabon
of
est
coronavirus
particulièrement
from
favorable
animals
à
to
une résolution
men
CITES,
and
une
women.
seule santé,
We
santé
very
humaine,
strongly
animale
support
et
the
environnement.
idea of one
Et
health,
nous
that is to say,
pensons que
including
cette
people,
résolution doit être
animals,
adoptée
and
lors
the
de la
environment.
COP19
And we
plutôt que
feel
d'attendre la
that
COP20.
COP19 should adopt a One
Madame la
Health
Présidente,
resolution rather than our
il est
waiting until
urgent de se mobiliser et
COP20.
d'agir.
It is a matter of some
En effet,
urgency,
la
Madam
plateforme
Chair.
intergouvernementale scientifique
Indeed,
et politique sur la biodiversité et les
IPBES,
services écosystémiques,
as a
IPBES,
platform,
estime qu'il existe
considers
1,7 million de virus
that there
actuellement
are
non
some
découverts chez
7
les
million
mammifères
non-discovered
et les
viruses
oiseaux
in
hôtes,
mammals
dont
and
631
birds
000
which host
à
them.
827 000
So we
pourraient
have
avoir
some
la capacité d'affecter les humains.
27,000 of these viruses that could affect
Compte tenu du
people.
coût mondial de la pandémie
Given
de
the
COVID-19,
world cost
des pertes
of the
tragiques en
COVID
vies humaines,
pandemic,
de
the
l'impact
tragic
sur les
loss
économies
of
et les
human life,
communautés,
and the major
nous
impact
pensons
of
que
the
la CITES
pandemic
doit
on
prendre des mesures
economies and
fortes
communities,
et ce, de toute
we
urgence.
feel that we need, as a matter
Nous
of urgency,
soutenons
to
donc
take
fermement
very
les
strong
mesures
measures.
visant à adopter
We
une
therefore
résolution, une
support
santé,
measures
lors de
that
la
would have us
COP19.
adopt a
Merci,
One
Madame la
Health
Présidente.
resolution at COP19. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Gabon. I will continue to take comments from the parties, and I'll also now open the floor to observers. And again, I'm sensing that there's a lot of interest in this topic, such that perhaps for the Standing Committee, it might be best to advance the results that were discussed in the Standing Committee Working Group and take a good note of the number of additional issues and opportunities the parties might wish to take to consider other related aspects of this discussion. So I have a number of parties now. So I have Ethiopia, Mexico, I think I saw, Congo, Japan. So I'm going to start with those 4 parties, and then I'll take the observer comments. Did I miss them? Okay. Right. So I'm going to start with Ethiopia and Congo, and then I will turn to Mexico. Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is my first time to take the floor, I would also like to join others in congratulating the host country, France, and also the efforts of all Secretariat members to convene this meeting. My suggestion is I didn't see the inclusion of any intervention measures following the occurrence of a pandemic, like the practical challenge we faced following the COVID-19 pandemic in most places, including government and then the wider community, all stood against the hate of wild animals, especially in some areas to the extent of destroying bats. So it was a challenge for especially agencies working on wildlife conservation just to come out and then change the attitude of the community and then even the government by offering several press releases. So I was very keen to see in this document the inclusion of any action that should come following such pandemic. So I suggest to include additional draft decision or resolution that mandates the Secretariat, even including the parties when such pandemic happened, just to change the awareness and then the attitude of the government. Otherwise, it's a challenge even for ensuring wildlife conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. Congo, you have the floor, and you'll be followed by Mexico. Congo, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. We would like to thank the working group for all their hard work. It is indeed the case, the current pandemic, which we are currently dealing with, even if it is lessening, has made us acutely aware of the risk of zoonotic disease, risk to the international trade in wildlife specimens. That is why we welcome the recommendations made in this document as a way of reaching consensus. The authorities of the Congo are well aware of the gaps in our knowledge of this field and the need to have more information and more data. However, we also think that we need to take into consideration the wealth of information and data now available to us, as this does give us a good sense of which way we need to act nationally and internationally in order to prevent the spread of zoonotic disease. We must all act as soon as possible. Congo also would agree with the WHO, the OIE, and the FAO on the need to mitigate risk to public health associated with the sale of wildlife specimens and wild animals and birds. These authorities make an appeal to the national authorities of all parties to take a decision to suspend trade in wild animals, be they mammals or birds, that have been caught either for purposes of food or reproduction. The recommendation is also that food markets selling such animals. This is recommended as a matter of urgent measure to be taken because unless there is an assessment of the situation and a risk evaluation that would say otherwise. That is why we would back the strengthening of those measures to risk mitigation when it comes to zoonotic disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Congo. So I will take the intervention from Mexico, followed by Japan. I will then take a few interventions from the observer organizations, and then I will try to conclude this item. Mexico, please. Can you put your mic?
Perdón. Thank you.
ratificar lo mencionado por la región de Norteamérica y en particular lo propuesto por Estados Unidos, que se pueden incorporar estos conceptos, estas actividades paulatinamente y considerar efectivamente en todo este tema no solo a las especies, sino también los ecosistemas. Al igual que Perú, apoyamos esta declaración sobre una sola salud,
we
entre otros
support
países
the
que
One Health
han
resolution.
mencionado, ¿no?
We
En México, el
align
gobierno
ourselves with all
federal,
the other
estatal
countries
y
that
los
we've mentioned
organismos de
already.
la sociedad civil
And
han
in
incorporado en
Mexico,
su política
with
pública
civil society,
las
we
áreas
have
naturales
included in
protegidas,
public
o sea, los
policy
parques
our
nacionales, la
protected
política forestal
natural
y la de vida
areas,
silvestre
the
a este concepto de una sola salud,
forest
como cual
life
reiteramos
as
nuestro
well
apoyo. Muchas
within
gracias.
our coverage. And so we support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. And I now will take the intervention from Japan, and then I will turn to the observers. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, my delegation would like to thank the chair of the working group for conducting the discussion on this matter, and we support the report prepared by the chair with some amendment proposed by the delegation, except for the one proposed by distinguished delegate Israel. There's a reason. I will explain why. The first April 2021 report, to the extent of knowledge, has not been discussed during the informal working group on this matter, and the report was specifically prepared by the WHO, UNEP, and OIE. I don't know, I'm not sure how much the involvement has been made by the CITES Secretariat. In addition, I would say that this report focuses on the traditional market that sells the live wild animal, and including that report also make a recommendation to recommendation includes the closure of such market. So I think to the extent of my knowledge, this is more focused on the measures to be taken domestically, and the role of the CITES is the mandate of the CITES is to talk about the international trade there. So so we don't see the relevance of this particular report to the work of the informal working group and to the and for the recommendation to the conference of party later this year. And also this discussion has been conducted on the basis of the what can be done by the CITES under its current mandate. And because of that, my delegation strongly believe that it would be premature to talk about the direction to the state parties at this point, at least. So in light of the above, I'd like to propose the deletion of the section that would direct the state parties. And then I think that is a proposal from my delegation for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. And if I understood your intervention correctly, you're supportive of the decisions that arose from the discussion in the working group found in the document. Your reactions are to some of the proposals we've heard here on the floor, and particularly the one Israel proposed on a new decision directed to the parties. Again, given the wide range of additional information that's being presented here, it is my approach will be to suggest that the Standing Committee can agree to forward the recommendations discussed and agreed by the informal working group to the Conference of the Parties with some of the tweaks we heard from Canada, North America, the European Union, again, and those are the ones in the document. And we can take note of the many other issues that other participants, parties, and members have brought up here. But perhaps it would be best if those parties who have an interest in pursuing those additional matters consider whether or not they wish to take that to the Conference of the Parties. And so this is where I'm heading based on what we have in front of us. But like I said, I was going to take some observer interventions And I see Kenya also wished to take the floor, so I will allow Kenya, and then will be followed by really tiny words. So individual in the front, and then one, two. Oh, OIE, great. CMS, ASEAN, and then we will go to the next group. So Kenya, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kenya acknowledges the need for CITES parties to find constructive ways to address the threat of the zoonotic disease emergence, especially those linked to the wildlife trade. And one of such ways is for parties to use common approach, such as the One Health Resolution approach, to reduce these risks. Kenya would encourage that there is continued discussion by parties of this important agenda, both within the CITES framework and other mechanisms such as the OIE, WHO, and others. With this, Madam Chair, Kenya therefore would support the recommendations of the informal working group as contained in SC 74, Doc 16. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. So I will now turn to our observers, and I will start with the OIE, which will be followed by CMS, I believe. OIE?
Yes. Thank you. Dear Chair, members of the CITES Standing Committee and observers, I am François Diaz, and I am one of the two representatives of the World Organization for Animal Health to this 74th meeting of the CITES Standing Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make an intervention on agenda item 16, which concerns a matter that is of great importance to the OIE. I would like to support the submission by the Standing Committee of the three following decisions for consideration by the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties: 19ZB, 19ZD, and 19ZF. These proposed decisions suggest working with the OIE, and in particular with the OIE Wildlife Working Group and the other group on reducing the risk of disease spillover in wildlife markets and along the wildlife supply chain. I would like to mention that there has already been a cooperation agreement between the CITES Secretariat and the OIE, signed in 2013. However, this agreement needs to be updated to include new activities as mentioned in the draft decision proposed today. From now, we have already been working closely with the CITES, with the CITES Secretariat staff members attending to the meeting of the Working Group on Wildlife, with the CITES Secretariat staff member attending to the meetings of the OIE Ad Group on Wildlife Trade, and with regular meetings between technical staff from the OIE and the CITES Secretariat. This week, we have an important topic such as considering opportunities to expedite CITES permitting and improve the rapid exchange of emergency diagnostic specimens in support of detection, prevention, and response to zoonotic disease transmission, but also wildlife conservation. This issue is item 44 of the provisional agenda of this 74th meeting of the Standing Committee. In the near future, we have also important topics to address jointly, CITES and OIE, such as common guidance for the non-air transport of live animals, addressing the health like the animal welfare issue, and more globally, guidance on wildlife trade and health issues. Thank you, and I wish you a successful and productive Standing Committee meeting.
Thank you, representative of the OIE. I will next take the intervention from the Convention on Migratory Species.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon to all, and a big thank you to the French government for hosting this meeting, as well as CITES colleagues for all their hard work. The CMS Secretariat is pleased that CITES parties are engaging in the issue of zoonotic disease associated with international trade in species. CMS parties have addressed zoonosis in migratory species on a regular basis since 2005, specifically related to outbreaks of avian influenza. With global attention on the COVID-19 pandemic and the role of wildlife in pathogen spillover, the CMS Scientific Council agreed in 2021 that there was a need to reactivate the CMS Working Group adopting the One Health approach. Based on the joint work program between CMS and CITES, which was adopted by the last standing committees of both conventions, and foresees the cooperation of the two conventions on emerging issues, including zoonosis, as well as the recommendations contained in the document at hand, there seems to be scope for reapping synergies by collaborating with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, CMS. I think the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity was next, after which I will follow with a few other interventions, but then I would really like to move along to the next topic as we are running short now. So ASEAN Center, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon to everyone. The ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, or ACB, is grateful to the government of France for hosting this gathering and to the CITES Secretariat and organizers of the 74th meeting of the Standing Committee. ACB thanks members of the working group for their hard work on SC74 document 16, and ACB welcomes its development. As mentioned by esteemed colleagues, ACB recognizes the great importance of partnerships, both regional and global, in reducing the risk of emerging zoonotic diseases posed, especially by the illegal wildlife trade. One of the solutions to avert disease outbreaks is through protection of ecosystems so that wildlife remains safe in their habitats. That biodiversity holds the solutions not only to building resilience, but also in recovery, has been recognized by the leaders of the 10 member states of the ASEAN. With the adoption of the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, the framework calls for a more robust cross-sectoral collaboration, particularly in enforcing wildlife protection laws and improving wildlife habitats. In 2020, the ACB released the assessment report of the status and the nexus between biodiversity and health, food and nutrition, and traditional medicine in ASEAN member states. The results of the report underscored the importance of integrating biodiversity in the One Health approach, as well as partnership building, biodiversity and health research, capacity development, and close partnerships within the ASEAN in harmonizing biodiversity policies and programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. I will now take a couple more interventions from observers. I will limit those, and I understand many observers are probably speaking on behalf of a collective. If you are, simply indicate you're speaking on behalf of a number of observers, and if you provide the list to the Secretariat, we will ensure it's in the record, but perhaps to speed up, we will ask you not to name your colleagues. So I see 3, and I will take just those 3, and then I'm going to conclude this topic. I see IWMC, followed by the Wildlife Conservation Society, and I will conclude with the Pet Advisory Group. And again, I'd ask you to please keep your comments concise. Thank you. IWMC, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, since it's the first time that we are taking the floor, I would like to express my thanks to France for their hospitality and also the head of his delegation. In his comments this morning, he mentioned many French people who have been part of CITES, and I'm very pleased to have worked with them. But there's one thing that was forgotten in his comments. If we look at the path that he followed from the moment that he entered the Secretariat of CITES, I think he's achieved one of the highest levels of French people who has worked within CITES, and I think it would be right to name a room after Mr. Jean-Patrick Leduc.
Back to item 16. I certainly do not intend to criticize the good intents, to doubt the good intents of those supporting the involvement of CITES in human health. However, even if the main arguments offered by the proponent will have the highest level of credibility, which unfortunately is not the case. It will not help the protection of human health. Among those arguments that we've heard is that it is part of the mandate of CITES. I just happen to know quite a bit about this convention, and I can find nowhere anything that will justify CITES' involvement in this issue. We've heard about the question of One Health, and I fully agree with that. But however, it's not by abandoning the wet market. We have to realize that wet market do not travel. Now, assuming the validity of these arguments, there's absolutely nothing that CITES could do to either complement, support, or enhance the already existing protection of human health provided through national existing legislation from international trade in animal and plant. This effort links CITES to current and future pandemic constitute, in fact, a futile, useless, and unwarranted exercise, distracting CITES from its main purpose, conserving wildlife species for the benefit of both humankind and wild animal and plants. Finally, Madam Chair, if CITES cannot produce any supplementary safeguards against the health hazards associated with international movement of animal products or specimens, either domestic or wild, what is the purpose of keeping this item on CITES' agenda? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IWMC. And now I will turn to WCS. WCS, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And since it's the first time we're speaking, I also want to thank the government of France and the Secretariat for the fantastic organization here. And I speak on behalf of many colleagues, thanking you as well for fixing the Wi-Fi. That's well appreciated. I'd also like to say, appreciate, with no offense to David Morgan, that there are 4 women on the dais out of 5 people, and there were 5 women previously. My first standing committee meeting 32 years ago was rather different. Sorry, I had to say that. This intervention is on behalf of 20 NGOs. It's okay, don't have to applaud. We don't have time. This intervention is on behalf of 20 NGOs, and I will be providing all of the names, and apologies, but I take your guidance. We wish to thank the parties for their interventions, particularly Senegal, Nigeria, Gabon, Congo, and Israel. Many of our organizations were pleased to have been members of the Intersessional Working Group, and we're pleased to share extensive science-based peer-reviewed work on pandemic prevention. We thank you personally, Chair, and the working group members for the open and collaborative dialogue. It is vital that prevention at source of pathogen spillover from wildlife of the next outbreak, epidemic, or pandemic of zoonotic origin be addressed at the national and multilateral levels. We believe that CITES and the incorporation of One Health principles into its implementation have a role to play in this prevention, although, of course, there is much that needs to be done outside the remit of CITES. We support the recommendations in this document as a consensus way forward, but we also support the excellent addition from Israel. We're concerned with the North America's suggestion to modify Decision 19.ZA. We think it would be useful to help parties understand market and domestic measures as well, as Gabon noted, not only international trade. This was discussed in the working group, and we suggest no changes to 19.ZA. We also wish to make a few very short critical points. This is on behalf of 20 organizations. This is a matter of great urgency. We know it will be useful for parties to discuss the issue and consider a resolution at COP20, but there are urgent actions that are critical for governments to take far sooner to avoid another devastating pandemic. The recommendations in the document highlight knowledge gaps. We agree of the need for more research and data. However, the extensive peer-reviewed scientific information now available is clear what is needed to prevent the next pandemic of zoonotic origin, including on trade and markets in live wild birds and mammals. We know enough to act, and the precautionary principle necessitates action. We call the attention of parties, as Israel did, to the guidance produced by WHO, OIE, and UNEP. And we note that that document was shared with the working group and was discussed by the working group, and domestic measures often lead to international trade. They are not unrelated, and we support that excellent suggested decision. Finally, under the auspices of the WHO and the World Health Assembly, as governments here all know, governments are now launching a negotiating process to develop an international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We encourage CITES authorities to engage at the national level in these negotiations. Our organizations stand ready to work with all parties and everyone on these issues. Only strong, science-based national and international action will help us avoid the next devastating COVID-like pandemic. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, WCS. And I will take our final intervention from the Pet Advisory. You might want to give your full name when you take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Pet Industry Joint Advisory Council. I make this intervention on behalf of PJAC and several other organizations that we'll provide the names for. I know that this intervention is contrary and goes against the natural inclination of governmental and extra-governmental bodies, but just because it's important to address zoonotic disease does not mean CITES is the place to do it. There are several international organizations, unlike CITES, that have One Health and expertise already in their mandates. CITES, at a time when it struggles to come up with the money, the time, the other resources to address its current workload, ought to be focused on performing its duties, not enhancing them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, PJAC. I appreciate your interventions. Thank everyone for their interventions. As I hinted at earlier, based on what I've heard, based on the inputs from the parties, there's obviously a wide range of views and considerations on this particular emerging topic. And so because of that, and given the time and the bandwidth we have at this meeting, it's my suggestion that the Standing Committee agree to submit the decisions found in paragraph 16 of the Conference of the Parties with the amendments proposed by North America and the United States to 19.7a, as well as the amendments in 19.7d, 7e, 7G, which were more editorial. And it's also my suggestion that the Standing Committee also submit the amendments to Resolution 10.21 found in paragraph 17 with the amendments that were provided by the European Union. For the remaining issues that were raised by Israel, by the United States, as well as by those parties advocating for the development of a full resolution, I suggest that the Standing Committee does not have time to appropriately consider those wide range of issues. And so the committee can advance the issues in the document and take note of all the other points that were raised. And of course, if parties wish to bring those to the attention of the Conference of the Parties, it is within their authorities to do so. So that is my proposed way forward for this agenda item. And I think I see some nodding heads, which I really, really appreciate, much better than a virtual meeting, so thank you, nodding heads. So with that, I will conclude our discussion on this topic. Again, I chaired this working group and I found the interventions and the discussion to be really robust, and I appreciate the same robust level of discussion that occurred here, and I certainly look forward to that occurring at the Conference of the Parties. So in the next hour, we will turn to the last 3 items on our agenda. However, there will be a 2-minute pause because I've drunk a lot of water. 2 minutes. Thank you, everyone, for your indulgence in that brief bio break. I appreciate that. And I would like to now turn our attention back to our agenda. So I would ask, please, if everyone could take their seats. I will be turning to the Secretariat to introduce the next item on the agenda. Really appreciate it if you could lower your voices and take your seats. I do note we went a little long on the last agenda item, and there are quite a few agenda items of that nature. So I will be asking for people to arrive on time, to make sure your interventions are concise. If necessary, I will start limiting interventions, but I really hope not to do that, as it's important to me to make sure we have a good discussion. But on your part, I would appreciate, again, precision and timeliness. So I would ask, please, if people could quiet down so we could begin. Thank you so much. So the next item on our agenda is item 15, SC 74, Doc 15, towards a resolution on CITES and forests. And I will turn to the Secretariat, please, to introduce this document.
Thank you, Chair. Inspired by the steady increase of CITES listings of species occurring in and dependent upon forests, and the emerging need to streamline and catalyze associated resolutions and decisions, that the Secretariat believes that it would be opportune to propose a draft resolution on CITES and forests to COP19. The Secretariat is seeking comments on this new initiative before moving forward. We consulted the Plans Committee and have taken their comments fully into account in the present document. The Plans Committee generally supported the initiative, but noted that the views on the process differed. In line with this, the Secretariat therefore presents two potential avenues. Option 1 consists on the draft resolution plus complementary decisions that will allow the Secretariat, parties, scientific and standing committees to monitor its implementation during the COP19, COP20 intersessional period, and thus provide an opportunity for the resolution to mature over time. In its operative section, the resolution introduces the concept of the CITES Forest Cluster of Activities, representing in essence the scope of the resolution, to be defined by all the mandates that are relevant to the implementation of CITES for species that are occurring and dependent upon forests. Its implementation, therefore, will be driven by CITES bodies, scientific committees included. With this scope in mind, the draft resolution established a process in pursuit of three fundamental goals. First, to enhance coherence between CITES and the international governance framework on forests. Second, to improve resource mobilization to support the implementation of the CITES Forest Cluster of Activities. And third, to increase awareness and visibility of CITES' contribution through its species-specific approach to the long-term conservation of forests. The Secretariat is of the view that option 1, in allowing for its adoption at COP19, is consistent with the wave of urgency experienced at the global governance framework on the need to conserve forests and other terrestrial ecosystems, most recently echoed in the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forests and Land Use. Option 2 is conveyed at the request of the Plans Committee, and it consists of draft decisions to rather consider the pertinence of a resolution between COP19 and COP20. Under this scenario, a resolution would only be attained until COP20. Madam Chair, as this is a strategic matter, we recommend the Standing Committee consider both options and provide the Secretariat with guidance in preparation for its reporting to COP19 on this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I will open the floor then first to members of the Standing Committee regarding providing guidance to the Secretariat on an approach towards a draft resolution on CITES and forests. I see Indonesia, followed by North America. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us again the floor. Indonesia highly appreciates the Secretariat for the draft resolution on CITES and forests. Indonesia considers the draft resolution very positively. However, we believe that we still need further discussion and consideration on the draft. We consider the issue of CITES and the forest as very crucial and requires further comprehensive discussion, in particular from the scientific and technical points of view. Hence, in this regard, we kindly propose to mandate the Plan Committee to further discuss the issue and draft resolution and the issue and the draft resolution before submitting it again to this committee and eventually to the COP for its adoption. In that regard, Indonesia proposes this committee to agree on the proposed Annex 2 of this report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Next on my list is North America, followed by Israel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for granting us the floor. I would like to begin my intervention by noting that the contents are, and the draft decisions I will present are captured in information document SC 74 Inf 21, which was submitted by Canada on behalf of the North American region. The North American region recognizes the importance of collaboration between CITES and other international organizations and agreements dealing with natural resources, including global forest-based organizations. For that reason, we support CITES' involvement in the Collaborative Partnership on Forests and the Collaborative Partnership on Sustainable Wildlife Management. But we are concerned that the proposed resolution is mixing the operational fundamentals of CITES with collaboration. The North American region wishes to better understand the urgency expressed by the Secretariat and some parties and the way in which a draft resolution proposed by the Secretariat would bring added strategic value to the current means by which CITES addresses forest issues. We believe strongly that a new strategic resolution on CITES and forests initiated by the Secretariat requires careful consideration by parties and direct input of the Plants and Animals Committees in the developmental process, given the connection to flora and fauna, and we find it premature to consider submitting a resolution for consideration at COP19. Noting that the primary focus of the Convention remains the sustainable use and conservation of species in the international trade by ensuring such trade is legal and does not threaten the survival of species in the wild, we acknowledge that in pursuing this core role, CITES parties and the Secretariat also indirectly contribute to international conservation of ecosystems. However, we are not convinced that the potential of separate resolutions focused on ecosystems, whether forests, oceans, or deserts, will elevate rather than detract from core CITES work. We therefore invite the Standing Committee to consider a third option as a way forward, noting that certain activities called for in the proposed draft resolution, including the collection of information from parties, the creation of the compendium, the web page by the Secretariat, and adaptation of budget scenarios for 3 species projects could commence at COP19 to the benefit of CITES listed tree species. We propose revised draft decisions which borrow from and which would replace the draft decisions presented in options 1 and 2 in document SC 74 Doc 15. Our proposed draft decisions would support work on issues that are central to CITES' core functions, while allowing time for the scientific committees to consider the value of, and, as deemed necessary, to draft a resolution on forests that could support implementation of CITES. The new draft decisions capture actions identified in paragraphs 1, 3, 10, and 13 of the draft resolution, but would engage the Plants and Animals Committee and reduce the scope of activities in the next intersessional period to CITES listed species rather than the broad scope of activities across the forest cluster proposed in the draft resolution. The draft decisions text is as follows. 19AA, directed to the Secretariat shall: A, in collaboration with the Plants Committee, develop a compendium of activities contained in resolutions and decisions that are relevant to CITES listed tree species and make the compendium available on the CITES website. B, create a dedicated web page to share information about CITES and forests. C, issue a notification to parties to gather information on their activities and programs that support the resolutions and decisions identified in the compendium. D, provide information for input and consideration to the 33rd and 27th meetings of the Animals and Plants Committees, respectively, that may inform implementation of Decision 19BB, and E, provide a report to the Standing Committee on the implementation of these decisions at its XX meeting. 19BB, directed to the Plants Committee and the Animals Committee as appropriate, the committees shall: A, in collaboration with the Secretariat, develop a compendium of activities in resolutions and decisions that are relevant to CITES listed tree species to inform work under Decision 19AA, taking note of their prioritization where applicable, including as established by the committee work plans for the 2022 to 2025 intersessional. B, the committee shall consider the value of developing a possible new strategic resolution on CITES and forests as outlined in document PC 25, Doc 12, document PC 25, Doc 12 addendum, and taking into consideration document SC 74, Doc 15, and C, prepare an overview of the issue from a technical and scientific perspective and provide its recommendations for consideration of the Standing Committee. 19CC, directed to parties. Parties are encouraged to: A, take account of the coherence between CITES and the international bodies that address the conservation of forests and forest-dependent species, including but not limited to the United Nations Strategic Plan for Forests 2017 to 2030, SC 74 Doc 15, and the work plans of the Collective Partnership on Forests and the Collaborative Partnership on Sustainable Wildlife Management. That was the Collaborative Partnership on Forests. B, share with the Secretariat for publication on the website outputs, outcomes, and progress derived from the implementation of such initiatives that support the resolutions and decisions listed in the compendium. Finally, 19DD, directed to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee shall: A, consider the report from the Secretariat on the implementation of Decisions 19AA and 19CC and recommendations of the committees under Decision 19BB. B, develop recommendations as appropriate which may include identifying existing resolutions that would need to be revised or repealed and new resolutions that may be needed, and C, provide recommendations to the 20th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Chair, we urge Standing Committee members to support the draft decisions we have proposed, which merge and build upon elements of options 1 and option 2 to facilitate awareness raising about the Convention's role in the conservation of wild species so that CITES may be counted among the solutions to addressing or supporting international conservation activities while proceeding through the usual committee development process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North America. That was a very comprehensive list, but my takeaway is that the North American region does not feel it is timely to submit a draft resolution, but rather that more consideration by the parties and the committees is useful, but to further elaborate some activities which could go while that consideration occurs in order to address some of the points regarding urgency. So that's the proposal from North America, and I will continue to take insights from members of the Standing Committee. So I saw Israel, followed by Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, we would like to support the previous speakers who both felt that the idea of a resolution of an ecosystem-based approach is a little ambitious at this time. There are certainly other ecosystems on the planet that might deserve the same approach, whether it be coral reefs or savannas or deserts or who knows what. So the idea of working independently for the Secretariat to start working specifically on forests without it going through the usual process is a little ambitious. We tend to support in general the North American idea of having a new set of resolutions. Of course, we didn't have time to study them as we just heard them, but the general approach does seem to be a good idea. It's a little more comprehensive than the option 2 that was presented in the document, but we do not support the idea of going ahead with a resolution proposal at this time without the proper inputs of the professional scientific committee. Specifically in this case would be mostly the Plants Committee, though indeed there is Animals Committee issues having to do with forests too. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Next on my list is Oceania, followed by Peru.
Thank you, Chair. Forests are complex and diverse ecosystems that incorporate multiple life forms of flora and fauna, many of which are included under the CITES appendices. While we appreciate the work of the Secretariat and share with the Secretariat and other members of the Standing Committee views on the importance of this topic, Oceania supports the provision of more time for the careful consideration of the scope and content of a potential resolution on CITES and forests, in particular to allow the Plants Committee and the Animals Committee to provide both scientific and technical advice to the Standing Committee on the value and benefits of such a resolution. With that in mind, Oceania supports the adoption of the draft decisions in Annex 2, but could also support the adoption of the draft decisions proposed by the North American region as a suitable way forward, merging options 1 and 2 proposed by the Secretariat. Although, as a short drafting note, we'd note some repetition of the chapeau text in Draft Decision 19BB, Paragraph B, as read out by the representative for North America. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Oceania. I'm starting to get a sense here of the room. I have Peru on the committee, followed by China. So Peru, please.
Señora Presidenta, gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peru recognizes how important the objectives presented in these documents are. We do feel that considering awareness raising on forests and the visibility of the Convention with respect to those people who depend on forests. So we would support option 1, which has the draft resolution and decisions for its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Next on my list was China. China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. China feels that we've been talking about a global plan for forests and CITES, but this option 1 does not provide enough support to parties with respect to their protection of forests and implementation of forest-related resolutions. We need to amend this draft, and given that, we would support option 2, that is to say, the draft decisions put forward by the working group. To turn to the North American proposal, I do apologize, but it's a little bit too difficult for us to take all of this in just a few minutes, and we have not been able to give the North American proposal the careful consideration we would like. It seems to us to be a whole new proposal rather than an amendment, so we would not be in a position to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I also hear, so I'm hearing from most members of the committee favoring taking the time as recommended by the Plants Committee in Annex 2. I did hear from North America, I guess a way of trying to bring the two together by picking up some of the items potentially found in the option 1 concurrently. Although there are some concerns with that as it's new information. Again, we are providing guidance here to the Secretariat, so I don't think we need to agree the precision of the language, but I really want to give a good sense of the kind of guidance we want to give to the Secretariat. So I've gotten a good start here, but I, of course, will first open the floor, continuing, of course, with members of the committee, but also to parties, observer parties present, for your comments on the document 815. So I see Switzerland, the United Kingdom, Brazil, and the European Union, and Japan. So Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this report. But we believe that the wording benefits of pursuing in paragraph 14 of SC 74, Doc 15, does not reflect what was agreed by the PC 25 in July last year, namely to consider the value of developing a possible new strategic resolution on CITES and forests. The meaning behind this wording was to review existing resolutions and prepare an overview from a technical and scientific perspective. This process could be done in the period between COP19 and COP20. In the summary record, PC 25, paragraph 12 on page 6 to 8, it is described in detail that some countries welcomed a resolution, but reservations were expressed by representatives for Europe and North America, Germany and USA, and that the Plants Committee clearly agreed on the second option. They stated that they were uncertain that the objectives of a resolution on forests have been fully considered, and therefore suggested drafting a decision directing the Plants Committee to assess the value and implication of such a resolution for submission to COP19. Switzerland is still of the opinion that these objections made by the representatives for Europe and for North America, Germany and the United States of America are justified and should be taken into account by first consider the value of developing a possible new strategic resolution on CITES and forests. We recognize the idea behind a possible new resolution on CITES and forests, but we find it hasty to push option 1 without examining the value of such a new resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. Next on my list was the United Kingdom, followed by Brazil. United Kingdom, please.
Thank you. We appreciate the concerns raised by a number of parties about allowing sufficient time to fully consider the proposed draft resolution ahead of COP19 in November. However, we would also note that this is a pressing issue, as already referenced in the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forest and Land Use, with potential impacts on many CITES-listed species, and so should be considered as a matter of importance. As such, we would support the hybrid option proposed by Canada on behalf of the North American region as a compromise.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I will turn next to Brazil, followed by the European Union, please. Brazil, you have the floor.
Cognizant of the urgency and importance of the matter, Brazil appreciates the Secretariat for preparing the draft resolution. Nevertheless, we feel the matter demands further discussion, not only in political terms, but also in technical and scientific terms. Brazil has already defended this point of view during the Plans Committee meeting. We also feel that if a more mature decision is presented at a future COP, with enough time for parties to give their opinion on the matter, it would be more representative in terms of decision-making. Brazil is willing to offer technical support in order to further organize these discussions, and due to our time restraints, since we're not happy with the text of the draft resolution, option 2 seems more sensible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brazil. The next speaker on my list was the European Union, followed by Japan. And then I will see if there's any more, and I will open the floor, but I'm starting to get a very clear consensus so far. European Union, please.
Thank you, Chair. The European Union and its member states thanks the Secretariat for this document. We welcome the Secretariat's intention to give a clearer structure to forest-related work under CITES, and we support the adoption of a resolution to this effect by COP19. So forests are crucial ecosystems. We have seen an increased focus of CITES on timber species, and CITES plays a very important role in the conservation of forests. We need more coherence between CITES and other forest-related organizations and processes. A strategic resolution like the one proposed by the Secretariat will allow us to increase the visibility of CITES work in relation to other forest-related processes, support implementation of forest-related measures, and facilitate resource mobilization. We are ready to engage with other parties up to the COP19 to improve the resolution as appropriate, and this may entail, in particular, integrating in the new resolution some of the elements of existing resolution 14.4 on cooperation with ITTO, if still relevant and appropriate. We would then support also to work, and this is, I think, one idea doesn't prevent the other. We would then support to work intersessionally beyond COP19, including with the full involvement of the scientific committees, to address issues within their mandate, to make additions and improvements to a resolution that can be of more operational nature, and support the implementation of CITES to be considered at COP20. However, I mean, given the majority of parties that support option 2, or the proposal from North American party, which we have not been able to consider appropriately, we might be flexible to have consideration of other approaches. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Next on my list is Japan, followed by Senegal. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan appreciates the effort so far to identify the options. Regarding this particular question, we prefer the option 2, supporting the idea of the need of careful consideration. While we are not ready for commenting on the revision proposal by North America, while noting the importance to establish a strategic framework under the Convention to streamline the implementation of forest-relevant mandates, we are of the view that further discussion is needed for the current draft resolution, including with respect to the need for expanding funding sources or public-private investment. and the possible roles of the Secretariat to assist Standing Committee and Plans Committee to further develop this idea. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. I had Senegal on my list, followed by Nigeria, the United States, Argentina, and then I'm hoping we can come to a conclusion. Maybe I'll pause here to say that based on what I've heard so far, my understanding is that a large number of the parties and the representatives on the Standing Committee are uncomfortable with the adoption of a resolution at this time. They would guide the Secretariat to instead propose a process that would incorporate the work, the insights of the Animals and Plants Committee as well as the Standing Committee in the development of a resolution. There are reflections on the urgency and the importance of forests, and I don't think anyone has spoken against that. The North American region provided some suggestions to try to incorporate some of that work, but overall I'm hearing discomfort with a resolution. So this is what I'm hearing right now, but I continue to take interventions. Like I said, I have Senegal followed by Nigeria, Congo. So Senegal and Congo first, and then I will follow with Nigeria, the United States, and Argentina. So Senegal, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, we appreciate and value the work that has been done on CITES and forests, and we would recommend that the Secretariat takes note and submits the draft decision to the from the Plants Committee at the next COP19. Nevertheless, we think that any new resolution on forests should be drawn up by the Plants Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. Congo, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think that on this issue, if I recall correctly, we know that there are international organizations that deal in timber, such as the ITTO, and we have other organizations working on forest origin products. And we agree with our friends from Senegal and others that there should be consideration before a decision is taken. So that is our position. Thank you.
Thank you, Congo. Next on my list is Nigeria, followed by the United States. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you also to the Secretariat for preparing the document 15. Nigeria would like to confirm its commitment to any forest conservation initiatives which will ensure that illegal logging and illegal trade in forest species is drastically reduced. As many of you will be aware, West African forests are currently being plundered by unsuspectable and illegal trade, which is having major ramifications for climate change mitigation, desertification, local livelihoods, and ecosystem services. In addition, Madam Chair, the West African region already has a number of vitally important CITES decisions concerning wildlife crime, including illegal logging, in place, some of which we still do not have the capacity to implement. We are therefore not convinced that a resolution such as the one being proposed by the Secretariat is the best way forward at a time when we are facing such heavy pressure from criminals wanted to exploit our forest resources. Furthermore, we are certain that the scale of the CITES response to illegal timber trade needs to expand exponentially for the benefit of West Africa and the rest of the world in terms of climate change mitigation. Nigeria is certainly happy to participate in any forest conservation discussions at the CITES. However, rather than resolution being proposed in document 15, we will prefer the establishment of a specialized CITES timber task force devoted to strengthening the enforcement capacity of West African parties for the implementation of timber listings. This task force could include support for sharing intelligence on timber trade, targeted coordinator between source, transit, and consumer countries, support the newly established West African network to combat wildlife crime to address timber trafficking. Nigeria welcomes feedback and interest from other parties so as to whether this sort of task force could also be benefit to other regions. Thank you for considering this proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria, for those points. At this point, I'm going to continue to reflect on this, but those are aspects that can be part of a future discussion depending on the approach the committee takes on this issue. Thank you, Nigeria. The next on my list is the United States, followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States is not convinced of the urgency and the need to submit a draft resolution on CITES and forests to COP19. The Plants Committee was not provided the draft text of the resolution, and although it is noted as strategic in nature, the draft resolution clearly has technical implications. For instance, by repealing and replacing Resolution Conf 14.4 on cooperation between CITES and ITTO, which collaboration has provided vital technical capacity building to CITES parties implementing the Convention for CITES-listed tree species. As such, we would, of course, continue to support the draft decisions that have been put forward here at the meeting by the North American region, as we feel that this does merge the two options by providing opportunities for the technical committees, both plants and animals, to inform the resolution, and also to invite the Secretariat to raise the visibility of CITES and its role in conservation. In closing, we would also note that should there be insufficient support for the proposal from the North American region, we would support option 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. The next party on my list is Argentina. Argentina, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, we'd like to thank the Secretariat for having drawn up this draft resolution. We are very much in agreement with the resolution, and on a regional level we had a prior meeting and most countries were in accordance with option 1. But now I'm speaking as Argentina. I know that there are new options which we should review and information that has come to light during this meeting. So perhaps it would be a good idea to look at the option that has been put forward by North America to merge the options. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. So I don't see any further requests from parties. I'll also open the floor for any observers who wish to comment. We are running close to the end of our period, and I am getting a good sense of the intent of the room. So I will hope to sum up very shortly after perhaps the intervention from Tanzania.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Tanzania also wishes to align its comments with the North America region and other members, as this decision is prepared a specific resolution for CITES forests is a good idea. However, it is premature to consider submission at COP19. So we feel that parties should be given more time to discuss the draft resolutions, making it appropriate consultations. So this could be more appropriate for submission for COP20 and not COP19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tanzania. So I don't see any further requests for the floor, so I'd like to sum up on this issue. So first of all, the Secretariat brought to the committee this point. So our advice is to the Secretariat in terms of their path forward. I think what I'm hearing from the committee that we would take note of in our report and provide to the Secretariat as our advice is, first of all, that the parties who spoke did underscore the importance of forests and the work being done on trade in tree species. So there is an understanding of the importance of that work. While some parties did support the submission of a resolution, the majority of interveners who spoke felt that it was premature for a resolution on CITES and forest be submitted to the Conference of the Parties. Rather, the committee, it is my sense that the committee would recommend to the Secretariat that decisions be submitted to the Conference of Parties, that these decisions, in line with the discussions, reflect the discussions of the Plants Committee, recognize that the work in developing or considering and developing a possible resolution that the Plants Committee as well as the Standing Committee should be engaged in such an activity, and so they would like to see the decisions reflecting that engagement of the Plants Committee and the Standing Committee. The Secretariat in the North American region drew out some aspects of the draft resolution presented by the Secretariat in this document as possible decisions as well, and these were primarily reflecting some of the activities that could occur, such as the development of compendium. So the Secretariat might want to consider the points raised by the North American region as activities that could be done in the next intersessional period to support the committees in considering the need for and the preparation of a resolution on forests. This information might help support that reflection. But overall, I come to the conclusion that the Standing Committee does feel it is premature for the Secretariat to submit a resolution at this time, and that the preference would be to have the engagement of the Plants Committee in the Standing Committee in any such developing resolution. So I'm going to just take a look at the room, see if I see nodding heads or deep frowns. I tried to draw in some of the points for those who are in favor and recognize some of the aspects of work that can go forward. And I don't see any frowns, so I will take that as the conclusions of the Standing Committee in terms of the advice and guidance we wish to provide the Secretariat on this matter. Thank you. Senegal, did you want to react?
Bon, excusez-moi, madame.
I beg your pardon, madam. I followed the interventions of those who spoke before me, but what is the aim of this resolution? If the aim is to better protect forests, why wait? We are losing forests, and with that we are losing biodiversity because the forests are the repository of biodiversity. And I was listening to a program where they said 3 billion of people, of the population of the world, depend on biodiversity. And we are here to try and slow this destruction. But we shouldn't be saying straight away, we've got to wait. Degradation and loss of biodiversity doesn't wait. And if this is for the protection of forests, then I think we need to move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. It was my understanding that this resolution was meant to provide some strategic framework for the work that CITES is already undertaking on forest. And I heard a number of concerns from various parties and representatives on the Standing Committee that the intent was not clear, and that's why that the committees would like to have the opportunity to review and consider. I did hear as well from some parties that the activities in support of CITES work on forests are mandated in a number of different places, and so those activities are not halted. Rather, this was more of a way of strategically framing it, and what I'm hearing is a number of parties feel that it's important to take the time to consider that carefully. So I believe my conclusions still stand, that the Standing Committee advice to the Secretariat is to consider a series of decisions to have that strategic discussion. And again, I do see some nodding heads. So I will close this item with that conclusion, and I'll turn us to the next item. So the next item on our agenda was the language strategy, and I understand that the Finance and Budget Subcommittee is also considering the language strategy. So I am tempted, with your indulgence, to postpone this item until the Finance and Budget Subcommittee can conclude their discussions. And instead, and I'm looking at my friends, the chairs, if the chairs of the committees would indulge me, I would like to instead move to item 6, the report of the chairs of the Animals and Plants Committee, and then we can revert to item 19 once the Finance and Budget Subcommittee has a chance to continue its considerations. So if everyone's with me, I'm going to turn to first the Animals Committee on document 6, report of the chairs of the Animals and Plants Committee.
Thank you, Chair. This report was drafted by the chairs of the Plants and Animals Committees. And first I would like to thank my fellow chairwoman from the Plants Committee for her hard work and for letting me go first on AC and joint ACPC matters. I would also like to thank the Secretariat for their continued immense support in all the work accomplished in our committees and for the support in preparing this document. At its 73rd meeting, the activities carried at its 73rd meeting of the Standing Committee, the activities of the Animals and Plants Committees after COP18 were reported to this committee already in May, beginning of May 2021. The 31st meeting of the Animals Committee and the 25th meeting of the Plants Committee, including 2 joint sessions of both committees, took place in an online format between 31st of May and 24th of June 2021. The issues discussed at AC 31 that are relevant to the Standing Committee and subject to a separate agenda item at this meeting are indicated in paragraph 5 of this document. We have been quite busy, and you will have the questionable pleasure to hear me about 14 times during this week presenting documents. Concerning animal nomenclature topics, the important outcomes of the discussions are detailed in the summary record of AC 31. But furthermore, at AC 31, the committee requested its chair to make sure that the topic of the recording of species nomenclature changes in electronic CITES permit systems be considered by the appropriate working group of the Standing Committee. The results of their deliberations will be presented later at this meeting in document SC 74, Doc 41 on electronic systems and information technologies. On another nomenclature issue, the Animals Committee considered whether African elephant, Loxodonta africana, should be considered as 1 or 2 separate species, meaning Loxodonta africana and Loxodonta cyclotis. And the Animals Committee agreed to submit draft decision in relation to this and the effects it may have on various decisions and resolutions to COP19. These decisions can be found in paragraph 8 of this document. At AC 31, a draft listing proposal to streamline the current listing of pangolins in the appendices was also discussed, noting that the Intersessional Working Group on Zoological Nomenclature had not been able to reach consensus on a way forward. It was suggested that further work be done on this issue in general after COP19. The Animals Committee agreed to seek the views of the Standing Committee on the matter of benefits and impacts of higher taxon listings in the appendices. And we will propose a decision to that effect. In compliance with paragraph 5 of Resolution Con 14.8, Rev Cop 17 on the periodic review of the appendices, paragraph 13 contains cases supported by the Animals Committee and submitted by Mexico and the United States, and the assessments made by the Animals Committee. In relation to Resolution Conf 813, Rev Cop 17 on the use of coded microchip implants for marking live animals in trade, the chair of the Animals Committee was made aware by an expert that the official recommendations would need an update, as the technologies and standards have changed significantly since its last update. Furthermore, there are several specific recommendations in other resolutions concerning the marking of specimens in trade, such as crocodiles, snakes, or timber, just to name a few. The Animals Committee chair will therefore, in collaboration with the Secretariat, seek a mandate at COP19 for the Secretariat and the scientific committees to consider this matter further. In relation to joint items, at AC 31, PC 25, the two committees endorsed the mapping with some changes contained in paragraph 25 of this document in relation to the CITES strategic vision. This was discussed this morning and doesn't need any further discussion. Concerning capacity building, in relation to the task of creating a conceptual capacity building framework, the Animals Committee and Plans Committee agreed that some form of CITES capacity building conceptual framework or strategy is needed, that a wide variety of elements must be considered when developing the capacity building conceptual framework, that a wide stakeholder consultation is needed for the development of this framework, and elements for both face-to-face and online means of capacity building delivery must be considered in the framework. Further comments and inputs by the two committees can be found in document SC 74, Doc 22, to be discussed later this week. In relation to country significant trade reviews, this matter will be discussed later in document SC 74, Doc 31, and we will provide a comment there. In relation to the review of CITES provisions related to trade in specimens of animals and plants not of wild source, this item could not be finalized, and the Animals and Plants Committees agreed to propose to the Standing Committee at this meeting the extension of Decision 18172 for further work beyond the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. This will be discussed in document SC 74, Doc 56. On identification materials, the report of the Animals and Plants Committee on the ID materials is presented as a separate agenda item in document SC 74, Doc 46. And finally, on nomenclature of Appendix 3 listings, the two committees, at the meeting of the two committees, an outline of the scope of the problem with regard to nomenclatural changes to species listed in Appendix 2 were discussed. Further deliberations on this complex topic were considered necessary, including close engagement with the Standing Committee and the Secretariat to further define the scope and focus of the documentation to be prepared for the Standing Committee by the Plants and Animals Committees. As deliberations will likely need to continue after COP19, the two committees agreed to propose the renewal of decisions 18313 and 18314 to the Standing Committee in paragraph 39 of this document. So now I would turn over the floor to the Chair of the Plans Committee, if you agree.
Thank you. Chair of the Plans Committee, if you'd like to present your portion of the report.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague, the Chair of the Animals Committee. Madam, here we are meeting face-to-face after many virtual meetings caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, which overturned our international meetings calendar. And that's why the Plants Committee, with the support of the Secretariat, met in June 2021 online for its 25th meeting, the only meeting before the COP19. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the support provided to the Plants Committee by the Secretariat. As Chair of the Plants Committee, I submitted document SC 74.6, which presents the conclusions of the work at our last meeting. And I'd like to call on the Standing Committee to take note of the matters which are presented in the paragraphs 17 to 19, and which were presented in paragraphs 24 to 29. I'd also like to call on the Standing Committee to take into account the recommendations on the decisions 18179, which talks about grains and spores taken from the wild and which will be artificially reproduced, and to bring that to the COP19 if necessary. In terms of the joint items with the Animals Committee, my dear colleague has already presented that. The next points talked about the program on species, tree species, the resolution on CITES and the forest, specimens listed on Appendix 2, Pterocarpus erinaceus, then ebony and palisanders from then we had the annotation 15, which is in Appendix 2, and these are already on the program and the agenda for this Standing Committee's meeting and will be covered in coming days. Madam Chair, before I close my remarks, I would like to thank all members of the Plants Committee for their excellent work carried out, which allows for the good work of the committee and for their tireless support. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of the Plants Committee and Chair of the Animals Committee. And I congratulate you both for the efforts you put in under extraordinary circumstances. I understand that you had some drawn-out discussions virtually so that you could tackle some of your mighty agenda, and I appreciate the stamina that you and the members of your committee and the observers who attended those meetings demonstrated in trying to advance the work. It is now 6 p.m., so I think we're going to pause on this agenda item and return tomorrow morning to discuss the 4 points that the Chair of the Plants and Animals Committee have put to the Standing Committee. And I'm sure we can note the rest of their report and the good work they've done. So tomorrow we will begin with discussion on SC 74.6 and the recommendations found on page 7 of the English version arising from the reports of the Animals Committee Chair and the Plants Committee Chair. I want to thank you very much. I am really saddened that we didn't actually finish the plan for today. I did anticipate some slippage, but was hoping not on the first day. So I will beg your indulgence in the future to help me make sure we can get through our agenda, as we have some much longer days ahead of us. And so for tonight, let's enjoy our evening, because it's your last one. So with that, I will turn to France for any announcements, and then I will conclude.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Simplement, je voudrais d'abord annoncer pour ceux qui nous l'ont demandé, une prayer room, une pièce de prière,
Some have asked us
a été
about
installée
a
au
prayer
deuxième
room.
étage.
We have one now on the second floor.
Upstairs, close to the room de Buffrenil. So I think it's quite simple to find it, and I hope this will be convenient for you. Un deuxième point pour la réception de ce
Secondly,
soir.
with respect to this
Donc, je
evening's
vous demande
reception,
évidemment de ne pas oublier vos invitations.
please make sure you have your
Pour vous
invitations
rendre à cette
with you.
réception,
To get
il
there,
faut, ce qui est
you have
important,
to
c'est que
do
vous
the
arriviez à peu
following.
près vers 7 heures.
Please
Et
get there at
pour
around
partir
7
d'ici,
p.m.
ça prend à peu près 20 minutes.
You have to allow
Le
some
métro est
20
direct.
minutes from
Il y a
here.
4
You can get there
stations.
directly by
Donc
metro.
vous prenez le métro,
It's 4
le
stops
nom de
away.
la station est Cordelier. Alors
Take
vous pouvez
the metro
vous
to
regrouper pour
Cordelier
prendre le métro
stop.
ensemble. Hein. Donc
To
vous
Cordelier stop.
montez ici à la station La
So
Soie.
get
Il y a
on at
qu'une
La
voie,
Soie. There's
puisque
only
c'est le
one
terminus.
track
Donc vous
because
n'avez
this is the
aucune chance de
terminus.
vous
There
tromper.
is
Vous
absolutely
prenez le
no
premier train
chance of
qui
your
passe
making any
et vous
mistake.
regardez
Get
bien
on the first
Cordelier.
train
À
and
la
get
sortie
off
de
at the
Cordelier,
Cordelier
des
stop.
hôtesses vous
Cordelier.
indiqueront le chemin
Then
pour rejoindre la
once you
chapelle
get off
qui
the
est à
metro,
3 minutes
you
à
will
peu
be
près
greeted by
de,
staff who will
du
point
lieu
you in the right
de
direction,
la
and you
réception.
have some 3 minutes to
Voilà, j'espère que
walk to
tous,
get to the
enfin,
reception.
malheureusement pas tous, mais vous
I
revoir
hope
la grande
that
majorité d'entre
I
vous
will see, sadly,
ce
not all of
soir
you, but a
pour,
majority
profiter des
of you this
spécialités
evening.
lyonnaises
You'll have the
et avoir
opportunity
un
to
moment de
enjoy
convivialité,
Lyon
ce qui
specialties
fait
and have
partie aussi de
a
la
little bit of
CITES.
downtime together.
Merci, Madame la
That too
Présidente.
is part of CITES. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci, France. For tomorrow, I do hope to also find some time where we can all see the logo from Panama that they've so kindly prepared for the COP. And I understand the parties discussing the rules will meet briefly tomorrow morning. Oh, there it is. Beautiful.
So the logo, we have it in colors and in black and white, and it is if you see it like that, vertical, I'm going to speak in Spanish, es América, pero si lo vemos acostado es el mapa de Panamá.
America, but actually you also have the map of Panama there. So we have the figures representing Panama, and what you have here is species we're hoping to highlight during the conference. And at the bottom, there are icons, and we're going to be showing you different species that warrant our protection.
Logo and for sharing it with us. We are again looking forward to participating in the COP in your beautiful country, and hopefully we can see some of those species. With that, I will adjourn for today. Again, tomorrow we will start with document 6, and we will take up the recommendations from the Animals and Plants Committee, and then continue on with our agenda. And hopefully we will stay on track. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.